Guys, almost 90% of you watching aren't subscribed yet. Please hit that subscribe button.
A red-haired girl kneels beside the crystal effigy of the divine dragon, confiding in the goddess Artel about the path her father has chosen for her, abandoning her passion for alchemy and accepting an arranged marriage. According to him, now that she's reached 24, she's past the appropriate age, and he refuses to delay it any longer. Earlier that morning, he had approached her with his intentions, but she wasted no time in raising her voice, questioning why she should give up her craft as an alchemist and wed a man she didn't care for. Why, she asked, is it considered compulsory for every woman to marry once she reaches adulthood? The Ostane Empire stands as one of the most powerful realms on the continent, and within it lies the venerable Oaklean lineage, a family honored since the empire's inception. True to the roots of their name, the Oaklean family is known for producing alchemical geniuses, a tradition handed down across generations. With each successor naturally enhancing their mastery of the craft, they've successfully sustained the family's legacy, now owning the continent's most prominent alchemy workshop. Within that very workshop, Master Himes makes a sudden appearance, catching his apprentices off guard. Known for his intimidating demeanor, his students are visibly shaken by his unexpected visit, but he quickly reassures them, telling them not to be alarmed. Today, he's simply there to see Rebecca and urges them to continue their duties. A revered figure across the realm, Master Himes is hailed by all who practice alchemy. His brilliance enabled him to design powerful armaments that contributed to the Empire's rapid military expansion, earning him the esteemed title, Father of Weapons. Alongside his legendary status, he is also the parent of a brilliant daughter, gifted with intense focus and intellect. She is his greatest treasure, and he's always desired nothing but the finest for her. As she finishes her prayer, she senses a familiar presence. Spinning around, she lights up at the sight of her father, rushing to greet him and asking about his health. He gives a gentle smile, telling her that he's been doing well lately, though his expression quickly shifts into seriousness. With a firm tone, he states that he's come to talk about something significant. She claps her hands together joyfully, telling him she's glad he's here because she was planning to visit him later anyway. She's finally created something she's proud of. She'd been developing a potion to erase scars. But Himes remains indifferent, placing a hand on her shoulder and drawing her in close. With calm finality, he tells her it's time. She's done enough. His words land like ice, leaving her stunned and hollow, unable to grasp his meaning. Confused, she asks what he means by that. Her father proceeds, explaining that she's already 24, and even he's surprised at how quickly time has flown. Her expression darkens with anxiety as she wonders aloud if Judith had said something. She recalls how Judith caught her secretly reading behind the curtains during yesterday's ball. She quickly adds that she thought the space behind them was hidden enough, assuming no one would notice her there. Flustered, she apologizes, promising it won't happen again and that she'll be more cautious. But her father shakes his head, assuring her that's not the issue. What worries him is that he's heard it becomes difficult to marry off a woman past the age of 24. He reminds her how he allowed her to live freely until now, but at this point, he wants her to obey his wishes, put everything else aside, and prepare for marriage. She gasps in protest, insisting she has no desire to wed. He then calmly asks what she plans to do instead. Agitated, she replies that she wants to continue working at the alchemy workshop just as she always has. But his next words leave her stunned. He claims William had told him something, that he wouldn't take responsibility for her once he passed. Given their family's financial status, her father admits he lacks the means to leave behind enough assets to support her independently. She shakes her head, telling him that even if she ends up poor, she'd rather chase her dream. She emphasizes how content she is with her life as it is, but her father suddenly yells, declaring that he's had enough. He reminds her that he made a vow to her mother and that he won't back down now. He turns his face away, upset with himself for ever letting her pursue alchemy. She is speechless, demanding to know why he's so strongly opposed to her path. The response wounds her. He bluntly asks if she truly believes she can make a living through alchemy. He urges her to think about all her past creations, pointing out that none of them hold any real value in his eyes, and so his verdict is final. She must abandon alchemy and focus solely on her bridal training. Because, as he insists, every step he's taking now is only for her benefit. After the betrayal by her father, she returns to the statue of Artel, confiding her sorrow to it. She speaks of how she doesn't wish to marry nor give up her role as an alchemist, expressing her desire to keep living just as she is. She wonders aloud if that makes her childish. Her heart aches at the thought that the man who had never once scolded her in her life now sees her as a failure, someone without talent in alchemy. She turns back to Artel's likeness, seeking some kind of clarity, because in her heart she believes she truly is an excellent alchemist. As tears spill down her cheeks, she confesses how conflicted the entire situation has made her feel. Yet even so, she vows to remain steadfast, telling herself that the moment to craft that one true elixir still lies ahead. She then recalls the tale passed down about the legendary Oakling and how that destined time hasn't come yet. Resolving to protect both the legacy of her house and her own pride as an alchemist, she still finds herself unsure of her next steps. A wild thought crosses her mind, that maybe she should simply run away. She begs the great Artel for guidance, hoping for even the faintest hint of a sign. Overwhelmed, she breaks down into sobs, lost and directionless. Then, without warning, a handkerchief appears before her eyes. She grasps it gently, holding it close, staring at the statue with glimmering eyes as if it had gifted her this token. Emotion floods her as she hugs it tightly to her chest, though she knows deep down that such a miracle is impossible. She brings it to her nose, inhaling the soft, pleasant scent, surprised at how luxurious and smooth it feels against her skin. Her thoughts drift toward whoever could have possibly left this for her. Just then, a young man steps into view from behind a nearby pillar, his entire appearance glistening with gems from head to toe. Several hours before Carlyle arrives at the temple, during a lively gathering of noblewomen, a single man instantly draws every pair of eyes, leaving the ladies breathless in awe. Their chatter buzzes with admiration for the one and only Duke Rowenster. And who could blame them? With his unblemished complexion and long, flowing violet hair, the Duke stands as a figure sculpted by the gods themselves. A noble of Astine and the Empire's first swordmaster in half a millennium, Carlyle embodies more than nobility. He radiates a divine charm. His face is ethereal, yet what truly drives women wild is his physique. Possessing a sculpted body, impressive height, and sheer strength, Carlyle exudes masculine allure in every step. Many of the noble ladies believe the goddess Artel herself must favor this man, gracing him with such perfection. Even on this particular day, though his mood is clearly foul, his scowl only intensifies the ladies' fascination. Suddenly, a striking woman with shimmering azure hair approaches the group, questioning why they're all gathered in one place. She is none other than Haley Carsius, daughter of Duke Carsius. The young women respectfully greet her, though her presence shifts the mood. Haley demands to know why Carlyle has not yet arrived, pointing out that the former emperor has summoned him and questioning whether they intended to delay him here with idle admiration. Her blunt tone sparks murmurs among the group, whispers tinged with ridicule, criticizing her for speaking so boldly when she's merely a duke's daughter. As if summoned by the very tension, Carlyle finally appears. He nods briefly to the ladies in apology and swiftly makes his way toward the emperor's chambers. Passing Haley without pause, he casts only a fleeting glance in her direction. The look is sharp and frigid, and its chill ripples through her entire body. Inside the imperial room, Carlyle offers a respectful bow before the ailing emperor, who wastes no time with pleasantries. The aging monarch immediately instructs him to set aside ceremonial courtesies and address a personal matter. With a raspy tone, he asks when Carlyle intends to marry. Maintaining his usual composed demeanor, Carlyle bows again and replies that he has no intention of marrying anytime soon. The emperor, clearly displeased, coughs violently, his face pale with strain. Through his wheezing, he groans in frustration, asking how he is supposed to rest in peace if Carlyle refuses to settle down before his death. Before speaking his final words, the young man respectfully asks His Majesty to forgive him for what he's about to say. But according to his physician, the only thing wrong with him is that he's in too good health for someone his age, and nothing more. The emperor grows furious, slamming his hand down and shouting for him to stop talking nonsense. At his age, he argues, no one can predict when things will go wrong. He continues, reminding Carlo that his father was both his closest companion and his late sister's husband. That man, still in the prime of his youth, gave up his life to protect him on the battlefield. And now, seeing Carlyle ignore his request so coldly, he feels utterly let down. No matter how great a swordmaster he has become, even surpassing normal human limits, he is still just a man. The emperor recalls how worried Carlyle's father was on his deathbed, saying it broke his heart to leave his son so young and unready. With his last breath, he made the emperor promise to act in his place at Carlyle's wedding. Carlyle lets out a tired sigh, asking for forgiveness as he explains he doesn't have any woman in mind to marry. The emperor nods, admitting that with his charm and position, every noblewoman wants him, but Carlyle always avoids them, and he's had enough. Suddenly, the emperor pounds the table in frustration, yelling that he has been patient long enough and can't tolerate this anymore. Carlyle calmly asks His Majesty to grant him a bit more time, promising that soon he will introduce him to the girl he wants to marry. The emperor gave him a disapproving look, saying he had heard that excuse far too many times, questioning if the duke didn't feel any shame in repeating the same lie again and again. He then pointed at him sternly and declared, as the sovereign of the empire, that he must marry within the year. Carlyle tried to push back, but the emperor remained firm, warning him that if he refused, he would personally arrange a political marriage on his behalf, and told him to remember that well. After the audience ended, Carlyle paused on the palace balcony, trying to collect his thoughts. He was soon approached by Oberit Astin, who commented on the troubled look on his face. Carlyle immediately gave him a courteous bow, but Oberit told him it wasn't necessary. He then asked what his father had told him that day. Carlyle admitted that he had been ordered to marry within the year. Even the prince found it difficult, realizing that his aunt must have already given up persuading him. The duke sighed and acknowledged that he understood marriage was inevitable. The prince reminded him that settling down would be best since the Rowanster bloodline couldn't just end with him, not to mention the situation with his younger sister. And he was already 28. He even suggested Haley, saying she was the most attractive noblewoman in the land. But Carlyle dismissed the idea, saying he didn't care about appearances, which made the prince laugh lightly, pointing out that Haley already behaved like his fiancée, despite having no real connection with him. Still, Carlyle made it clear that marrying her was never an option, but the prince informed him of the potential consequences if he refused to marry her, warning that he might become an enemy of the Carseus family. However, Carlyle turned away, stating bluntly that he didn't care and was leaving. The prince then asked whether he was heading once again to the High Temple. Carlyle turned back, answering yes, saying that it remained the most peaceful place in the world for him. A short time later, upon entering the temple and offering a polite nod to the guards, he suddenly paused, sensing another presence nearby. When his eyes landed on Rebecca, he instantly recognized her as the same striking young woman he had seen once before. Tucked quietly behind the curtain, engrossed in reading a book. 10 years ago, he had been hiding from a group of girls in the garden while they searched restlessly for him everywhere. Taking cover behind a thick tree trunk, the Duke began to wonder how he could escape without being noticed, and after choosing the right moment, he dashed away as swiftly as he could, trying to avoid being seen. When he finally found a hiding spot, he arrived at the castle and stopped in front of a small room, but upon realizing it was merely a storage area, he deemed it safe enough to stay hidden there. It was there that he first encountered her. He was taken aback at the sight of her, unintentionally startling her with his sudden presence. She turned toward him, surprised, and rushed over, asking who he was, suspiciously questioning if he was sent to find her. Confused, he quickly gestured no with his hands, which brought her some relief, and she softly sighed, saying that was good. Carlyle had thought he was the only one clever enough to hide there, only to discover someone else had the same idea. Meanwhile, the girl resumed her reading, deliberately ignoring the young duke she didn't recognize. He, in turn, decided it would be better to leave before she reacted like the others, but then noticed her full attention was on a book, and she seemed to be solving something intently. He was confused by this sight. Why was a girl reading at such a grand event, one that even his younger sister had been thrilled about, spending hours pampering her hair and skin in preparation? Curious, he leaned in to take a look and was shocked to see it was a book on alchemy. She was so engrossed in it that she didn't even notice him nearby. Suddenly, she grew flustered, unable to work out a question. Watching her struggle, he tried to make a few sounds to draw her attention, but she remained completely immersed. After a few failed attempts, he walked over and gently tapped her shoulder. She turned and asked what the issue was. He pointed to the formula, explaining that she had misinterpreted one part of it, which was why she was stuck. The girl took the book from his hands and raised it above his head, startling him. She chuckled, smiling warmly, and thanked him, saying she managed to solve the problem because of his help. He blushed, noticing the pink hue of her cheeks, and stepped back, still gazing at her, thinking how unusual it was that she showed no interest in him. He even wondered whether she knew who he was. Then, his attention was drawn to her red hair and the alchemy book, making him wonder if she belonged to the Oaklean family, known for those exact traits. Thinking she might share his dislike for extravagant parties, he smiled, finding her adorable, and for the first time, he didn't mind that feeling. Back in the present, he hides behind the wall, eyes fixed on her, ears tuned to every word she utters, thinking how little she's changed, even though 10 long years have passed since their last encounter. She sits there, quietly sobbing, lost in sadness over her father's decision. Watching her pain, he frowns, heart heavy with the sight. Unable to bear it any longer, he steps forward silently, placing his handkerchief beside her before slipping away around a nearby corner. Hidden in the shadows, he waits and watches, confirming what he suspected. The girl is truly devastated at the thought of marriage. With that, he turns back toward the palace. As he emerges from the hallway, a striking woman in a royal blue dress stands waiting. She's none other than Adelheid Rowenster, the Duke's mother and the former emperor's younger sister. He bows respectfully, and she eyes him carefully, remarking that he looks far better than she had imagined. Honestly, she'd expected her brother to impose an imperial decree on him without hesitation. The Duke responds with a faint smile, admitting that he actually did, but the calmness in his voice surprises his mother. Despite carrying the weight of that decree, he remains composed. Then, after a pause, he hesitantly asks what she thinks of the Oakland family. Adelheid scratches her neck thoughtfully and replies that they're not so different from their own family. Both lineages go back to Astine's founding. In fact, the very first Oakline was a legendary alchemist. Even more, the former head of their house, Hymus Oakline, had made great contributions to the empire. As her words fade, the Duke's smile deepens, and Adelheid suddenly realizes what he's hinting at. From what she remembers, Hymus had a daughter, and it's clear her son might have feelings for her. Embarrassed, he exhales with a slight blush and brings it up directly. Rebecca Oaklean. He softly tells his mother that he's thinking of sending a marriage proposal for her. The entire family of alchemists gathers in the living room, and the atmosphere turns heavy, signaling that a serious discussion is about to unfold. Just then, Rebecca arrives at the entrance, knocking on the door and asking what's going on, sensing the weight in the air from everyone's expressions. She instantly notices it isn't just William and his wife Judith present. Her father and Locke are there too, intensifying the atmosphere. Without delay, William pulls out an envelope and hands it to her, informing her that someone has sent a marriage proposal. Rebecca accepts the envelope, puzzled by the strange shift in William's demeanor. For someone always eager to marry her off and be rid of her, his current angered expression seems out of place. As she opens it, she silently prays to Artel, already fearing this might be the end of her alchemy journey. But to her shock, her eyes widened. This isn't a random offer. It's a letter from the Duke of Carlisle himself, asking for her hand in marriage. Sometime later, a carriage pulls up to the Duke's castle, and stepping out gracefully in a flowing red dress is none other than Rebecca. looking radiant and refined. Seeing the grandeur of the Duke's estate for the first time, she can't help but be impressed by how vastly different it feels from anything she's known. A well-mannered attendant greets her with a respectful bow, informing her that His Grace awaits her in the parlor and gestures for her to follow. Holding up her elaborate gown delicately, Rebecca enters the castle, nerves getting the best of her. Her body trembles slightly as she walks through the lavish corridors, eyes wide at the stunning interior, overwhelmed by both the setting and the weight of the moment. The heavy dress, something she's unaccustomed to, adds to her unease. At last, she reaches the room. Two attendants open the grand doors, and a smooth, commanding voice welcomes her. It's the Duke, introducing himself as Carlyle. She steps in and bows slightly, returning the greeting, but nerves betray her balance, and she nearly stumbles. Carlyle overlooks her clumsy entrance, calmly inviting her to sit, noting that tea has been arranged and he hopes it suits her taste. She lowers herself onto the plush sofa cautiously, flustered that he hadn't acknowledged her near fall. Struggling to keep her dress in check, she manages to say she enjoys tea. Taking a rigid sip to mask her nervousness, she tries to keep composed while Carlyle gazes at her with a faint smile, casually asking whether his unexpected proposal caught her off guard, only heightening her anxiety further. She clinks her cup softly and responds with a hesitant yes, admitting that his proposal had genuinely caught her off guard. A nervous chuckle escapes her lips as she shyly adds that she doesn't believe someone like her deserves a person of his stature. Her hands tremble slightly as she silently pleads with herself to stay composed, to stop being so anxious. But her tongue refuses to cooperate. Then, unexpectedly, Carlyle lets out a quiet laugh at her words, which only deepens her confusion. Trying to regain control, he quickly apologizes, asking for her forgiveness. Though inwardly amused, he certainly couldn't tell her that she had completely brushed him off during their first meeting just to keep reading a book. Taking a steady breath, Rebecca gathers herself and gently repeats that she doesn't believe she's worthy of such a grand offer. But Carlyle, maintaining his calm demeanor, admits frankly that he actually has no real intention of marrying her. Her breath hitches, and before she can stop herself, she jumps to her feet in sheer shock. Her voice shoots out, asking what kind of purpose his proposal served if he didn't plan to follow through. Her words start pouring out faster now, fueled by all the bottled-up stress. She tells him how the proposal had made her feel overwhelmed, how she'd spent days preparing for this moment, overthinking every possible outcome. In that same breath, memories flash through her mind, Judith's ambitious words echoing, saying that marrying into the royal family would be like striking gold. Her brother hadn't stayed quiet either, insisting she must accept the offer at any cost. Together, the couple had cornered her, even going as far as to say that if she refused, she'd no longer be considered part of the family. The weight of those words crushes her spirit all over again, and her eyes begin to sting with tears. And just as she realizes she's been rambling in front of the Duke himself, she catches him watching her silently, stunned by her outburst. Embarrassed, she sinks back into her seat, trying to collect herself. Carlyle, noticing her distress, gently assures her that she's free to speak her mind openly. He then reveals the real reason behind his proposal. He knew she, just like him, had been forced into this situation. Startled, Rebecca turns toward him, asking what exactly he means. Carlyle leans forward slightly and asks if it's true that her family has been pressuring her into marriage. Rebecca blinks, the pieces falling into place as he hints that he's in the same situation. Curious, she edges closer and softly asks if it's his mother who's been pushing him. A faint flush crosses his face as he replies, somewhat embarrassed, that in his case, the one causing trouble is none other than the former emperor. She eases back into her seat, absorbing the weight of that revelation as he calmly explains his predicament. He has no desire to marry anytime soon, but unfortunately, he's up against one of the most powerful figures in the entire empire. Hearing this, Rebecca's expression softens. At least in her case, it's just her family, not someone with imperial power. That must be far more suffocating. Carlyle notices her concern and smiles gently, admitting he had a feeling she would understand. He goes on to share that when he received the emperor's command to marry, he was overwhelmed and ended up going to the Temple of Artel in search of clarity. Rebecca suddenly connects the dots, eyes widening as she gasps, asking if he overheard everything that day. The Duke nods, confessing without shame that yes, he had been there, and that's how he learned about her situation. Her thoughts spin as she realizes, was he the one who left the handkerchief? Carlyle lets out a soft laugh and confirms it was him. Then, with a casual tone, he adds that the reason she hadn't sensed him was because he's a swordmaster, someone who can control his presence at will. Hoping to clear the air, he emphasizes that he never intended to spy. He just happened to be there and believed their meeting might have been fate, perhaps even part of Artel's design. Rebecca, still stunned by all these revelations, barely has time to react before he suddenly presents a proposal, not for marriage, but for a temporary engagement. The idea leaves her completely flabbergasted, unsure of how to respond. Rebecca stands frozen, momentarily stunned by the unexpected proposal. Just to be sure she heard him correctly, she cautiously asks if he truly meant what he said. Carlyle nods, calmly affirming that he's serious. Her thoughts spiral, trying to process the idea of a contract engagement, wondering if the Duke intends for her to play the role of his fiancée in public. Breaking the silence, Carlyle explains that engagements typically span from 3 months to 2 years, so he's proposing a 2-year arrangement. Still uncertain, she asks if his goal is to avoid the mounting pressure by fabricating a relationship. He confirms her guess, admitting it's a strategy to ease the expectations for now. But to Rebecca, this arrangement sounds flawed. After all, if they publicly announce their engagement and end it after 2 years, won't that simply restart the pressure all over again? Wouldn't this just delay the same outcome? Carlyle listens carefully and acknowledges her concern, admitting that she has a valid point, but he counters that no one can predict what might change within 2 years. Rebecca, still trying to wrap her head around it, confesses that while it's unclear to her, she's trying to follow along. Carlyle reminds her that just minutes ago, he mentioned how the former emperor is forcing his hand. However, in 2 years, that will no longer be an issue, because the former emperor's influence will officially end. Her eyes widen as the realization dawns on her. He must be referring to the imperial tradition of hatching. Carlyle confirms her thought with a nod. He goes on to explain that this unique custom belongs solely to Astein's royal lineage. The empire's first sovereign was born of the mighty dragon Artel, and when her son ascended the throne, she was filled with worry. To watch over him and his heirs, she remained in the imperial capital, and to this day, she still stands as the protector of the empire. To honor her enduring love and vigilance, the imperial family established the hatching tradition, granting the abdicated emperor a temporary period of power to guide the new ruler. Under this custom, the former emperor retains a portion of his authority, and that makes his commands impossible to reject. But in Carlyle's case, that rule will expire in 2 years. When that time comes, the former emperor will relinquish all remaining power and retire to the former empress's estate in the southern provinces. Despite this, Rebecca remains unsure. Her brows furrow as she wonders aloud. When that happens, won't the newly crowned emperor simply resume the pressure to have him marry? Isn't that the same dilemma under a different name? Carlyle lets out a low chuckle, calmly explaining that the new emperor won't dare pressure him. No one would risk souring relations with a swordmaster over something as trivial as marriage. That's why, if they agree to move forward with the contract engagement, Rebecca would stay at his estate under the official guise of receiving bridal training. Rebecca jolts in surprise, nearly leaping to her feet as she asks if he really intends for her to live there with him. He assures her that his entire family will be notified about the engagement arrangement, so there's no need to worry. Officially, yes, she would be under his mother's guidance for bridal lessons, but in truth, she'll be free to use her time however she pleases. More than that, he promises to convert one of the annex buildings into a fully equipped private workshop for her, so she can continue her alchemy research. Rebecca's eyes widened in disbelief, stunned by the unexpected offer. A personal workshop, all to herself. It's far more than she'd ever hoped for, and her mind spins at the thought. Carlyle continues, stating that once their 2-year contract concludes, their engagement will be annulled without fuss. But beyond that, he also intends to provide for her long term. She gasps, asking what exactly he means. He replies that first and foremost, he'll prepare a proper residence for her, wherever she chooses to live, whether in the imperial capital or elsewhere, and he'll ensure she has every tool, material, and facility she needs to keep researching as an alchemist. The generous promise makes her stammer, still trying to process it all. Carlyle adds that he'll also guarantee her financial security for life. She stares at him, completely dumbfounded. As if that weren't enough, he casually offers to invest in a large-scale workshop for her if she ever wants to expand. That's when Rebecca raises a hand, pleading with him to stop for a moment. She admits it's all too overwhelming. She even confesses that she isn't capable of crafting high-value items like weapons. Carlyle responds with a soft smile, reassuring her that it doesn't matter. His family's wealth is more than sufficient, and he's personally more than willing to support her dreams. Rebecca's expression softens, her heart touched. She gazes at him with sparkling eyes, quietly remarking that he must really despise the idea of marriage. Carlyle exhales, confirming everything he's offered will be clearly written into their contract. None of it will change or be withdrawn. Amused and slightly flustered, Rebecca admits that she believes in him, but her expression shifts as she says she'll need some time to properly understand everything. Without missing a beat, Carlyle tells her to take all the time she needs, and once she's made her decision, she's welcome to return. After all, his letter of proposal has already bought them both a bit of breathing room. She quietly thanks him, and Carlyle responds with a warm smile, watching her with a gentle gaze. After their conversation ends, Rebecca returns home, and the moment she steps inside, her parents rush toward her. Judith, clearly agitated, demands to know what she and the Duke discussed, insisting that the marriage must be confirmed already. Rebecca ignores them, sprinting past and heading straight for her room, calling out that she'll explain everything tomorrow. Her parents yell after her, demanding answers immediately, but she doesn't stop. She bounds up the stairs, enters her room, and slams the door shut behind her. A few seconds later, there's a knock on the door. Already exhausted, she doesn't respond, but her father opens it anyway, stepping inside and calling her name softly. He gently pats her shoulder, saying that he understands. Locke had been incredibly worried about her too. He adds that her decision must be weighing heavily on her heart, especially since she ran straight to her room rather than going to her workshop, which he finds a little concerning. Rebecca turns toward him and says his name, but before she can get another word out, Hymes remarks that the Duke seems like an admirable man, doesn't he? She replies that he's far too noble for someone like her. Hymes continues, explaining that becoming a duchess will bring its own challenges and responsibilities, but it will also offer great privileges. In truth, there's hardly a better family in the Empire to marry into than the Rowensters. Relations between their houses have always been harmonious. Rebecca sits in silence, troubled by the thought that she's not truly getting married at all. It's just a contract, a well-orchestrated lie to mislead both her family and the entire empire of Astine. Hymes then shares a quiet moment from the night before, telling her that he had dreamt of her mother. In his dream, Cordelia asked him if their daughter was happy with the life he'd prepared for her, but he woke up before he could answer. The mention of her mother's name brings a wave of sadness to Rebecca's face. Her father continues, saying that Cordelia had endured many difficulties as a noble without an official title. So the next time she visits him in his dreams, he wants to tell her, with confidence, that their daughter is becoming a duchess. He believes she would be overjoyed by the news. With those words, he turns toward the door, opens it slowly, and tells her to get some rest, then firmly shuts it behind him, his silence a quiet warning. Rebecca stares at the door, completely stunned, unsure of what to do next. Eventually, she steps out of her room, thinking that the best way to clear her mind is to lose herself in alchemy. But the moment she enters the workshop, two young men call her name in shock, their hands trembling. Confused, she asks if something's wrong. They glance at each other nervously, and just as she follows their gaze, she gasps, realizing something's very wrong. Her thoughts race as she wonders what in the world is happening here. Suddenly, Rebecca rushes into the workshop, a sense of dread flooding her as her eyes scan the room. Her entire work table, along with everything that once sat on it, is gone. Panic grips her chest as she turns sharply toward the students present, her voice rising in urgency as she demands to know where her materials are. The students exchange nervous glances, unable to form a coherent response. After a tense silence, one of them finally steps forward and hesitantly confesses. The day before, the head of the house had instructed them to remove all of her belongings, claiming they were no longer necessary since she was getting married. Rebecca reels in shock, the words cutting deep. Her breath shortens, and her voice cracks as she asks about the research data she had spent years collecting. Her heart sinks as she hears the final blow. Everything was already discarded. Her body begins to tremble, fury overtaking her reason. She clenches her fists and whispers her brother's name through gritted teeth. But in the next breath, rage surges through her, and she screams his name at the top of her lungs, her voice echoing through the halls with uncontrollable fury. Meanwhile, William sits alone in his study, quietly gazing at the letter in his hand, his expression calm and contemplative. He never imagined his sister would one day become a duchess. But this turn of events, he thinks, is an incredible opportunity not just for her, but for the entire Oaklean family. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted when the door bursts open with a loud bang. Rebecca storms in, shouting his name, her footsteps heavy with fury as she marches straight toward him. Her voice shakes with emotion as she demands an explanation. Why did he have her desk removed from the workshop? And what happened to all her research and inventions? She slams her hands on his table, shouting even louder, demanding to know where he threw everything. William stares at her in disbelief, shocked by her sudden outburst. He snaps back, asking what the hell she thinks she's doing, barging into his study like this. Rebecca fires back instantly. That's exactly what she wants to ask him. She straightens, eyes blazing, but William's temper flares. He slams the table with his fist, telling her that there's a limit to how much of her arrogance he's willing to tolerate. She knows exactly what he's implying, that now, as the new head of the Oaklean family, he expects deference and obedience. But she refuses to back down, still demanding to know what gave him the right to strip her workspace. Outside the study, the maids begin whispering, nervously peeking at the escalating confrontation. William catches their glances, his pride stung. How dare his younger sister humiliate him in front of the staff? His voice rises once more as he slams the table again, shouting at her. How did their father even raise someone like her? Where did she get the audacity to yell at her own brother? And what, exactly, is her problem? William's voice grows colder as he leans forward, glaring at her. He tells her bluntly that since she's about to be married, it's time she gave up on her childish fantasies. The words hit Rebecca like a slap. Her breath catches, stunned by the sheer dismissiveness in his tone. But William isn't finished. His voice sharpens as he scoffs, asking what she ever expected, that she could seriously become an alchemist? He raises his voice, shouting that everything she's ever created is nothing but useless garbage, nothing of value, nothing worth keeping. William adds sharply that the only reason she ever had her little desk in the workshop was because of their father. Rebecca clenches her fists, holding back for a moment, before shouting that it had nothing to do with their father. She passed the test like everyone else. But her brother remains unmoved, his tone as cold as stone, telling her again that she has no talent, that she's never created anything of value, and that no one would ever call her an alchemist. After their heated argument stretches on, Rebecca lowers her voice and asks him directly, what has he done? What has he created, since he's so eager to judge her? Then she yells back, saying he only passed the exam and got the family seat because he was their father's son. William's face twitches with anger, and he snaps back that she shouldn't dare lump him in with someone like her. At least he knows what really matters, while everything she's ever done has just been pointless, childish experiments. Rebecca smirks coldly, asking him what exactly he expects her to create then. Or would he only acknowledge her as a true alchemist if she managed to make the Philosopher's Stone, the very thing only the legendary Oaklean once created? William glares back, telling her he's not some fool chasing fantasies or trying to decipher ancient riddles left behind by their ancestors. He says he aims for real, tangible success, just like their father did. Rebecca narrows her eyes and asks if by that he means developing weapons, then challenges him. Has he even succeeded at anything he set out to do? Because from what she sees, he's failed every time. William growls, demanding how she would know anything about it, only to hear her answer without hesitation that he's burned through the family's wealth and still has the audacity to criticize her, calling her an alchemist like it's an insult. Without another word, she turns away, ready to leave. He shouts her name behind her, but she doesn't stop, walking off with a final remark, thanking him for making it clear that there's nothing left to think about. He looks at her, confused by her sudden resolve, only to hear her declare that she's going to get engaged to Duke Rowanster, because for the first time, she has a feeling she won't regret anything she does from now on. With pride burning in her voice, she slams the door behind her. William stares at the door, stunned by her behavior, wondering if she truly plans to abandon the family after getting married. But then he scoffs to himself. It's fine, he thinks, because once she's married off, she won't be able to live as an alchemist, no matter how much she tries. After storming out of her brother's study, Rebecca rushes to her father. Hymes, flipping through a book, looks up in confusion, asking her what's wrong. Without a word, she throws her arms around him, calling her brother a bastard. Her father gently reminds her that he's still her brother and she shouldn't say such things, but she brushes it off, telling him she's furious because William not only got rid of her desk in the workshop, but also discarded all her collected data and creations too. Hymus hugs her back, calling her his dear daughter, and softly asks if she wasn't going to stop working as an alchemist after her marriage. So what's there to be upset about? His words hit her like a wave, and she pulls away, asking sharply what he means by that. Her father leans closer, saying gently that since she's getting married, her data and creations no longer serve any purpose. He coughs and adds that while he's not pleased with William acting without her permission, the reality is she won't be needing those things anymore. Rebecca steps back in shock, trying to say something, but her father cuts in mid-sentence, suggesting that now would be a good time to focus entirely on her engagement and bridal lessons. Every time she tries to speak, his coughing interrupts her again. Suddenly, her voice rises. She asks him if she weren't his daughter, if she weren't part of their family, would she have ever been allowed into the workshop in the first place? He tries to respond, but a harsh cough chokes his words. She rushes to his side, alarmed, and as he continues coughing, gripping her hand. He begs her not to be angry, saying it doesn't matter whether she's an alchemist or not, because no matter what, she will always be his precious daughter. Rebecca stares at him, worried by his worsening cough, yet her mind is spinning. She wonders if there was ever a moment when her father truly acknowledged her as an alchemist. She realizes that not a single member of her family, not even those around her, had ever seen her that way. And so in that moment, she makes her decision. She will go through with the contract engagement. And she swears to herself that she will prove to her family and to the world that she is a true alchemist. To do that, she must accept the engagement with Duke Rowanster. The next day, as the Duke is occupied with his work, the butler knocks on his door, informing him about the arrival of Rebecca Oaklean. He feels puzzled, as it's unusually early for someone to visit at this hour. He hurries outside, thinking it's earlier than he realized. Meanwhile, the maids of the castle are busy gossiping about his engagement to Rebecca, unsure how their lord agreed to marry when he used to despise women so much. On the other side, Rebecca waits for him when, all of a sudden, he enters the room with a cheerful expression and bows to her politely. As he takes a seat, she apologizes for showing up so early, while he replies that it's fine, further asking if anything is troubling her. Abruptly, her expression shifts, and she replies that it's nothing serious, just that she couldn't sleep well last night. He then inquires whether she ate something, but she tells him she didn't, since she didn't feel like eating. He calls his butler, telling him that he also skipped breakfast, so maybe she could join him or ask the butler to arrange breakfast for both. He then questions her if she brings good news. She, with a serious tone, tells him yes, because she has decided to accept his proposal regarding the contract engagement. He is stunned by her sudden agreement, trying to understand the reason behind it, since from his perspective, she seemed rather reluctant the last time, and he assumed it would take her longer to make a choice. She grows uneasy, attempting to come up with an excuse when the maid enters with their breakfast. He rises to serve her, and she feels entertained by his action. The table is set with multiple tempting dishes, and in an instant, Rebecca starts enjoying them. He watches her with a contented smile. The butler, standing nearby, fails to grasp the Duke's behavior, since he had already eaten a while ago. During breakfast, Carlyle also reassures her that as long as they're bound by the contract, he will treat her as one of his own people, because even though it's a sham engagement, he vows to show her nothing but absolute respect. Rebecca thanks him and vows to treat him the same. She tells him that she still isn't certain about their relationship and doesn't know how much she should trust him, adding that she's speaking about her personal situation. He assures her to feel comfortable around him, saying he wouldn't mind even if she cursed at him. She suddenly rises in frustration, declaring that she would never use such words towards him, as she wouldn't dare to utter anything so improper in front of someone so high-ranking. He chuckles, telling her she's being overly formal and suggesting they should call each other by their first names. Gesturing for her to sit, she takes her seat as he mentions that he believes they share the same mindset, since both prefer to distance themselves from high society and choose to focus on other priorities. She doesn't dwell on it for long and even feels content accepting such an idea. Carlyle then asks her again what it was that led her to make such a quick decision about her future. Noticing that the mood isn't tense, she decides to open up and share something personal that had happened to her. Listening attentively, Carlyle learns everything about her life and the reason that pushed her into making such a choice. The quiet air fills the room before he gently asks if that's all. She continues, revealing that ever since childhood, her dream had been to become an alchemist. After following her father into his workshop for the first time, she couldn't imagine herself being anything else. While the other young women in the castle took etiquette lessons and learned how to arrange flowers and sew, she stayed beside her father, practicing alchemy. At the age of 15, she took the exam like everyone else and received the highest score, earning her a small desk in the workshop. She believed it was a reward given to the top scorer, and she thought everyone in the workshop was like family, people who acknowledged her as a true alchemist. But all of it turned out to be a false hope. She discovered only yesterday that none of them ever saw her as a real alchemist. And now she fears he might be one of them, wondering if he too sees her as just a pretty face. He tells her that isn't true because he believes she's the most devoted and diligent alchemist he knows. But how could he be so certain? She's caught off guard by his response as he explains that just looking at her hands convinces him, hands that reveal how hardworking she truly is. He even knows small details about them, like the tiny scar on her index finger that looks like it came from a minor knife cut. She glances down, amused, realizing he's absolutely right. He further mentions the faint burn scar beside it and a rather deep wound on her thumb, and above all, she has developed numerous calluses. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she asked him how he had managed to notice such details. Feeling proud, he tells her it's simple. He's a SwordMaster, so he can temporarily enhance his vision. She chuckles in embarrassment, knowing anyone would struggle to believe those are the hands of a noblewoman, especially since her sister-in-law has scolded her for them countless times. Carlyle doesn't understand why she should be reprimanded for such a thing. As to him, it's proof of her dedication, words that move Rebecca deeply. She can't even hold back her emotions and starts to apologize while tears well up in her eyes. He sees her wiping them with her bare hand and offers her a handkerchief. Tilting toward her, he gently asks if she'll accept his second handkerchief. She accepts it, touched by the gesture, and thanks him sincerely. She speaks, saying his words have strengthened her resolve, and she will do everything within her power to make her family recognize her as an alchemist. Looking at her determined expression, Carlyle pulls out the agreement and hands it over to her. She receives it, becoming fully immersed in its content. He watches her, wondering how anyone could ever call her dream foolish when she's working so tirelessly to achieve it. Carlyle decides to share that, when he first picked up a sword, his instructor told him he had never seen a worse stance in his entire life. Rebecca looks confused, asking if it's true, since he's now the greatest swordsman in the whole empire, making it hard for her to believe right away. He tells her it's true, and the reason he earned the title of the greatest swordsman is because he worked hard and never gave up in his pursuit. He believes that those who give their all for what they love and don't allow themselves to be dragged down by criticism, mockery, or excuses are, in his eyes, the ones who always succeed, his words making her cheeks turn red. He then adds that for this very reason, he believes the day will come when her dedication is recognized too. She laughs softly, thanking him for his encouraging words, and by the end of their meeting, she finally signs the agreement. After finishing his meeting with Rebecca, the Duke sits in the room with his entire family. His sister Charlotte, a lovely young woman with pink hair, is surprised at his decision for a contract marriage with Rebecca. The Duke's mother lets out an exasperated sigh, telling her daughter that she heard correctly what her brother said, as even she is baffled about who her son takes after to make such a reckless choice. Charlotte glances at her mother, thinking her brother is just like her. The mother adds that she's certain her brother, the former emperor, already knows everything about this scheme. But Charlotte is more concerned about Rebecca and tells her mother that she's worried, as the lady won't gain anything from it. She adds that if Rebecca's engagement is broken off after 2 years, the other nobles will surely avoid marrying her, asking her mother if she also realizes this, because in that case, it would be impossible for her to ever marry anyone else. The Duchess agrees with her reasoning, then asks her son if he, too, believes it's such a damaging offer for a noblewoman. Charlotte supports her mother's view and suggests her brother find another way so that Rebecca doesn't have to suffer. But as he silently listens without responding, she grows irritated and urges him to participate in the discussion. He exhales quietly and tells both of them that he's already signed the contract. They both freeze in shock, asking if he really signed it with that lady. Charlotte immediately brings up Rebecca's nickname, the Oddball Lady, which even leaves Carlyle startled. She explains that it's the title society has given her, and regardless of who she is, she's still Rebecca, of all people. So how could anyone agree to something so outrageous? Thinking he might have misunderstood the situation, he rises from his seat and tells Charlotte she'll understand once she meets the lady in person. At the same moment, the mother continues believing that Rebecca must be extremely patient not to have slapped him, considering they didn't see any bruises on his face. Charlotte jumps up, agreeing with her mother, saying she also believes her brother deserves to be slapped. But suddenly, her thoughts shift in a different direction, making her wonder if maybe it's the lady who's actually deceiving her brother. So she starts presenting proof that it might be true that the lady is deceiving him, asking him to recall the time when several women entered his room disguised as maids, and even the one who threatened to take her own life if he refused to marry her. She also reminds him of the married woman who acted like they were already lovers, and the one who jumped on him completely unclothed, worried about what would happen if Rebecca turns out to be just like them. Frustrated by his sister's doubts, he gets up to leave while she continues questioning what he'll do if she's right and Rebecca isn't truly a good person. He tells her not to overthink it and says he'll invite Rebecca to meet them in a few days and will officially introduce her to both of them. His sister, still confused, calls after him, but he keeps walking, thinking to himself that Rebecca isn't like that. In fact, he's genuinely thankful that she hasn't changed at all since the last time he saw her years ago, still the same gentle woman, not chasing after him like the others. After his firm decision, the news of his engagement spread across the entire continent, causing an uproar among the women. They don't hesitate to show their outrage, upset that now only one woman will have him. But more than anything, they're panicked and furious, wondering just who in the world this Lady Rebecca even is, as none of them know her. When suddenly most of them realize that she is the girl known by the title of the Oddball Lady, branding her as the eccentric who doesn't even know how to wear proper dresses. She never bothers to keep up with fashion trends and was even scolded for secretly reading a thick book at a party. One lady in a blue gown remarks that she's certain both families have already made official announcements. The others are stunned, unable to believe that even the Lady of House Carcius didn't, but Oakline did. They grow even more anxious about Haley, who was madly in love with the Duke and had even resolved to marry him. They are deeply upset over the news of the Duke's engagement, and they can't imagine what Haley must be going through. She must be mortified, especially since they heard she turned down all tea party invitations, claiming she was sick. The ladies agree, noting how she declined nearly all of their meeting proposals. They wonder whether she's genuinely ill or simply making excuses to avoid facing humiliation. After all, if they were in her place, they'd be hiding their faces in shame too. Meanwhile, Haley sits silently in her room, gazing out the window, when her father enters after knocking, asking what's wrong since she hasn't left her room in days. He's concerned, especially when she doesn't even turn to face him. She then asks her father if he's heard the news that the Duke is going to marry Lady Rebecca, and not her, as he chose to wed the oddball of high society, of all possible women. She says it's utterly humiliating for her. Her father gently calls her name, but suddenly her hands tremble, and she clutches her dress in fury before turning around. She tells him Lady Rebecca stole her love from her. Her father tries to soothe her, suggesting it might be under imperial orders, but Lady Haley still doesn't understand why they didn't choose her instead of Rebecca. He tries to explain that it could be part of Carlisle's plan. Clearly, he's trying to buy time until the hatchling custom period ends. She stomps toward him, tears falling down her cheeks, yelling that she simply cannot accept it, and asks if he even realizes how much of a laughingstock she has become. He tries to calm her again, saying he's already spoken to Adelheid multiple times, but she insists on leaving the decision entirely to her son, so there's nothing more he can do. Haley, overwhelmed with anger, even calls the Duchess an old vixen, adding that she should remember who protected Charlotte's reputation in high society. She demands that her father break off the engagement no matter what, but he refuses, saying it's beyond his authority. He reminds her that the Oakline family has been on good terms with theirs for generations and has offered them great support. She screams that they're just the house of a measly count. But her father disagrees, stating she can't compare them with other houses of the same rank and that it wouldn't be strange if they were elevated to the status of Marquise or even Duke at any moment. He further mentions that they are the family responsible for producing all the Empire's weapons. They also refine and repair each one. But Haley still dismisses them, telling her father to stop, insisting that they are nothing without the Carcius certification. Her father continues trying to convince her that the Oakline family holds just as much influence within the Empire as their family. She yells at him, saying they can't act so recklessly, asking if he's truly telling her she has no option but to stand by and watch that woman take her beloved away. Her father is completely baffled, unable to grasp why she's so fixated on him. He tells her that if she truly desires it, he can even arrange for her to become a queen of a kingdom. But she screams that she only wants Carlisle, no one else, because he's the only one capable of protecting her, and if she's to live her life in peace, she needs him. Her father remains confused, asking why she still hasn't let go of the past. Haley blames him for everything, declaring that it's all his fault. She adds that if he genuinely feels sorry for her, he must do whatever it takes to bring Carlisle back to her. She goes further, warning him that if she has to take matters into her own hands, she truly doesn't know what she might end up doing. She turns back toward the window, staring at the falling rain, grinding her teeth in frustration. In her thoughts, she rages, wondering how Rebecca even dared to try and steal the Duke from her, screaming Rebecca's name again and again in anger. Just as planned, the next day Rebecca arrives at the castle, maintaining a composed posture despite the tension clouding her face. Dressed in a vibrant gown, she walks past the gates and bows respectfully before the Duchess and Charlotte. Both mother and daughter greet her warmly, assuring her there's no need to worry. Charlotte explains that they simply wished to see her face at least once before the engagement ceremony and hoped to know her better. Then, unexpectedly, the Duchess mentions that Rebecca deserves an apology. The statement leaves Rebecca puzzled. Continuing, the Duchess admits that Rebecca herself had pushed for the contract engagement, even though such an arrangement would be considered damaging to any noble lady's reputation. She apologizes on behalf of her son. Rebecca stands frozen, unable to grasp how the deal is considered detrimental to her, leaving both women before her equally puzzled by her confusion. Rebecca scratches her head in confusion, unable to grasp why it is considered a bad thing, which leaves her future mother-in-law surprised. She gently tells her not to defend her son this way, but Rebecca still appears puzzled, since in her view, she is not defending him. She lets out a soft laugh and smiles, admitting that she must be misunderstanding something, then apologizes if she has done anything improper. Both ladies smile warmly and assure her there is no need to apologize, while the Duchess kindly asks if she is truly confident about entering the contract engagement. Rebecca fidgets slightly, explaining that she needs the arrangement just as much as the Duke does, then turns to ask both women whether they feel comfortable with the decision as well. The two women exchange a long look, and after sharing the silent glance, they turn back toward her and explain that they have no objection as long as both she and Carlyle feel certain and content. The same applies to Charlotte. Suddenly, Charlotte moves forward and quickly takes Rebecca's hands in her own, urging her to speak casually as she genuinely does not mind. She then excitedly adds that she heard from her brother that Rebecca hopes to continue working on alchemy. Feeling shy, Rebecca tilts her head slightly and politely asks if the noble women are truly all right with that. Charlotte, still thrilled, tells her it sounds fascinating and she would love to see some of her creations. She also mentions that she recently began reading a book about a magical lighthouse. Growing intrigued, Rebecca asks if she means the Manhwa Magic Lighthouse. Both ladies laugh softly, their smiles brightening as they realize they share the same interest. Just then, Carlyle quietly steps forward from behind, choosing not to greet his relatives. He approaches Rebecca and bows to her with respect. All of them gather on the balcony, and after enjoying an elegant and generous family dinner, it becomes time for Rebecca to take her leave. She offers a deep bow to the Duke's family while the women wave joyfully in return, and Lady Rebecca departs in her carriage. The noble women begin discussing their thoughts about her. Charlotte says she truly likes Rebecca, finding her entirely different from others and remarkably easy to understand. The Duchess agrees, saying Rebecca is polite, although she lacks understanding of aristocratic etiquette. Charlotte replies that she does not mind since she feels free to be herself around her and asks her mother's opinion. The Duchess pauses thoughtfully, then admits Rebecca may indeed be an unusual girl, but she has genuinely taken a liking to her. While Charlotte remains puzzled about Rebecca's outfit, finding it a bit unusual, the Duchess lets out a soft chuckle, having also noticed it. She advises her daughter to assist Rebecca in selecting a proper dress for the engagement ceremony, while Carlyle silently stands nearby, watching Rebecca's carriage as it rolls away. A few days later, on the day of the engagement ceremony, Rebecca steps through the castle entrance, observing the busy movements of workers preparing for the event. As she walks further, she is taken aback by the grand setting. Everything around her serves as proof that she is truly getting married. Her eyes drift toward the guests, amazed at the elegance of it all. Of course, it has to be this extravagant. It's a Rowanster family occasion, and they have taken responsibility for organizing it. A quiet sadness seeps into her heart as she remembers how her own brother and sister-in-law were thrilled by the arrangement, mostly because it meant they wouldn't have to spend anything on her. Her sister-in-law, in particular, was happier to spend money on new clothes for herself. Rebecca wonders if all this would reflect well on her family's name. In the middle of the chaos, Charlotte catches sight of Rebecca in a radiant gown and is instantly filled with excitement. She calls out to her, and Rebecca responds with a gentle smile. Charlotte steps closer, closely inspecting her appearance, noticing that Rebecca is completely dressed up, making Rebecca blush from the compliment. She shyly explains that it was her sister-in-law who insisted she wear this. Charlotte studies her more carefully, acknowledging that the sister-in-law truly put in effort, but insists that she can make her look even better. Without hesitation, she grabs Rebecca's hand and pulls her toward her room. Meanwhile, Carlyle is in his chamber, dressed in a deep blue suit, looking every bit like a prince. Although he feels uncomfortable in his tight collar, he knows he has no choice but to endure it. The butler enters and announces Lady Rebecca's arrival. As he waits for her, Rebecca descends the staircase, wearing shoes as clear as crystal. In that moment, she resembles a vision, none other than a real-life Cinderella. Charlotte's handiwork is unmistakable, and she sparkles with elegance. Carlyle is so stunned that he cannot take his eyes off her. He softly calls her name, trying to confirm whether it is truly her. She smiles back, gently saying his name in return. He steps closer, clearly shocked, and admits he almost didn't recognize her. She looks like a completely different person. Rebecca laughs, taking his words as a compliment. While they continue chatting, Charlotte watches them from behind, seething with frustration. Suddenly, the Duke bows to Rebecca and apologizes for his earlier bluntness, adding that he has no words to describe her beauty. She explains that it was his sister who styled her, admitting even she was surprised when she saw herself in the mirror. Charlotte truly has remarkable skill, and for the first time, Rebecca feels like she has seen her mother's image in herself. Remembering her, she wonders if her mother would have supported her in making this decision. The Duke suddenly takes Rebecca's hand and kisses it, leaving her stunned, her eyes widening in surprise. Charlotte shudders at the sight, feeling uneasy. She is completely shocked to see her brother kiss Lady Rebecca, her thoughts spiraling in disbelief. Carlyle himself is taken aback by his own action, questioning what he just did, unsure if he has overstepped the boundary. For Rebecca, however, the moment doesn't come as such a shock. Knowing the Duke's reputation among women, she assumes such gestures must be a common habit for him. She clears her throat and tells him that they should head out now, as everyone must be waiting for them. He quickly regains composure, clears his throat with a firm cough, and asks if they should go. After that, she steadies herself, gently placing her hand on his shoulder. Together, side by side, their hands clasped, they walked through the door and stepped outside. Rebecca's father is also among the guests, glancing around at his surroundings. He realizes that there's nothing to worry about and feels no disappointment over the Rowanster family's decision to keep the gathering small, as the celebration still appears truly magnificent. Observing the young couple, Master Himes turns to his son and remarks that the Rowanster household has clearly invested great effort into this ceremony. Locke, standing beside him, asks if Himes was also told that the wedding itself would be even more splendid. Meanwhile, the officiant takes the stage and draws everyone's attention. Addressing the couple, he announces that it is now time for the engagement ceremony to begin, and he proceeds to recite the vows. Among the crowd, one lady in a brown dress watches with envy, convinced that Rebecca's outfit must have cost an entire fortune. Elsewhere, Rebecca's father engages in conversation with the Duchess, expressing his hope that she will look after his daughter from now on. The Duchess lets out a gentle laugh, assuring him that she absolutely will, as he has entrusted his precious daughter to them. Naturally, they will ensure she feels completely at ease in their care. Deep inside, she senses a pang of guilt, understanding that her son's behavior has placed her in this situation, and she has no choice but to accept it. As the engagement concludes, children gather to toss petals over the newly joined couple, joyfully celebrating their bond. Just then, Locke steps forward, calling out to Rebecca. He congratulates her on the engagement and apologizes for what occurred at the workshop. Rebecca turns back to face him, her cheeks flushing with irritation. She stares at him silently, wondering if he truly means his apology, because from her side, she has no intention of feeling sorry for him either. Thinking about the past, he handed her something inside a box, telling her that it was a secret from William and asking if she understood. She looked at it, overwhelmed, saying she couldn't hold back as tears began to well in her eyes. He further explained that these were her documents and creations, which he had hidden away in secret. He had wanted to return them to her much earlier. She was overjoyed and immediately rushed forward to thank him. Looking downward, he felt a hint of sorrow and apologized for his past actions, for being such a terrible older brother who couldn't even stop William from causing her pain. Rebecca spoke up, asking what he meant by that, because to her, he was the best big brother anyone could ever ask for. Locke gently patted her shoulder and pulled her a little closer, telling her to always remember that he had always seen her as an incredible alchemist and asked her never to give up. She was deeply touched by his gesture and expressed her gratitude for his unwavering support. Back in the present, a woman in brown appears before Rebecca. She lets out a low, knowing chuckle and asks if Rebecca realizes that everything she's experiencing now is thanks to her, and insists she never forget it. Hymus soon arrives, offering his congratulations to his daughter, and Rebecca graciously thanks him for the kind gesture. Hymus then lowers his head to his son-in-law, requesting that he care for his daughter sincerely. The Duke returns the gesture with respect, assuring him that he absolutely will. As the couple strolls through the crowd, the Duke leans close to Rebecca's ear and murmurs that he forgot to say something earlier amidst the chaos. Rebecca turns toward him, puzzled, and quietly asks what he meant. He explains that the annex has finally been completely renovated into her personal workshop. Her eyes sparkle with excitement at the thought. He assures her that it now belongs to her, and as they gaze into each other's eyes, a soft glow of mutual joy lingers between them. He goes on to vow that she will never regret entering into this engagement. Rebecca stares at him, her eyes wide with astonishment. Later that night, dressed in her nightgown, Rebecca paces back and forth in her room, clearly anxious, disrupting her maid in the process. Rosaline, a refined and composed maid, gently comments that if she keeps pacing like that, cleaning becomes difficult with all the dust stirred up. Rebecca remains absorbed in her thoughts, casting glances toward the door, softly remarking that he's running late. Still, she's certain he'll arrive soon. After all, he has numerous responsibilities to manage. Rosaline's expression lights up as she glances around, remarking that everything truly feels different now that they reside in the Duke's estate. Rebecca furrows her brow, asking what she means by that. Radiating enthusiasm, Rosaline gestures toward the dressing chamber, pointing out that it's filled with the finest products imaginable. She adds that the rumors were true. The Rowenster estate is every bit as grand as the Imperial Palace. Rebecca asks if she's truly certain. At that moment, a knock sounds at the door, and the Duke slowly opens it, peering inside. Rebecca's face brightens with excitement, and she leaps toward him, greeting him joyfully. He crouches slightly to meet her eye level and gently asks if she likes her room. She beams, replying that she loves it, her eyes gleaming as she meets his gaze. He smiles, cheeks tinged pink, as he realizes that whenever he's near her, he finds himself smiling, something he hadn't experienced before. With a deep breath, he composes himself and tells her he's kept her waiting long enough. It's time for them to head out. She's thrilled to hear it. It's what she's been waiting for all evening. As they walk together, Carlyle shares that he transformed an annex not far from the manor into her workshop. Though modest in size, he believes it will more than meet her needs. Suddenly, Rebecca halts, sensing something strange. She asks him to pause as she looks ahead at a breathtaking building. Confused, she inquires if that's the workshop. Swallowing hard, she listens as he confirms that it was originally the annex, but judging by the grandeur, it now resembles a small mansion. He agrees and adds that he left the exterior untouched. As he opens the door, Rebecca wonders if he only renovated one of the rooms. But stepping inside, her eyes widen in awe. The entire mansion is filled with her tools and alchemy instruments, every surface gleaming. She steps further, jaw dropped, before spinning around to face him, shouting in disbelief, asking if the entire place is truly hers. He confirms that it is. She still can't believe it. Such a magnificent and spacious laboratory, entirely her own. When he asks if she likes it, she responds with overwhelming delight, claiming that if this workshop were shown to every alchemist in the world, none would be able to find fault with it. Her excitement bursts as she explores every corner. Carlyle tells her that he ensured only the most modern and top-tier equipment was installed. As she examines everything, she suddenly remarks that now she understands why so many women around the world are obsessed with him. He laughs and teasingly asks if she's feeling just a little disappointed. He knows she's the only one who refuses to give him the slightest bit of attention. From a distance, Rosaline watches them, quietly baffled. She can't understand how His Grace managed to prepare something so perfectly tailored to Lady Rebecca's tastes. Yet whatever the reason, she wonders whether this is truly all right. After all, judging by Rebecca's reaction, she's going to fall absolutely head over heels for the place. But then again, she's an adult now. Surely she'll manage just fine. As the day begins, Rebecca lies back in her room, blinking at the ceiling above. She glances around, her eyes glinting as she realizes it's an unfamiliar roof. The thought hits her. She's staying at the Rowanster estate now. Sitting up and stretching, she reflects on how she had assumed she wouldn't be able to sleep in such a new environment, but to her surprise, she slept soundly through the night. The bed was so comfortable that it lulled her like a charm. Turning toward the window, she wonders if it's still too early in the morning. Sitting up further, she realizes she'll have to wait a few more hours before heading to the workshop. It dawns on her that she's awakened much too early. But suddenly, a thought sparks in her mind. She now has her own workshop. That means she no longer has to wait for the Oaklean workshop to open. With that realization, she dashes out of the room. Her maid, Rosaline, calls after her, urging her to wait. Sighing knowingly, Rosaline remarks that she expected this and pulls out Rebecca's new sparkling uniform. Rebecca is taken aback, stunned as she holds it up and starts spinning with delight, exclaiming how adorable it is. Rosaline, slightly unnerved, watches in confusion. Rebecca has never shown this much joy over any of her fine dresses before. Rebecca becomes even more thrilled when she discovers extra pockets sewn into the uniform. Rosaline explains that she added them especially for her, earning a glowing compliment in return. Rebecca immediately throws her arms around Rosaline in a joyful embrace, claiming she knows how much her maid loves her. Rosaline, flustered, asks her to redirect that affection to someone else. Once dressed, Rebecca looks dazzling. She instructs Rosaline to accompany her to the workshop, but Rosaline, concerned, insists that she eat breakfast first. Rebecca brushes it off, promising to eat later, leaving Rosaline worried and unsure how to rein in her lady's wild enthusiasm for alchemy. Rebecca dashes down the corridor toward her workshop when suddenly the Duke notices her from a distance and calls her name in confusion. She glances at him, offering a rushed good morning without breaking her stride. He hurries forward, startled, and asks where she's headed. She spins around briefly to explain that she woke up early and is heading to the workshop, then immediately speeds off again. Carlyle scratches his cheek and mutters that while her excitement over the workshop is touching, he's admittedly feeling a little left behind. Rebecca bursts through the workshop doors and freezes, awestruck. The stunning sight overwhelms her, and she murmurs that she still can't believe all of this belongs to her. She's overjoyed. Elsewhere, the Duchess continues attending to her responsibilities, giving instructions to a maid. Then she pauses and inquires about Lady Rebecca's whereabouts. The maid releases a weary sigh and informs the Duchess that Lady Rebecca is most likely occupied in her workshop, the one that used to be an annex. The Duchess asks if Rebecca is involved in anything else, but the maid admits she doesn't know much beyond that. This response puzzles the Duchess. How can the head maid be unaware of the activities of a member of the household? It strikes her as a bit strange, and she begins to wonder if Lady Rebecca truly hasn't left the workshop at all. After some thought, the Duchess summons Rebecca's personal maid. As Rosaline stands before her, hesitant and uneasy, the Duchess gently remarks that Rebecca might be feeling a little out of place in their estate and encourages her not to be, wishing that Rebecca could feel just as comfortable as they all are. Upon hearing the Duchess's words, Rosaline suddenly panics and begs her to stop Lady Rebecca immediately, leaving the Duchess staring at her in stunned confusion. Soon after, both Rosaline and the Duchess make their way to the workshop. Rosaline quietly informs Rebecca of the Duchess's presence. But Rebecca, engrossed in her alchemical experiments, continues muttering under her breath, frustrated that she hasn't been able to accomplish what she was aiming for. Rosaline calls her name again and again, but Rebecca doesn't respond. Then, with rising irritation, the Duchess suddenly raises her voice and calls Rebecca's full name, jolting her with a sharp shock. Rebecca spins around, removing her glasses, and addresses her with a startled, Lady Adelheid. The Duchess, fuming, declares that now she understands why Rosaline had to seek her out. She snaps at Rebecca, insisting that she must be disciplined for such disregard. Although she acknowledges Rebecca's deep passion and dedication to alchemy, she asserts that this level of behavior is completely unacceptable. Even her son Carlyle, who has surpassed human limits, still eats and sleeps. She demands to know if Rebecca even realizes how many days she's been locked away like this. Rebecca stands in silence, listening, feeling quietly disheartened. The Duchess then leans closer to her face, her tone softening slightly. She urges Rebecca to take care of her appearance, saying her mother would have been deeply saddened to see her in such a state. Shocked, Rebecca asks the Duchess if she knew her mother. The Duchess nods and replies that she did, and she's certain that anyone in high society would have known her. Rebecca starts to respond, but the Duchess cuts her off, fired up once more. She proclaims that even if this is only a contract engagement, Rebecca is still her son's fiancée, and until the agreement ends, she will be treated as one of their own, as a member of the family. Rebecca, touched by her words, softly expresses her gratitude. The Duchess continues firmly, declaring that she refuses to let anyone in her household be neglected. She orders Rosaline that if Rebecca skips a single meal or avoids sleep again, she must immediately report it to the head maid. And to the head maid, the Duchess delivers her order with burning authority. If a report is received, she is to drag Rebecca out of the workshop immediately, even if it requires summoning every maid in the estate. Rebecca, alarmed, pleads that she must finish her work, but the Duchess glares at her, voice booming with finality. If Rebecca insists on continuing this reckless behavior, the Duchess threatens to ban her entirely from entering the workshop. Rebecca is so stunned it feels like lightning has struck her, leaving her completely frozen as Rosaline drags her away to eat and get some rest. The Duchess watches silently, thinking to herself that Rebecca's head must be completely filled with alchemy. With a sigh, she reflects that her son used to ignore his own well-being too when he was fully absorbed in sword training. She quietly concedes that there's no helping single-minded individuals like them. They're far too similar. Meanwhile, Rebecca is seated busily munching on her snacks, clearly eager to finish quickly and return to her workshop. From behind, Carlyle approaches, casually remarking that he heard from his sister that Rebecca finally decided to eat something. Rebecca corrects him immediately, explaining that it wasn't her own decision. The Duchess had scolded her into it. Carlyle leans closer, half-jokingly asking if she really obeyed. Rebecca nods and nudges the snacks toward him, urging him to finish them if he likes. He offers to intervene with his mother if it bothers her that much, but Rebecca shakes her head and admits it wasn't unpleasant. In truth, the Duchess reminded her a little of her late mother, and oddly enough, it was comforting. Then she turns to him, curious, and inquires what brings him there. Carlyle's tone shifts as he responds that he came to deliver some unfortunate news. Rebecca frowns, puzzled, and asks what he means. With a small amused smile, he retrieves an envelope from his pocket and holds it out to her. He explains that they've received an invitation to the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. A dreadful piece of news for both of them, considering how much they despise formal gatherings like these. On the day of the Crown Prince's birthday, all the noble ladies gather in elegant attire, waiting with anticipation for Rebecca's arrival. She has rarely attended any functions in the past, often choosing to decline them, but today, the oddball lady has no opportunity to refuse. This invitation cannot be ignored. Many whisper that this is precisely why she earned her peculiar nickname, and now that she's engaged to the Duke of Rowanster, she may carry herself with even greater pride. Suddenly, the hall fills with murmurs as word of the new couple's arrival echoes through the venue, drawing everyone's eyes to the grand entrance. Rebecca steps in, wearing a regal golden gown, her flowing red hair cascading around her shoulders, walking gracefully while holding the Duke's hand. The crowd gasps, stunned. She no longer resembles the eccentric figure they imagined. From any angle, she defies the image of the oddball lady. Some attendees even smile in admiration, quietly thinking she's a hidden gem, an unpolished diamond finally revealed. Together, the couple approaches the royal family and bows before the young crown prince. The small prince expresses his gratitude for their kind wishes, while the king offers his congratulations on their engagement. Rebecca hesitates slightly, aware that she must be especially cautious today. There's no room for mistakes. The Duke, too, feels mildly perplexed by the king's brief reaction and respectfully asks to take their leave. The king nods in approval, mentioning that even the emperor is waiting for them outside. Privately, the king is surprised to see how well the two complement one another, having expected something different. Meanwhile, the crown prince is already distracted, pestering his mother for more toys. Carlyle notices the anxious expression on Rebecca's face and tilts toward her, gently asking if she's all right. She nods, insisting that she's fine, but he senses her worry and presses further, wondering aloud if something is troubling her. Although she tries to deflect, he questions her again, asking why she looks so unsettled. From a distance, a couple watches them closely, surprised by the tension. Suddenly, Rebecca blurts out, pleading with the Duke to stop questioning her. She explains that she's simply trying to compose herself, wanting to speak properly and avoid mistakes. Still puzzled, he watches her eyes begin to glisten with tears. Rebecca reveals that the gown was chosen for her by his mother and sister, and she wanted to describe its beauty using metaphor, but when she attempted to do so, both women burst into laughter. Carlyle gently advises her not to let it bother her, but she remains uneasy. She recalls that the Duchess even gave her the label of funny young lady. The Duke quickly reassures her that it was never meant as mockery. On the contrary, he explains it was a term of endearment, a compliment, not an insult. Rebecca agrees with him, though she quietly adds that others may not be as kind as his mother, so she must remain cautious. He inquires whether this is why she has been holding back from speaking too much, and she confirms, explaining that now she's part of his family too, and she doesn't wish to harm their reputation by doing something improper. She also doesn't want to trouble him with her concerns. Hearing this, Carlyle is moved by her sincerity and thanks her for her consideration, assuring her that she no longer needs to restrain herself. He wouldn't mind it either way. She smiles softly and insists that she's all right. He nods, relieved, and suggests they finish their duties quickly and leave as planned. Once they agree, both proceed to greet the emperor with respectful bows. The emperor beams at their arrival and, like the others, offers his congratulations on their engagement. He then casually asks whether they liked his gift. Rebecca looks uncertain, clearly unaware of any gift. Carlyle leans in and whispers in her ear, informing her about the southern villa the emperor has given them. Rebecca's eyes widen in astonishment, and she immediately bows in gratitude, thanking the emperor with genuine enthusiasm. The emperor smiles, pleased by her reaction. He then exhales slowly and glances at Carlyle, requesting that he pour him some wine, as he feels a bit parched. Rebecca watches Carlyle, slightly puzzled as he seems unsure for a moment. He eventually walks away, saying he'll return shortly. Still confused, Rebecca wonders why the emperor chose Carlyle over a servant for such a task. Suddenly, the emperor speaks up, commenting that the room feels a bit stiff, and asks Rebecca if she would like to step outside with him. She instantly turns toward him, replying eagerly that she would love to. As the two exit together, a wave of jealous stares follows Rebecca from among the noblewomen. One whispers that perhaps Rebecca has already won the emperor's favor, while another quietly remarks that it might be wise to strengthen ties with the Oakland family now that they appear to have royal support. Once outside the palace, the emperor suddenly addresses Rebecca directly, catching her off guard. She turns to respond, but before she can say much, he asks about the nature of her relationship with Carlyle. Surprised by the question, she glances around nervously and hesitantly explains that they are engaged. The emperor, however, chuckles and admits he knows it's merely for appearances. He reassures her not to worry, saying he fully expected Carlyle to find a clever way out of his trap. Rebecca gasps at his words, overwhelmed by what she's hearing. The Emperor continues, explaining that he never thought she was part of it, and seeing them together only raises more questions for him. He then asks whether she had known Carlyle before the agreement. Rebecca honestly answers that she never met him prior, scratching her head while confessing that he already knows how much she detests high society gatherings. The very day she visited the Rowanster estate after receiving the engagement letter was, in fact, the first time they ever spoke. The Emperor nods thoughtfully, though he remains a bit suspicious of Carlyle, who seems unusually attached to her, an uncommon trait for him. Lost in his thoughts, he doesn't notice Rebecca stepping closer. She gently inquires whether something is troubling him. After a moment, he confides that he has never seen Carlyle so absorbed in a woman before. He has always shown little interest in such matters, and never once has the Emperor seen him smile so comfortably. With a careful tone, he asks if they are truly in love. Rebecca is stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief before she loudly protests the idea. The Emperor raises an eyebrow, amused, and tells her it's fine. He believes her, though he notes that such strong denial wasn't entirely necessary. He then advises her to take proper care of Carlyle. Rebecca remains deeply confused, attempting to explain something to the Emperor when, all of a sudden, Carlyle arrives and politely urges the Emperor not to torment his fiancée. Rebecca turns to him, her eyes widening with relief, and calls out his name. The Emperor glances at Carlyle and inquires why he took so long to return. While offering the glass, Carlyle replies that it took him time to locate the Emperor's preferred drink. Internally, he reflects that he hadn't even realized they had moved to the garden. Accepting the drink, the Emperor steps away, leaving the couple behind. He casually tells them to enjoy the evening and informs them that he must depart due to pressing matters. After exchanging their final farewell, Carlyle turns to Rebecca. From a distance, the Emperor watches Carlyle's eyes with quiet intensity, silently acknowledging that something profound is beginning to take root within his heart. Carlyle then smiles and asks Rebecca what she and the Emperor had discussed. Still trembling slightly, she admits that their secret arrangement has been exposed, news that leaves Carlyle utterly stunned. All the couples are busy dancing across the grand hall, while the main pair of the evening continues their quiet conversation mid-dance. Carlyle leans in and asks Rebecca if she's certain the Emperor knows about their arrangement. Rebecca nods, admitting that he absolutely does, and confesses her fear that he might force them to end the engagement. Carlyle responds with a reassuring smile, telling her not to worry. He anticipated this outcome. Her eyes widen in shock, and suddenly her steps falter. But he catches her instantly, holding her close. She gazes up at him, asking if everything will truly be all right. He reassures her once more, saying he'll handle it. Noticing the weight of attention on them, Carlyle chuckles softly and points out that everyone is staring at them like ravenous wolves. Rebecca frowns, asking if it's because she's such a terrible dancer. He shakes his head, assuring her that it's not the case. Rather, it looks as if the crowd is waiting to pounce the moment they fall. Smiling with mock nobility, he declares that if the moment comes, he'll nobly sacrifice himself to save her. She stares at him, half in disbelief, and asks if he's being serious. When he insists he is, she grins, steps back slightly, and with a mischievous glint tells him to keep his word. In the very next instant, she dashes off, leaving him behind as promised. He calls her name in exasperation, but she's already laughing and escaping into the crowd. As she disappears, a cluster of noblewomen instantly swarms toward Carlyle. They tell him they've been hoping to speak with him, and since his fiancée has vanished, perhaps now is the perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, Rebecca finds herself catching her breath in a quiet lounge, finally feeling the toll of the chase. As she exhales, a small group of noblewomen approaches. They greet her with overly sweet voices, remarking that it's been a while since their last meeting, or perhaps it's more accurate to say they're thrilled to see her again. One of them smirks, wondering aloud whether she's planning to read a book here, as usual. Rebecca quickly waves them off, replying that it's not like before. Now, she's the Duke's fiancée, and she has to carry herself accordingly. She holds their gaze with calm composure, recalling Charlotte's advice that when people try to tear her down, she should pull Carlyle up beside her. But the ladies respond with harsh expressions. One of them hisses that they cannot accept someone like her as the Duke's future wife. Rebecca is briefly stunned by the sudden hostility, but she regains her poise and questions why that should matter to them. She shrieks in irritation, demanding to know why she's being so arrogant. She argues that even Rebecca must understand she isn't worthy of his grace. Rebecca has had enough. She suddenly lunges forward, springing at the woman and declaring that it's none of her concern. If both she and the Duke believe in their relationship, then no one else has the right to interfere. The woman reels back in disbelief, raising her voice and demanding to know how Rebecca dares to speak his grace's name so casually. Before the tension escalates further, someone steps forward from behind. It's none other than Lady Haley, draped in a striking blue gown. With a graceful smirk, she remarks that she never imagined all the stars of the evening would be gathered in this corner. Everyone turns in shock, unable to believe her presence. Some murmur that it feels like her arrival has dimmed the very light of the ballroom. But Haley brushes off the comment effortlessly, replying that perhaps all the Empire's flowers simply chose to bloom over here instead. The woman who had been arguing with Rebecca quickly backtracks, insisting that they only intended to have a brief conversation, nothing more. Haley responds with a quick flick of her gaze, questioning whether that's really the case. The group of ladies begins whispering again, expressing disbelief that someone like Rebecca could become the Duke's fiancée. Haley snaps back at them, asking whether they even have the right to challenge such a decision. With a sharp tone, she tells them to step aside, as she wishes to have a private word with Lady Rebecca. The group reluctantly retreats, though one of them storms off in frustration, grumbling that Haley is always condescending and constantly acts superior. Rebecca gulps, watching her closely. After a brief moment of shared silence, Haley breaks it by announcing that she's been meaning to speak with her. Rebecca bows respectfully, stating that she's heard much about Lady Haley. As she lifts her gaze, Charlotte's warning echoes in her mind, advising her to stay cautious around Haley, whose obsession with Carlyle runs dangerously deep. Without wasting a moment, Haley's expression shifts. She tells Rebecca that she has some advice to offer. Rebecca blinks, puzzled, and asks what it might be. A sly smirk creeps across Haley's face as she calmly suggests that Rebecca should end her engagement with Carlyle. Stunned, Rebecca steps back and demands to know what she means by that, why she would ever consider such a thing. With a frigid tone, Haley responds that she must already know the reason. She expected more intelligence from someone who calls herself an alchemist, but from what she sees, she's never encountered anyone so foolish. Rebecca's voice trembles with disbelief as she accuses Haley of being unreasonably rude, but Haley counters coldly, asserting that Rebecca is the one in the wrong for claiming a position that she has no right to occupy. Confused, Rebecca presses her to explain what position she's referring to. Haley leans in close, lowering her voice to a whisper and murmuring that Carlyle has always belonged to her. He was born to serve her, to protect her, and no one else. Rebecca is completely flabbergasted by the remark. She responds firmly, declaring that Carlyle is not a possession to be owned. Haley suddenly pulls back, eyes blazing, and shouts at Rebecca to listen to her while she still can. The force of her voice causes Rebecca to falter. Rebecca raises her voice, shouting that she's not afraid of Haley. The sudden outburst catches Haley off guard, leaving her briefly flustered. Rebecca continues, accusing her of being powerless and wasting her time by offering pointless advice. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she declares that Haley can have Carlyle only if she chooses to give him away. Fury flashes in Haley's eyes as she calls Rebecca a little witch, but Rebecca stands firm and questions whether Haley truly loves Carlyle or if she simply wants to possess him. Haley suddenly grabs Rebecca by the shoulders, shouting that it doesn't matter. She insists that she will do anything to make him hers. Her grip tightens as she orders Rebecca to leave the Duke as soon as possible. In that moment, Charlotte bursts onto the scene and forcefully pushes Haley away, telling her to stop. Rebecca is stunned to see her appear so suddenly. Haley spins toward Charlotte, her voice sharp, declaring that Charlotte has no right to touch her. She reminds her that she owes her status among noblewomen entirely to her and demands that she repay that kindness with respect. She even tells her to kneel and claims that even that wouldn't be enough. Rebecca, shocked by the words, cries out, asking if this is Haley's true face. Haley scoffs and says the Rowanster family has never known how to repay favors properly. Charlotte, frozen in disbelief, stares back and quietly replies that she never once asked Haley for help. Everything Haley ever did was only for her own benefit, to win Carlisle's favor. Haley's face twists with contempt as she cruelly mocks Charlotte, calling her a widow who never even experienced her own wedding night. The remark cuts deep. Charlotte's expression begins to fall, her emotions collapsing beneath the weight of Haley's words. But without another word, she reaches for Rebecca's hand and pulls her away. Rebecca stumbles behind her, calling out and asking her to wait. But Charlotte doesn't look back. Once outside, she finally halts. Rebecca gently approaches, asking if she's all right. Charlotte stands still for a moment before quietly admitting the truth. She says she was once married to the son of Marquis Lonaroon, who later renounced his title and moved to the countryside. Lowering her gaze, she adds with a heavy heart that Haley was right. She really is a widow. Charlotte begins to explain the incident, recounting how she was once married to the son of Marquis Lonaroon. It all happened shortly after their wedding ceremony. Both she and her husband, exhausted from the long day, planned to rest. But that night, an assassin suddenly broke into their room. His target was her husband. Charlotte reveals that the attacker didn't lay a hand on her, perhaps out of fear of making an enemy of her brother, the famed SwordMaster. She was left unharmed. At the time, the Marquis had countless enemies, though he wasn't a wicked man. He simply carried grand ambitions and had opposed many noble houses in pursuit of greater power. After that dreadful night, the Marquis refused to let her go. Her family filed a case to annul the marriage. In the end, they won, and she returned home, but the process drove both families into bitter hostility. The Marquess continues to resent her even now. When he left the capital, the reason behind his hatred was clear. His son was dead while she lived. Rebecca listens in disbelief. She remarks that none of it was Charlotte's fault. Charlotte smiles faintly, agreeing. Still, she explains, people never stopped calling her a widow. Naturally, she became an outcast in high society. She recalls that her brother had once told her she was free to remarry whenever she recovered, or live as a single woman if that's what she wished. He vowed to protect and support her for the rest of his life. Charlotte smiles again, saying she was deeply moved by his words and thanked him sincerely. But a part of her still felt dejected. She never wanted to be a burden and wished she had something she excelled at, something like what Rebecca has. Suddenly, Rebecca reaches out, taking her hand. She tells her gently that they don't belong in a place like this. She urges her to go home. Charlotte, touched, gazes at her with sparkling eyes and begins preparing to leave. Later, as Charlotte strolls through the garden, she hears a faint rustling in the grass. Her head tilts as she scans the area, puzzled, unable to identify the sound. When her eyes land on a nearby tree, they widen in absolute shock. High in the tree trunk, Rebecca is bound around the bark like a monkey, clearly searching for something. Charlotte shouts her name, startling her. Rebecca flinches, replying that Charlotte frightened her. But for Charlotte, it's the opposite. Rebecca is the one who nearly gave her a heart attack. Rebecca hops down from the tree as Charlotte, still recovering from the sight, asks what she was even doing up there. Without a word, Rebecca hands over a small golden device. Charlotte blinks, puzzled, and asks her what it is. Rebecca explains that it's a weapon-type magic tool. She tells Charlotte it's designed to fly anonymously and attack enemies, but she still can't operate it properly. Fortunately, it got tangled in a branch, and she was able to retrieve it. Charlotte, still confused, asks how Rebecca even climbed the tree in the first place. Rebecca replies that alchemists must be able to reach all sorts of places to gather the materials they need, whether it's the top of a tree or the bottom of an ocean. Charlotte blinks, asking if she really trained for things like that. Rebecca nods, saying she took a basic strength training class. She even admits, with some embarrassment, that she once begged her father to let her learn swimming and climbing. Then she catches herself, gasping slightly as she realizes she probably shouldn't have said that. She quickly places a finger on her lips, whispering to Charlotte and begging her not to tell the Duchess or Rosaline what she saw today. They'll definitely scold her. Charlotte lets out a soft laugh, promising not to tell. In exchange, she invites Rebecca to have tea with her in the glass house. She notes that she hasn't seen Rebecca there before. Rebecca considers it, while Charlotte explains that the glass house is something their Rowinster family takes great pride in. It's not just large, it's been lovingly cared for by every duchess in the family's history. As they head in that direction, Charlotte spots a maid and comments that it seems her mother got there before them. The maid bows respectfully and informs them that Madame Adelaide is currently resting inside the glass house. Charlotte turns to Rebecca and says that it can't be helped. They'll visit some other time. But Rebecca wonders aloud why they couldn't have tea with Lady Adelaide as well. Charlotte hesitates, then explains that perhaps her brother didn't mention an old rule in their household. Rebecca tilts her head, confused, admitting that she's never heard of it. Charlotte clarifies that their mother isn't in good health, and she prefers not to be seen like that by others. From time to time, she goes to the glass house to rest, and it gradually became a rule in the family not to disturb her when she's there. She's certain Rebecca isn't an exception. Turning away, Charlotte adds that the glass house is beautiful and well known. Tea parties are often held there when the roses bloom, and the view is stunning. While Charlotte speaks, Rebecca's eyes remain fixed on the glass house. Then, without warning, something strikes the structure, and a sudden blast erupts. Rebecca bolts forward, heart racing, sprinting toward the shattered building in panic. Her thoughts spiral. Just yesterday, she had been told to be more responsible, and now she's already in serious trouble. She thinks desperately that she'll never make another weapon again. Her mind flashes back to Carlyle telling her that monsters were attacking the northern border and that he would have to go there temporarily. He'd assured her he wouldn't be away long, but had asked her to watch over his family in his absence. She had been so happy to promise him. Now, as she pushes the door open, she whispers a silent apology to Carlyle. Tears stream down her cheeks. She can't believe she caused this chaos while he's away. Inside, she finds Lady Adelaide standing and holding the magic gadget. Rebecca gasps at the sight, shouting in panic. Madame Adelaide turns toward her, confusion on her face, while Rebecca trembles in fear, then abruptly spins around and dashes out, mumbling a frantic apology behind her. In her room, Lady Adelaide sits in front of the mirror when her maid knocks, gently asking if she's awake. Adjusting the towel wrapped around her head, she requests the maid's help in dressing. The maid, still holding the towel, asks what kind of wig she would prefer today. Lady Adelaide replies that she wants the lightest one, and the maid selects a soft gray wig, fixing it with care. As she watches her reflection, Lady Adelaide muses that she should consider investing in the wig business, remarking that wigs shouldn't be so heavy and uncomfortable. The maid replies that hers are made from real human hair, so they look completely natural. With a tired sigh, Lady Adelaide says that's probably the only good thing about them, then asks about Charlotte. The maid informs her that Charlotte is already up. She then instructs the maid to summon Rebecca, saying she needs to speak with her about what happened yesterday. The maid, a bit hesitant, informs her that Lady Rebecca is already waiting outside. Turning back slightly, Lady Adelaide expresses mild surprise and asks if she truly is. The maid nods, adding that Rebecca also brought something for her and has been waiting patiently for her to wake up. Meanwhile, Rebecca sits quietly in the reception room, her face set in a serious expression. As soon as Lady Adelaide enters and offers a soft, "Good morning," Rebecca immediately rises, bows deeply, and apologizes for coming so early. Lady Adelaide reassures her that there's no need to be so nervous, explaining that no secret lasts forever, and she had expected her to discover it eventually. She says she doesn't know how much Rebecca has already heard, but confesses that a few years ago she developed heart problems. Thankfully, with proper treatment, her condition was cured, but during that period she lost all her hair. She wears wigs now because of the public image she must maintain, though she admits that even now she feels insecure about it. That's also the reason she's avoided attending tea parties and social events. She further adds that it's something unrelated and suggests they shift focus to the magic tool experiment she's been conducting. Suddenly, Rebecca raises her voice, startling Lady Adlate, who watches as Rebecca quickly bows and presents a small potion, expressing her sincere wish for her to accept it. Lady Adlate takes the bottle, asking if it's a type of medicine, and Rebecca hurriedly explains that it's a potion designed to stimulate hair growth. Both Lady Adlate and the maid are stunned, their eyes widening as the words sink in. The lady repeats her question, clearly taken aback, asking if Rebecca truly means what she just said. Rebecca panics, wondering if she somehow offended her, clarifying that she only intended to apologize for what happened the previous day. Lady Adlate, still shocked, tells her to repeat herself and explain what kind of potion it is. Rebecca elaborates that it's an alchemically formulated potion that promotes hair regrowth. The lady remains uncertain, finding the idea hard to believe. Such a potion seems impossible, almost miraculous. Rebecca, clearly flustered, insists that it's real. When asked if she created it, Rebecca explains that she was originally developing a potion meant to remove scars, but accidentally stumbled upon this result, and although unexpected, she's already tested it and found no harmful side effects. The lady still hesitates, asking if it truly works. Rebecca, nervous and uneasy, says she'll just take it back if it's not wanted, reaching for it, but Lady Adlate stops her, clutching the bottle and demanding to know how to use it, wondering if she's supposed to drink it. Rebecca corrects her, explaining that it only needs to be applied to the scalp. At once, the maid hurries off to prepare everything needed. The lady, still skeptical, asks again if Rebecca is certain it will work. Rebecca replies that it will, though even she admits some hesitation. Lady Adelaide narrows her gaze and asks what exactly the problem is, to which Rebecca shyly admits that the potion might cause the hair to grow far longer than expected. That unexpected comment sends Lady Adelaide into sudden laughter, her voice echoing through the chamber, leaving Rebecca confused by her reaction. Before she can say more, the maid returns and announces that everything is ready. Lady Adelaide turns to Rebecca, offering her the honor of applying for it. As she slips off her wig and locks eyes with her, Rebecca gently begins to apply the potion to her scalp. Curious, she asks how it feels, and Lady Adelaide describes the sensation as something sticky spreading across her head. After a short while, Rebecca informs her that it's time to rinse it off. Even then, Lady Adelaide continues to ponder how such a potion could exist at all. But once the treatment is finished, Rebecca calmly announces that they're done, shocking everyone in the room. A wave of disbelief sweeps over them as long, golden yellow hair flows down Lady Adelaide's back. She stands trembling, her hands reaching up in disbelief, gently touching the strands. Her eyes scan every curl, unable to process the reality of what she sees. She gazes at Rebecca, her expression stunned, the realization settling in. Rebecca is truly the real deal. On the other hand, the Duke returns from the war site, and as he steps into the estate, his servant welcomes him back, asking if he should quickly prepare arrangements for him to rest. However, the Duke tells him to wait, adding that there's no need to rush. He mentions that everyone must already be asleep since it's quite late, but his butler informs him that his mother is still awake in the parlor. The Duke pauses, slightly puzzled, and asks if she truly is. Making his way there, he gently knocks and then enters, offering a respectful bow as he announces his return. The Duchess greets him with a warm smile and welcomes him home, remarking that he must be exhausted after such a long journey. As they speak, the Duke notices her hair, now blonde, and curiously asks if she dyed it. The Duchess releases a quiet sigh and says nothing more than a simple statement that Rebecca is truly an extraordinary young woman. The Duke raises a brow in confusion, asking what she means by that. With a soft, thoughtful look, the Duchess replies that Rebecca is absolutely remarkable when it comes to her skill in alchemy. The next morning, the Duchess approaches Rebecca and expresses her heartfelt gratitude, telling her that she truly gave her life back. Rebecca beams with joy, modestly responding that the lady is overpraising her. While they sit at the dining table, the Duchess curiously asks about the duration of the potion's effects. Rebecca explains that the result varies from person to person, but typically lasts around 10 days. The Duchess is surprised, finding that duration quite impressive, while Rebecca, slightly uneasy, asks if she isn't disappointed that it only works for 10 days. To her relief, the Duchess assures her that she isn't, since it exceeded her expectations. Rebecca promises that she'll prepare more before the current one wears off, and urges her not to worry. The Duchess lights up, saying nothing could make her happier, and a warm air of happiness fills the dining room. Lady Adlete shifts the conversation, mentioning the recent retirement of Heims Oakline, and tells Rebecca that both her brother and the Emperor were saddened by the news. Still, how marvelous it is that his daughter turned out to be such a brilliant alchemist, just like father, like daughter. With a thoughtful sigh, Lady Adlete wonders aloud why Rebecca's talent isn't celebrated all across the realm. Rebecca shyly tells her that there's no need for such praise, especially for something she views as a failed experiment. The Duchess immediately protests, raising her voice in disbelief, asking how she could possibly consider it a failure when it's one of the most remarkable potions she's ever seen. Rebecca fidgets nervously, explaining that from an alchemist standpoint, it doesn't even qualify as a magic tool. It's a minor invention that doesn't even last that long. Fired up, the Duchess exclaims how she can call it minor and questions whether she's simply being overly modest or if she truly believes that. Feeling discouraged, Rebecca admits that she's always been told her inventions are worthless. Lady Adlete slams her hand on the table, demanding to know who dared to say such foolishness. Rebecca, hesitating, finally mutters that it was her father and brother. The Duchess lets out a heavy sigh, commenting that her son's father-in-law may hold high expectations, especially as he himself is a brilliant alchemist. Rebecca blinks, confused by the term son's father-in-law, unsure why the Duchess is referring to her father that way. Lady Adlete presses on, insisting that Rebecca created something meaningful and enchanting, and urges her to believe it. Still uncertain, Rebecca questions whether it's truly all right to think so, as it doesn't even come close to the legendary Philosopher's Stone. The Duchess gently counters that while Rebecca sees it from an alchemist's perspective, she doesn't, and their sense of value will naturally differ. A general preparing for battle would crave a powerful magic weapon, while a beggar without food would long for the Philosopher's Stone to turn anything into gold. She explains that she herself doesn't need either. What she desired most was simply to have her hair back. That, she says, is why Rebecca's potion is the most priceless and treasured thing to her. Rebecca, deeply moved, feels tears prick her eyes as Lady Adlete assures her that anyone would agree, asking her to trust those words. Rebecca softly thanks her, tears rolling down her cheeks, but the Duchess gently urges her not to cry. Just then, Carlyle lets out a cough, drawing the attention of both women. Charlotte speaks up, reminding them that the two of them are still present. The Duchess quickly tells them to start their breakfast. Charlotte, agitated, yells at her, asking if that's really important right now. While the Duke calmly sips his juice, Charlotte rises in frustration, demanding to know why their mother didn't tell them her illness was gone. She shouts that they had absolutely no idea and asks if she even realizes how much they care about her. Carlyle joins in, asking how she managed to keep it hidden for so long. The Duchess explains that she did it for their sake, because had anyone discovered she was bald, people would have mocked her children as well. Charlotte, still unsatisfied, confesses that she was terrified, thinking their mother might collapse again at any time. The Duchess apologizes to her, asking for forgiveness for being a deceitful mother, but says there's something even more important she wishes to discuss today. Charlotte shrieks in disbelief, demanding to know what could possibly be more important than this, while her brother calmly tells her to settle down. The Duchess once again praises Rebecca for her potion and then announces that after breakfast, they should move on to discussing business plans to commercialize it. Rebecca flinches in shock, her eyes widening as she nervously asks her to explain what that even means. The Duke, equally puzzled, turns to his mother for clarification. The Duchess explains that it would be a shame if she were the only one to benefit from this miraculous creation and asks the others if they agree. She then claps with delight and announces that they should take the potion to the market, confidently claiming it will be in massive demand. Rebecca, still uncertain, hesitates and expresses her doubt, saying she isn't convinced anyone would actually buy her product, but the lady urges her to trust her judgment, declaring that this potion has the power to transform lives across the entire continent. Even Charlotte supports her mother's claim, insisting that people will be willing to pay any price to get their hands on it. Rebecca turns to Charlotte, asking if she genuinely believes that, and Charlotte grins, telling her to call her by her nickname, Char, and asks her to be friends. Rebecca repeats the nickname in surprise, questioning again if she's truly sure, and Charlotte nods enthusiastically, explaining that it's obvious. A potion that makes hair grow back on a bald person's head is nothing short of legendary, and she would fight to get something like that herself. Rebecca stands frozen, stunned that her creation holds such value, and the Duchess encourages her further, telling her to believe in its potential because it won't just succeed, it will make history. Rebecca glances at Carlyle, quietly asking if he believes in it too, and he raises a brow, replying that if she's seriously thinking about keeping this to herself, she's out of her mind, because for him, that was never even an option. Rebecca confesses that she's simply unsure whether something like this could actually sell. Both ladies immediately cry out, scolding her and insisting she must sell it. Charlotte adds that such an extraordinary potion shouldn't be exclusive to their mother alone. The Duchess beams with pride at her daughter's understanding, and the two begin discussing possible sales strategies, leaving Rebecca utterly shocked. They start brainstorming the ideal location for a shop, deciding the Oakland workshop is far too small for their ambitions. Charlotte then asks Rebecca if she has any other potions they might sell, and Rebecca sighs, admitting that she doesn't. The Duchess exhales in frustration, declaring that they cannot simply take Rebecca's word for it and that they should examine everything with their own eyes. Charlotte wholeheartedly agrees, turning to Rebecca and demanding to see her entire collection. Rebecca rises from the table, preparing to show them everything she owns, still dazed by the surreal energy in the room, utterly baffled as their laughter rings out around her. She cannot make sense of what on earth is happening and hurries toward her workshop in a daze, while Carlyle, still seated, watches her go and turns to his mother, asking if anyone actually plans to finish breakfast today. A few days later, at the Rowanster estate, the Duchess wishes to introduce someone to Rebecca. The man bows respectfully as the Duchess presents him as Tyler, their family's legal advisor, further revealing that he is the second son of Baron Lord Largo. Rebecca offers a polite greeting, pleased to make his acquaintance. The Duchess then explains that if they encounter any legal challenges while establishing their business, Tyler will be the one handling it. She proceeds to introduce another gentleman named Olson, stating that he will be overseeing the management of their company. Rebecca, a little overwhelmed by the introductions, listens carefully while Olson greets her warmly, expressing how honored he is to meet the creator of such a remarkable potion. Her confusion only deepens when Olson, suddenly moved, removes his hat with teary eyes and confesses that he has been experiencing hair loss himself. He expresses amazement that such an extraordinary potion could exist and eagerly inquires about the name of the splendid magical formula. Rebecca, slightly flustered, explains that she hasn't decided on a proper name yet and has simply labeled it as a hair growth solution in her notes. Lady Adelaide chimes in with enthusiasm, suggesting they name it Rebecca's Hair Growth Solution, claiming it has a pleasant ring to it. Olson agrees wholeheartedly, praising its simplicity and clarity, calling it the perfect choice. Tyler then proposes using Lady Rebecca's name as the brand itself, suggesting it would help establish credibility and recognition. Everyone seems thrilled by the idea. Everyone except Rebecca, who fidgets nervously, still unsure about selling the potion at all. Lady Adelaide reassures her, declaring that she's no longer afraid of the truth and is ready to share her story. She vows to tell the world that it was Rebecca's potion that helped her recover the hair she lost during her illness, and that this will mark her return to high society. Rebecca gasps in disbelief, while the Duchess continues, stating that from this moment onward, Rebecca must participate even more, as every move she makes will serve as a brilliant promotion for her invention. Rebecca stares at her in awe, telling her how incredible she is. But the Duchess insists that it's Rebecca who deserves the praise, saying she takes great joy in discovering and investing in promising ventures. She turns to the group and proposes they begin by shortlisting potential alchemy workshops capable of producing their product at scale, and the room fills with energetic conversation. Rebecca watches them all silently, still trying to absorb the whirlwind of activity. After the meeting ends, she returns to her workshop and immerses herself in her usual tasks. As she focuses on her work, a knock echoes at the door, and to her surprise, it's Carlyle standing there, asking if she can spare a little time for him. Rebecca dashes toward him, asking what brings him here at this hour. He replies that he doesn't believe they had the opportunity to exchange greetings today. Rebecca gasps, realizing it, and apologizes, explaining that she's been so busy and should have been the one to approach him first. Carlyle assures her there's no need, saying he completely understands, especially since she's currently working on what might become the greatest invention of their time. Rebecca stares at him in surprise, then gestures for him to take a seat, noting that she hasn't used that part of the room, so it's clean. He sits down as both fall into a moment of silence, simply observing one another. Suddenly, Rebecca welcomes him back, and he smiles, thanking her. She then asks if he's hurt anywhere, knowing how dangerous it must have been to hunt down monsters. He reassures her that he's fine, declaring confidently that he is, after all, the one and only SwordMaster of this land. With a sigh, he mentions there's something important he needs to say, and then, quite sincerely, he thanks her. Rebecca is taken aback and asks why, prompting Carlyle to explain that she gave his mother back her freedom. Rebecca remains confused and insists that it's being phrased too dramatically, adding that everyone has simply been too generous with her. But Carlyle disagrees and tells her it's not an exaggeration at all. If it weren't for her, he would never have known that his mother had recovered. He admits that he's always been a bit afraid, and it seems like his mother still doesn't fully grasp what her children had to endure. He sighs, saying she's too excited now about running a new business. Rebecca laughs softly, then hesitates and shyly asks if this is really all right. Carlyle doesn't quite follow and asks what she means. Rebecca explains that she's worried that she might somehow tarnish the Rowanster family name. But Carlyle still looks puzzled, prompting her to clarify further, saying that once people discover she's still practicing alchemy, they'll surely start calling her the oddball lady again, or worse. Carlyle gently pats her shoulder, reassuring her that she has nothing to worry about. Even if there are those who speak ill of her, it will be out of pure jealousy for her brilliant invention. And if they try to bother her, he can always flash them a smile. Rebecca flinches at the idea, insisting that's unnecessary, as she can't even imagine what he would do to them. But Carlyle's expression shifts slightly, and he reveals that he's more concerned about her family. That catches Rebecca off guard. He goes on to say that it could become problematic if her family finds out about everything. Rebecca lowers her gaze, clearly thinking it through, and admits that, to be honest, she already has a headache just imagining what her father and brother might say when they hear about it. But Carlyle assures her not to worry about it, stating that both he and his mother will stand by her side and defend her. Rebecca expresses her gratitude for his unwavering support. Then, with a trace of uncertainty, she asks if he truly believes she can be successful. He answers without hesitation, affirming that she absolutely will, and even if she doesn't, it wouldn't change a thing for him. Rebecca is taken aback, staring at his expression, and he adds with a gentle smile that he will always support each one of her creations as an alchemist. Rebecca gazes at him, deeply moved, when suddenly a loud blast erupts behind them. In alarm, she instinctively leaps toward Carlyle, coughing from the thick smog filling the space. She lifts her head to look around, eyes still blinking through the haze, while the Duke sits beside her equally confused, both of them trying to process what just happened. Some days later, Rebecca goes to visit Mr. Bischutz, greeting him cheerfully and remarking that it has been quite a while since they last met. Bischutz waves her off, saying there's no need for such formality now that she's the future Duchess. He's a clean, elderly man and the owner of the materia workshop. Rebecca chuckles, correcting him that she's not a duchess yet, and urges him to treat her as he always has, adding with a smile that he's even on friendly terms with her father, who technically holds the title of count. Bischutz chuckles, remarking that Hymes has always preferred being treated as an alchemist over being addressed as a noble. Rebecca comments that it's the same for Bischutz himself, and he nods in agreement, settling into his seat. She urges him to speak honestly, and he admits that when he first received the proposal from the Rowanster family, he could hardly believe it. Rebecca tilts her head, puzzled, and asks why. He explains that it was primarily because she's still pursuing alchemy despite living with Duke Rowanster. She smiles and tells him that both His Grace and his mother have been remarkably supportive of her passion. Bischutz nods thoughtfully, admitting that it's a wonderful thing and that he always felt it would be a great pity for her to let such talent go to waste. He adds that if only her father were as open-minded, it would have made things easier for her. Rebecca laughs softly and tells him she feels like he's changed quite a bit. He chuckles, saying that he had no choice but to adapt with the times. Rebecca raises a brow and says she isn't entirely convinced by that. Bischutz then brings up a topic she likely already knows. He's completely withdrawn from developing magical weapons. Rebecca affirms that she heard and also learned that he's converted his workshop to be used exclusively for personal commissions. He confirms this, explaining that alchemy has reached a stagnation point because the field has become overly focused on weapon development, which has limited innovation and growth in other areas. During this period, he believes many significant opportunities have been overlooked. He regrets not realizing it sooner, and by the time the realization struck, his workshop was already drowning in debt due to several failed ventures. Now, all he can do is accept commissions to survive and gradually pay off his debt. He confesses that it's also for the sake of his son, who might one day inherit the workshop, if there's anything left to pass down. Rebecca smiles warmly and tells him that she wants to help, extending her hand and asking if he would assist her in producing her hair growth solution. He clasps her hand, eyes widening in disbelief, and asks if she truly means what she says, remarking that he never imagined befriending her father would bring about such fortune. Leaning closer, he whispers with curiosity, asking if the potion genuinely works on bald individuals. Rebecca nods, affirming that it does, though she quickly adds that they'll need to conduct proper safety tests before they can bring it to market. Feeling a flicker of hesitation, she asks what they'll do if her father hears about it. Mr. Bischutz freezes, eyes widening, as he urges her to wait and questions whether her father even knows about this yet. She nods again, and Bischutz groans, recalling how Hymes only sent her to the Rowanster estate for bridal lessons. If he finds out she's still practicing alchemy, he's bound to throw a fit. Muttering under his breath, he calls her father a stuffy old man, then suddenly slams the table with conviction, declaring that he refuses to let his friend's opinions interfere when he himself is drowning in debt. He bursts into laughter. Rebecca quickly apologizes, but he waves it off, telling her there's nothing to apologize for. Thanks to her, his workshop now has a real shot at a stable future. They might as well give this everything they've got, and if it becomes a hit, even her strict father won't be able to protest. Rebecca grins, asking him to make it a reality, her thoughts drifting to the possibilities. If the potion turns out to be a huge success and brings in significant profit, maybe her father and the rest of her family will finally recognize her efforts and even acknowledge her as a true alchemist. It's all she has ever wanted, to help people through her alchemy. Plus, she now has the support of the Duke, who told her that whether she succeeds or fails doesn't matter to him at all, because he'll continue to stand behind every creation she brings into the world. Recalling his words, her cheeks flush with warmth, and even Mr. Bischutz notices the shift in her expression, asking why her face suddenly turned so red. Rebecca, flustered, responds that it's nothing, though her mind flashes back to that moment when the explosive blast happened in her workshop. She had been so startled at the time that she awkwardly ended up sending Carlyle away, and he, too, had simply left after offering a quick goodnight. She still feels puzzled about it, wondering whether she overreacted. Deep down, she suspects Carlyle probably didn't think much of it at all. On the other hand, in the kiddie party among the noble ladies, the entire group is left speechless when they spot someone approaching. Their expressions freeze in disbelief as their jaws drop at the sight of none other than Lady Adelaide herself, clad in an elegant blue gown, her shimmering golden hair glowing under the afternoon light. She greets them all with a graceful smile, and one of the women, barely containing her excitement, welcomes her warmly, remarking how long it has been since they last saw her at such a gathering. Lady Adelaide gently asks whether she truly reserved her seat all this time, calling her by name, Marchioness Rimador. The Marchioness smiles fondly and replies that, of course she did. Lady Adelaide expresses heartfelt gratitude for all that she has done and thanks her sincerely for never forgetting her and for always sending invitations. The Marchioness responds that Lady Adelaide has done far more for her in the past. Taking her seat, Lady Adelaide remarks that it has indeed been years since she declared her retirement from high society, and precisely for that reason, she feels it only fitting to declare her official return right here at this very tea party. The ladies respond with excitement and warmth, welcoming her back and expressing how overjoyed they are to have her among them once again. They raise their glasses in celebration, saying she must be congratulated and thanked for gracing them with her presence. Lady Adelaide lifts her hand lightly, silencing them with poise, and announces that there is something important she would like to confess, something she has no issue sharing openly, even if others might overhear. The ladies exchange puzzled glances as she begins, reminding them that she withdrew from high society due to a heart ailment and had to dedicate herself entirely to recovery. Fortunately, she says, she was cured, but the treatment came with a difficult cost. She reveals that she lost all her hair as a result of her medication, a revelation that sends gasps through the group. The ladies express their sorrow and concern, clearly affected by the admission. Leaning in discreetly, Marchioness Rimador whispers to Lady Adelaide, suggesting that it might be better to keep such details private. But Lady Adelaide waves off the concern with quiet confidence, stating that there's no need for discretion because her hair has grown back now. This declaration stuns everyone, and joy quickly replaces their concern. One woman exclaims that it must have been a temporary side effect after all, while another nods in agreement. However, Lady Adelaide clarifies that her hair had been completely gone. It wasn't just thinning or damaged. This revelation leaves the room in complete silence, followed by another round of stunned reactions. Then, without hesitation, she produces a small vial from her handbag and holds it up proudly, informing them that her son's fiancée, Lady Rebecca Oaklean, created the potion responsible for restoring her hair. The ladies gasp again, overwhelmed by surprise and curiosity, their expressions frozen in astonishment at the unexpected confession. Everyone is utterly floored by the revelation, and as Lady Adelaide elaborates further, she assures them that the potion causes no adverse effects and only requires direct application to the scalp, making it far more convenient and gentle compared to anything needing ingestion. The ladies are astonished, blinking in disbelief, and ask if the radiant hair they're seeing now is truly the outcome of that very potion. One by one, they begin to reflect on their own woes. One lady envisions her son finally settling down once he regains his confidence with a full head of hair. Another quietly rejoices that her husband may no longer have to endure his baldness, and a third contemplates how she won't need to stress over thinning strands again. With a knowing smile, Marchioness Rimador turns to Lady Adelaide and politely requests if she might persuade her daughter-in-law to share this miraculous formula with them. Lady Adelaide responds with a soft grin and gestures to her maid, who steps forward carrying a neatly prepared box. She then remarks that she certainly wouldn't arrive here empty-handed. The maid begins distributing small vials to the intrigued women, while Lady Adelaide continues, explaining that the potion's effects only persist for 10 days. If they're pleased with the outcome, they are welcome to purchase more. The Marchioness is captivated by the elegant packaging, asking the Duchess if it's actually available for sale. With calm assurance, Lady Adley confirms that it is, and adds that the official Rowinster store is launching today, right on the main street. As the day unfolds, an enormous crowd flocks outside the shop, all eager to get their hands on the product. Just as anticipated, the brand is named Rebecca's Hair Growth Solution. The turnout is so overwhelming that within mere seconds, the entire stock sells out. Staff members are forced to address the restless crowd, informing them that new supplies are forthcoming. However, the situation rapidly spirals, with individuals refusing to disperse, clamoring for the potion, and insisting on placing reservations. Some even declare that they're willing to pay triple the retail price just to secure a bottle. Frustration mounts as people accuse the shop of reserving stock only for nobles. Amid the chaos, Olsen does his utmost to maintain order, but the crowd remains adamant and aggressive. Suddenly, Charlotte arrives at the storefront, stunned by the unruly scene. Her eyes widen and her jaw nearly drops at the sight. She never imagined their business would strike gold so quickly. Turning on her heel, she hurries back to the castle, where the maid greets her, but Charlotte immediately inquires about her mother. The maid responds that the lady has just returned, and as if on cue, Lady Adley appears behind her, asking what Charlotte needs. Charlotte informs her that she plans to visit the Rowinster shop and invites her to accompany her, adding excitedly that she may not be aware of what's transpiring at the store. Lady Adley's curiosity sparks, but before she can question further, Charlotte cuts her off, exclaiming that there's no time for long explanations. With a sense of urgency, she announces that the people are practically on the verge of rioting over Rebecca's potion. Lady Adley is shaken by this news and exclaims in disbelief, asking if things are already spiraling into madness. At that moment, her butler steps in and discreetly relays a message sent from Mr. Olsen. Lady Adley is taken aback upon reading the letter, which reveals that the entire stock of potion vanished from the shelves within just 1 hour of being released. A message is promptly dispatched to Rebecca, who stands frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that her product has sold out entirely. Charlotte rushes to confirm the news, assuring her that not a single vial remains. Rebecca blinks in astonishment, admitting that she finds it impossible to accept, especially considering they prepared 100 bottles for the initial display and an additional 600 in reserve, yet everything disappeared in the blink of an eye. Charlotte beams with pride, congratulating her on the overwhelming success, then casually asks whether she has finalized a business agreement with her mother, particularly regarding how the revenue would be divided. Rebecca explains that the arrangement is an even split, 50-50. Charlotte furrows her brow, finding the terms a bit too generous. Surprisingly, Rebecca nods in agreement, saying she probably should have settled for 30 or 40% instead. Charlotte, however, counters that she expected Rebecca to demand 60 or even 70%, not less. Rebecca quickly dismisses the suggestion, insisting that the amount feels far too excessive. With an exaggerated sigh, Charlotte remarks that Rebecca clearly lacks the cutthroat instincts of a true businesswoman, but then shrugs, pointing out that the money will ultimately become hers regardless. Rebecca tilts her head in confusion, asking what she means. Charlotte grins and states that the answer should be obvious. Once Rebecca officially marries her brother, every bit of that profit will eventually belong to her. Rebecca leaps back, practically yelling in shock, exclaiming that she is absolutely unqualified for such a role. She begins panicking, blurting out how the Rowinster lineage is far too distinguished for someone like her, and how Carlyle is an accomplished swordmaster while she is merely an ordinary alchemist. But Charlotte simply laughs, assuring her that everything she just said is something her brother would firmly disagree with. She then flashes a gentle smile, saying that there's still plenty of time ahead, and they'll make it happen eventually. Rebecca, still flustered, stares at Charlotte's radiant expression, speechless. Later that day, when the Duke returns to the estate, he halts in astonishment at the sight of luxury items and extravagant treasures piled across the grand hall. Looking around with narrowed eyes, he turns to his mother and asks for an explanation. The Duchess, standing beside the collection, casually remarks that these are offerings sent by other aristocrats. Carlyle's expression darkens as he mutters that it's odd. He has declared multiple times that anyone attempting to curry favor through gifts will be personally escorted to meet their goddess, Artel. His mother, stepping closer to the stacked boxes, chuckles and softly informs him that unfortunately, these aren't meant for him. Raising a brow with curiosity, Carlo smirks and wonders aloud who the intended recipient could possibly be. Just then, Rebecca appears nearby, startled by both the mountain of gifts and Carlyle's presence. Without hesitation, the Duke approaches and bows courteously, extending heartfelt congratulations on her triumph. Rebecca, still stunned, stammers that she genuinely doesn't know how to process everything that's happening. Carlyle chuckles lightly and advises her to start by taking a moment to celebrate the extraordinary milestone she has achieved, while adding that as for the gifts, they'll take care of discarding them promptly. Rebecca blinks in surprise, questioning what Carlyle means by that, when suddenly Charlotte steps in from behind, shaking her head and declaring that it won't be as easy as he thinks. She gestures toward a stack of ornate envelopes and mentions that countless invitations have arrived for her as well. Letting out a dramatic sigh, she reminds them how not long ago these same nobles shunned her as a pitiful widow. Everyone bursts into laughter, lightening the mood, and Carlyle then suggests that perhaps they should throw a private celebration for themselves once things settle down a little. He then glances at the time and says he ought to leave now, assuring Rebecca he'll see her later. She nods and tells him to be careful on his way home. As he stretches and walks off, she quietly watches him go, thinking to herself that this is the first time they've spoken since that awkward moment after the explosion. She had been unnecessarily nervous, believing he might be upset or uncomfortable, but now she feels reassured that maybe Carlyle never thought much of it at all. Meanwhile, Carlyle is carefully hiding his reddened cheeks, keeping his expression composed while walking away. Suddenly, a rushed "good morning" from someone nearby startles him, and he turns to see a group of noblemen gathered nearby, all looking impatient. They begin pushing and shoving, each trying to get closer to the Duke, insisting they have urgent matters to discuss. Carlyle blinks in disbelief at the commotion and demands to know what's going on. One nobleman steps forward and explains that he managed to purchase just a single bottle of Rebecca's hair solution before the shop ran out, and now they're unsure when more will be available. As he speaks, a man from behind suddenly strikes another on the face in frustration, yelling that his son's future marriage is in jeopardy due to his baldness. Another nobleman begins sobbing, lamenting that his young niece has refused to leave her room since losing her hair, and her debut is approaching rapidly. He begs the Duke to help them obtain more of the hair solution. Carlyle is clearly overwhelmed and, for a moment, appears irked, but then breaks into uncontrollable laughter, which stuns everyone around him. The men glance at one another in confusion, asking why he's laughing at such a serious matter. Carlyle waves a hand, apologizing, and admits that while he had heard Rebecca's product was quite the sensation, he never anticipated this level of chaos. Growing more desperate, the noblemen beg him to use his personal connection to Lady Rebecca to procure additional bottles, swearing that they are willing to do anything to secure more. Carlyle appears momentarily unsure how to respond, but before he can, his butler arrives, whispering that the training grounds are ready. Taking the opportunity, Carlyle turns to the nobleman and politely excuses himself, stating that his soldiers await and they'll have to continue this conversation later. He dashes away, leaving the noblemen bickering among themselves, desperate and irritated over their inability to obtain even a single bottle more. The butler watches his master run off and chuckles, commenting that lately the Duke appears to be in rather high spirits. Carlyle laughs as he jogs off, admitting that perhaps that's true, especially with the delightful women of his household constantly keeping life interesting. Judith arrives at her estate, where the butler greets her with his usual formality. Without pausing, she immediately inquires about the whereabouts of her husband's storage room. The butler courteously informs her that his lordship is currently occupying his study. Upon hearing that, she begins ascending the staircase, but is suddenly startled by the loud voice of her brother-in-law, Locke, whose unexpected shout makes her jolt in place. She yells back at him, scolding that he nearly gave her a heart attack. Locke rushes over and demands to know where she had disappeared to. With a tired sigh, she responds that she simply attended a garden party, sarcastically asking where else she would have gone and questioning what his issue is now. As he continues staring at her with concern, Locke leans in and quietly cautions her not to bring up anything about Rebecca in front of William at the moment. Judith's eyes widen slightly, realizing he also knows about it. Her mind drifts back to the social gathering, where noblewomen practically swarmed her with enthusiasm, pressing her for bottles of Rebecca's miraculous hair solution, making her feel like the last person to find out. Locke warns her once again that William won't react well if he hears about it. Judith huffs, muttering that she doesn't need him to tell her something so obvious. Locke hesitates before revealing that William failed yet another magical weapon experiment earlier that day. That revelation makes Judith freeze in disbelief before she storms down the hallway, flinging open the study door with a bang. Without waiting, she shouts at the figure inside, demanding to know how many more times he plans to fail. With a mix of sarcasm and fury, she mocks the situation, pointing out that while Lady Rebecca's fortune multiplies by the second, she is stuck watching her husband chase failure after failure. Locke listens from behind, completely stunned by her outburst, while William, undisturbed, remains lying on his bed. Judith growls in frustration, yelling that this is no time for naps and that she can't believe he's behaving this way. Abruptly, William sits up, rubbing his face, and asks what all the noise is about now. Judith storms forward, ranting that his younger sister is rising to fame with wild success, while he remains buried under yet another failed project. He stares at her in disbelief, asking if she's been drinking already because he can't make sense of a word she's saying. She glares and tells him to get it through his head. Lady Rebecca has invented a magical potion that stimulates hair growth. As William adjusts his tie, his jaw clenches and his frustration bubbles to the surface. Judith continues, explaining that the product is now being sold at the Rowanster family shop and that demand has skyrocketed, with desperate buyers even begging for a single bottle. William abruptly jumps up, fuming with rage and yelling if Rebecca is truly the one behind the potion. He grits his teeth, calling her a fool who was sent to receive bridal training, not pursue alchemy. Judith cuts him off, yelling louder than ever, asking if he seriously thinks that is what matters most right now, while nobles line up with requests for a product his sister created, and he hasn't done a single thing to catch up. William glares at her, his voice laced with skepticism as he mutters that this so-called success won't last, since a worthless potion like that could never hold a candle to a proper weapon. Still seething, his wife lashes out again, declaring that a man who just failed another experiment isn't in any position to speak proudly, questioning how much more of their family fortune he squandered this time. William tries to wave her off, saying it's none of her concern, and insisting that once his next breakthrough is unveiled, everything will change. But Judith isn't having it. She cuts him off, shouting that he said the same thing countless times already, and it's enough. He should finally consider developing something people will actually buy. Furious, William yells back, asking if she's seriously suggesting he stoop to making petty goods like a common alchemist. He roars that he's a descendant of the great oak line, the same bloodline that gave rise to the alchemist who mastered the Philosopher's Stone. He is also the son of Hymes, the man hailed as the father of magical weaponry, so there's no way he would demean himself by crafting something so beneath his name. Judith, unrelenting, shouts that all he ever does is drain the family's wealth without contributing a single coin, demanding to know what's so impressive about that. She spins on her heel in outrage as William stands stunned, demanding she repeat what she just said. Judith fires back, saying she'll be paying Lady Rebecca a visit soon since it's clear William is beyond help. His anger flares further as he screams at her, asking how she dares speak to him like that, and cursing Rebecca's name for continuing to tinker with alchemy, even while living under the Duke's roof. Grinding his teeth, he grabs a quill and furiously scribbles onto a sheet of parchment before slamming his fist down and shouting for the butler. As the servant arrives, William thrusts the letter into his hand and demands that it be delivered to Rebecca immediately. She must be forced to come to her senses. When the letter reaches Rebecca, she reads William's harsh words, ordering her to abandon alchemy altogether and focus solely on bridal etiquette. She lowers the letter, her expression dimming, and her maid timidly asks if everything is all right. Rebecca forces a small shrug, quietly remarking that her brother doesn't sound nearly as furious as she expected. She had braced herself for something far more brutal. Still, she sighs, telling herself that this isn't nearly enough to make William recognize her as a legitimate alchemist. With heavy fingers, she opens a second letter, this one from her other brother, Locke. In it, he warmly asks how she's adjusting to life at the estate, and then reveals that he and several other alchemists have secretly been studying her hair growth formula behind William's back. He compliments her innovation, expressing astonishment over how she managed to extract properties from the sunrise petal, admitting that even the seasoned scholars were impressed. He thanks her for reigniting their passion for alchemy and praises her contribution. As she finishes the letter, Rebecca smiles fondly, whispering that Locke has always been this thoughtful. Her maid, smiling as well, adds that he's kind to everyone, including the servants. Locke's final line urges her not to let William's bitter words weigh her down. Rebecca feels a rush of excitement while pondering what her next invention should be, her thoughts racing with ideas and possibilities. Meanwhile, her maid watches her with growing concern, inwardly questioning whether everything is truly all right, since she's convinced that Lord William won't settle for simply sending a curt letter. On the other side, Rebecca remains immersed in her tools and vials, convinced by intuition that something more troubling is about to unfold. At the estate of Duke Carsius, during a lavish tea party, the noble women are engaged in spirited conversation when one of them suddenly turns to Lady Haley and asks whether she plans to continue ignoring Rebecca altogether. Haley arches a brow and asks Regina what she's referring to. Regina responds sharply, proclaiming she's talking about none other than Lady Rebecca and her ridiculous hair potion. She then adds, with venom in her tone, that while she'd long suspected something odd about that girl, she never anticipated she'd stoop to being a con artist. Haley is momentarily taken aback by the bold accusation, while Regina presses further, stating there's no other explanation when someone earns profit from something so suspicious. Abruptly, Haley remarks that she vaguely recalls Rebecca's family also having a thriving wig business, doesn't she? Regina scoffs loudly, retorting that their family enterprise is far too reputable to be threatened by the likes of Rebecca. Rising from her seat, she declares that they must not allow Lady Rebecca to continue unchecked. The other noblewomen nod in agreement, muttering that they never found her likable to begin with and cannot comprehend how she dared to replace their cherished Lady Haley, especially by using the imperial family's influence. Regina fumes at the absurdity, demanding how it makes sense that the imperial court would advocate for such an engagement just because they oppose the merging of the Rowanster and Carsius households. She insists that Duke Rowanster merely complied with the imperial order. Haley, eyes brimming with feigned sorrow, softly admits that she, too, was powerless to change the outcome. Her companions offer sympathetic looks, voicing their disappointment over her misfortune. Haley sighs and confesses to Regina that she has tried to live quietly for a while to mend her broken heart, hoping that everyone could respect her silence. Regina assures her that they do, and then makes a bold promise to teach Rebecca a proper lesson in her place. Haley blinks, asking what she intends to do. Regina smirks and replies that St. Marcetina's Day is just around the corner, and Rebecca is required to attend the ceremonial prayer gathering at the Grand Temple. Haley gently protests, claiming she doesn't want Regina to inconvenience herself over her troubles. But Regina beams with delight, exclaiming that Haley is far too kind-hearted for her own good. Puffing up with confidence, Regina declares she will ensure that Rebecca ends the event in tears. The other ladies chuckle gleefully, exchanging excited glances and whispered laughter. Meanwhile, Haley casts a sidelong glance at Regina and smiles coldly, thinking that the woman is finally proving herself useful. Deep within, she quietly swears that Rebecca will soon come to understand the full weight of taking what was never meant for her. Elsewhere, completely unaware of the brewing trouble, Rebecca remains tucked away in her workroom, her focus locked on the next alchemical breakthrough forming in her mind. Several centuries earlier, the Empire faced a dreadful calamity that blanketed the northern territories in an eternal frost. The wicked curse plunged everything into a frozen wilderness, burying the land beneath endless snowfall, bringing endless suffering to its people. Then Priestess Marcentia appeared, offering her own life to counteract the witch's blight with divine power. Her sacrifice successfully lifted the enchantment, but she perished on the battlefield where she had stood. To honor her noble deed, Saint Marcetina's Day was established. On this day, the entire empire, including the royal capital, gathers for a grand celebration at the High Temple. The saintess blesses the imperial household and nobility, while across the realm, priests and priestesses offer blessings to the citizens. Naturally, Rebecca prepares herself to attend the sacred event. She bows her head in prayer, noting internally that it's been quite a long time since her last visit to the High Temple. The entire Duke's family sits nearby in quiet reverence. Suddenly, a graceful woman with silver tresses framing her serene face appears. It is the saintess, the divine figure selected by the goddess Artel. Even the emperor cannot issue her commands, for she is the cornerstone of the empire's spiritual strength. Standing solemnly before the statue of Artel, she announces that Saint Marcetina's Day has returned once more on this blessed occasion, offering her grace to all in attendance. Everyone rises from their seats in respect, while Rebecca watches her in awe, eyes wide. Carlyle leans toward her, whispering softly that now is the time to offer her prayers. Rebecca tightens her hands and then peeks at him through half-lidded eyes, pondering quietly if their encounter had been divinely arranged. If so, she feels deeply grateful, knowing that her days have been filled with joy, and silently vows to work even harder moving forward. After the prayer concludes, Charlotte stands, mumbling that their mother is taking too long, and Carlyle has already departed to fulfill his duty guarding the emperor. Her irritation builds as she mutters that their mother still hasn't returned, growing more impatient by the minute. Rebecca gently urges her to be patient, confident the Duchess will return soon. Unexpectedly, a flurry of movement draws their attention as Regina strides forward, calling Rebecca's name. Rebecca blinks, confused, unable to place her. Offering a polite greeting, Regina beams brightly. Leaning in, Rebecca murmurs to Charlotte, asking if she recognizes her. Charlotte quietly responds that she's Regina, who had sent several invitations before. Regina steps in closer, declaring that she's had so much she wanted to discuss and regretted never getting a proper chance due to all her declined invitations. Rebecca offers a composed smile and explains that she had been overwhelmed with obligations, expressing gratitude for the invitations and apologizing for not attending. Regina, still smiling, lifts her fan with a pointed gesture, demanding to know how someone could be so endlessly busy they can't spare time for even one gathering. Charlotte quickly interjects, asserting that whether Rebecca attends or not is her personal decision, and no one has the right to question her that way. Regina politely requests that Lady Charlotte excuse them, expressing that she wishes to speak with Lady Rebecca alone, claiming she intends to offer her a chance to make things right. A hush falls over the noble women nearby, all keenly observing the exchange, while Rebecca stands there puzzled, unable to understand Regina's intent. Without warning, Regina raises her voice, accusing her of orchestrating a recent scam. The murmuring crowd tilts in confusion, uncertain about what sort of scheme she could be referring to, while Rebecca stiffens in shock, fists clenched, and demands an explanation. Without pause, Regina declares that she's referring to Rebecca's so-called invention, the infamous hair growth solution. Charlotte immediately positions herself in front of Rebecca, shielding her and demanding to know if Regina is accusing her of being a fraud. Regina smirks and insists that since even magic and divine blessings fail to cure baldness, there's no logical way alchemy could succeed. Rebecca gasps, incredulous that Regina would flatly dismiss alchemy's possibilities. Regina adds with scorn that alchemy's real purpose is the creation of lethal weapons, not remedies to improve lives. Charlotte, flustered, glares and asks how Regina dares to make such statements. Rebecca, now finding her voice, retorts that neither divine power nor magical training are needed to activate a magical lamp crafted through alchemy. It simply produces light, and everyone benefits from it. She declares that this is the brilliance of alchemy. Regina interrupts, telling her to stop changing the topic, but Rebecca presses forward, stating that it's alchemy that allows for such daily comforts and insists that it deserves recognition as an equal to holy magic or sorcery. She proclaims that even Regina is likely living more easily due to the inventions made possible by the craft. Charlotte, watching her speak so passionately, is struck by how much Rebecca cherishes alchemy and secretly thinks she might be the Empire's, or perhaps even the entire continent's, foremost advocate for the discipline. Still yelling, Regina maintains that regardless of what she claims, the product is a scam and that numerous people have already suffered because of it. Rebecca furrows her brow, baffled, and demands to know what she means by victims. Regina confidently states that it's because of the potion's effect. There's now no way to discern who is bald and who isn't. The surrounding women start whispering again, intrigued and confused, while Rebecca remains utterly dumbfounded, stating she genuinely has no idea what Regina is trying to argue. Regina explains further that no sane aristocrat would willingly marry someone suffering from baldness. The other ladies around her nod quietly, aligning with her point. Regina argues that baldness can be passed down through generations, and no one would want to marry while knowingly accepting that kind of risk. She concludes that, no matter what is said, baldness will always be seen as a flaw. And now, thanks to Rebecca's potion, bald individuals can disguise themselves and enjoy the same treatment and advantages that naturally haired people have always held. Rebecca still appears bewildered, softly expressing that she doesn't believe individuals ought to be judged for their lack of hair, then questions whether Regina hasn't heard that all souls are equal in the eyes of Artel. Regina rolls her eyes and snaps back, telling her not to pretend to be virtuous when she blatantly took Lady Haley's rightful place, declaring that someone like her has no authority to lecture about fairness. She then smugly claims she'll only accept Rebecca's stance if she herself marries a bald man, and asks if she'd be fine raising a hairless child. Several noblewomen murmur in agreement, stating they would never allow their bloodlines to mix with bald descendants, making Rebecca freeze in place. Regina, seeing her hesitation, tilts her head with a satisfied smirk, basking in the silent support spreading across the crowd. But soon, voices begin rising in opposition as some noblewomen speak up in Rebecca's favor, insisting that being bald is not a moral failing, nor should it be considered shameful. Others openly question how Regina could justify ostracizing someone over such a trivial matter. A few of the gentlemen nearby also chime in, asking Regina what harm bald individuals have ever caused her. Tension quickly escalates, and two distinct factions begin forming within the gathering. Regina glares and shouts louder, pointing a finger at Rebecca, claiming her potion is the root of the commotion, urging her to take a good look at the disorder she stirred, and accusing her of sowing discord among the nobility. At that moment, an elderly woman steps forward from the crowd, calling Regina out for pushing responsibility onto Rebecca once again. More guests begin siding with Rebecca, saying she's a savior rather than a source of trouble, and asking Regina to stop hounding her over absurd accusations. One of them whispers that Regina herself is from House Bryant, the family that operates a prominent wig company. Murmurs follow, questioning whether wigs aren't also used to hide baldness. Regina scoffs and calls the old woman brazen, declaring that it's solely thanks to her family's wigs that people have managed to maintain their confidence all these years. But the older lady smirks back and asks if she's referring to those clunky, overpriced hairpieces that feel like wearing a bucket on one's head. More women begin nodding, some openly declaring they'll never return to using wigs now that Rebecca's solution exists. Others accuse Regina of envy, claiming she's only furious because her business is collapsing under the weight of Rebecca's success. With her pride stung, Regina snaps at them, yelling that their assumptions are nonsense and swearing that their company will never falter. Then she shifts back toward Rebecca, sneering and asking if people truly believe her concoction is entirely safe, questioning how anyone could trust a potion that hasn't been officially certified by House Carsius. She insists all alchemical goods require their validation to be deemed trustworthy. Watching from the back, Haley silently observes the chaos with a smirk, savoring every second. Rebecca, unable to remain quiet, shouts that her potion is completely safe, her tone sharp and trembling with anger. She then drops a revelation that silences the room. She had personally shaved off all her own hair prior to the launch. A collective gasp echoes as jaws drop in disbelief, and Regina stammers, asking what she just heard. Rebecca exhales deeply, then affirms she tested the formula on herself, not once but 5 separate times. Gasps erupt again as astonishment spreads. She calmly explains that she took such steps to ensure her product carried no side effects. The crowd continues murmuring in disbelief, repeatedly whispering about the 5 self-experiments, while Regina just stares, convinced that Rebecca must be entirely out of her mind. Rebecca calmly continues, stating that while she fully acknowledges it's traditional for alchemists to gain formal approval from House Carsius, a prestigious lineage of mages, her invention already received certification from House Rowanster. She adds that the potion is currently being sold at the Rowanster family shop, so she sees no practical reason to obtain a second endorsement from House Carsius. Regina scoffs and bursts out that she absolutely must, arguing that the two noble houses can never be considered equal. After a pause of tense silence, Charlotte finally interjects, her tone cutting as she questions why not, since both houses carry the same noble rank. She then demands Regina to clarify exactly what disqualifies House Rowanster from being equal to House Carsius. Regina stumbles back slightly, visibly shaken, while Charlotte crosses her arms and mocks whether Regina dares to devalue the name of their duchy outright. She continues by hinting that Regina's comments might be taken as a direct insult against the Rowanster family itself. Regina panics until her maid suddenly steps forward, bowing deeply and pleading with Charlotte to overlook her mistress's poor wording. Rebecca herself blinks in stunned surprise, taken aback by Charlotte's unwavering defense. The maid quickly elaborates that Lady Regina only meant to suggest that, since House Carsius has a long history tied to magic, it might offer more authoritative insight on magical creations. Charlotte narrows her eyes and questions if she's implying that the Rowanster family's certification is somehow less valid simply because they are better known for their martial heritage. Stiffening, Regina bows low, admitting that her remarks were completely inappropriate and humbly requests forgiveness. Charlotte then calmly explains that not only herself, but also her mother and even Carlisle, Duke Rowanster himself, have personally used Lady Rebecca's invention. She stares directly at Regina, asking if she still believes the potion carries hidden dangers. Regina's maid trembles as she scrambles to reassure them, frantically insisting that they have always believed in the potion and that there was never any doubt in their minds. Rebecca, standing quietly, is momentarily overwhelmed to learn that even Carlisle trusted her work enough to try it himself. Just then, a poised young woman steps toward her and introduces herself as Michela Arcella, daughter of Viscount Arcella, warmly stating that she had been hoping to speak with her for quite some time. A crowd begins gathering around Rebecca, full of eager expressions, when another voice cuts in through the buzz, remarking that it's been ages since the hall felt so alive with chatter. Rebecca turns sharply, her eyes going wide with disbelief as she recognizes the Saintess. The holy woman approaches the group with a graceful air, commenting that the discussion seems to be quite animated. One of the ladies, smiling brightly, explains that the topic of conversation is none other than Lady Rebecca's hair growth formula. A few of them begin enthusiastically trying to describe what exactly the potion does and how it works, eager to share every detail. The Saintess smiles gently and remarks that she is already familiar with Rebecca's hair growth remedy, leaving Rebecca utterly stunned by the revelation. Unable to contain her disbelief, she hurries toward the Saintess, asking with wide eyes if she truly knows about her creation. The Saintess nods, explaining that the potion has been an enormous help to the temple's shelter as well, sharing that many of the children in their care suffer from hair loss. She elaborates that when a mother experiences nutritional deficiencies during pregnancy, it's not uncommon for the child to be born with weakened or no hair. She adds that, just recently, a mysterious donor provided a large supply of Rebecca's potion, and as a result, numerous children now have thick, healthy hair for the first time in their lives. Rebecca beams with joy, heart swelling at the thought of her invention bringing comfort to others. From the side, Regina watches the moment unfold with bitter envy, unable to believe the scene before her, inwardly groaning that if things continue like this, Rebecca will win everyone's hearts. She suddenly interjects, raising her voice and addressing the Saintess, claiming that the potion's effects are temporary and only last for 10 days. She argues that once the children lose their hair again, the disappointment will surely be worse than never experiencing it at all. The Saintess lets out a soft sigh and responds that the children are already well aware of the potion's limits, but they still chose to use it because, even if just for 10 days, they wanted to feel what it was like to have hair. She concludes that Lady Rebecca has given them something far more valuable than any cure, a reason to smile again, and that is something priceless. Rebecca listens to her words, overwhelmed with emotion, and takes a deep breath before speaking. She respectfully tells the Saintess that once the formula is stabilized and properly finalized, she will coordinate with Madame Adlate to ensure regular shipments are sent to the temple. Her voice steady, she promises that this small offering will continue to bring comfort to the children under their care. The Saintess offers Rebecca a gentle smile, thanking her and expressing that the children will be overjoyed, adding that she's genuinely thankful for her willingness to support them, and as a token of appreciation, she wishes to share a prophecy. Gasps ripple through the room, with several guests whispering in disbelief that not even the emperor is often granted such divine insight, yet a single noblewoman is now receiving a revelation. The Saintess continues, stating with a serene tone that Rebecca's hair growth solution will soon become an immense blessing to the entire empire. At the edge of the gathering, Regina collapses to the ground, her legs giving out beneath her in sheer humiliation, while Haley turns away in silence and slips out from the crowd. The murmur of voices rises once again, spreading admiration for Rebecca's unexpected recognition. Rebecca, deeply moved, softly voices her gratitude to the Saintess, eyes shimmering. The Saintess leans closer, her voice a soft whisper in Rebecca's ear, telling her that she truly wishes her the best as she walks the path she's chosen. She adds that Rebecca should never hesitate to seek her out should she ever require guidance, and encourages her to come visit whenever she can. Overwhelmed, Rebecca's knees nearly buckle, her breath catching as her entire body trembles from the weight of the moment. Charlotte dashes over, gently catching her and asking with concern if she's all right. She then remarks that she, too, has been left breathless from the shock and admits it was hard to stand by while Lady Regina attacked so viciously. Rebecca, still trembling, can hardly form words, her thoughts spinning around the fact that the Saintess herself had chosen to stand by her. Charlotte clasps her shoulder and quietly says that, above all, it's a blessing that the Saintess publicly defended her, especially when no one expected such favor. After returning home, Rebecca recounts everything to Lady Adlate, who is mildly taken aback by the revelation, now understanding why she found her weeping. Rebecca declares she will never forget the day she received the Saintess's prophecy and backing. Even Charlotte appears surprised by Rebecca's uncharacteristic enthusiasm, commenting to her mother that she has been acting this way since earlier. Lady Adlate chuckles and tells Charlotte to simply imagine the level of joy Rebecca must be feeling at this moment. Meanwhile, Rebecca abruptly turns to Charlotte, calling her name. Charlotte blinks and asks if she has finally returned to her senses. Rebecca then recalls something and inquires whether what Charlotte said earlier was true, that Carlyle had been using her solution too. Charlotte smirks and wonders whether Rebecca thought she had just made it up. With a playful wink, she reveals that Carlyle likely has no idea at all, explaining that she secretly gave his butler a bottle to manage his hair care routine. Since her brother delegates all personal grooming to his attendant, she doubts he even knows he's been using the potion. Rebecca shrugs at the thought, and Lady Adlate joins in, remarking that her son probably has no clue about the creams he applies either. Charlotte adds that sometimes it feels like all those expensive products are wasted on him. He wouldn't even notice if his butler rubbed salt into his scalp. Lady Adlite then gently advises Rebecca not to be discouraged by Regina's words, reassuring her that her alchemy is remarkable and urging her not to let petty comments leave a mark. Rebecca, however, looks confused at the mention of Regina, prompting Charlotte to ask if she's already forgotten who she is. Rebecca frowns slightly, admitting she remembers her only vaguely as the young woman from earlier, but says she had been so mesmerized by the saintess that everything else faded. She then scoffs inwardly, mocking Regina in her thoughts. A few days later, Carlyle visits his mother, his silvery violet hair glinting under the light. Lady Adlite's gaze fixates directly on his head, and she smiles, murmuring that it looks quite pleasing. Carlyle appears puzzled, prompting her to wave it off casually and tell him it's nothing. As he sits, Lady Adlite informs him that she summoned him because an unusual rumor is circulating among the noblewomen. Carlyle frowns immediately, remarking that they are always gossiping, but his mother tells him this one is a bit different. It concerns Rebecca. According to the rumor, the entire royal family pressured him into becoming engaged to Rebecca, thereby pushing Lady Haley aside. Carlyle stiffens as she continues, explaining that people believe he admired Lady Haley, but bowed to imperial demands to marry Rebecca instead. Carlyle gasps, asking if House Carseus is behind this slander again. Lady Adlite nods thoughtfully, stating it's only her guess, but suspects they are trying to save face now that Rebecca's popularity is on the rise. She stresses that Rebecca's reputation cannot afford to be sullied further, and insists Carlyle must take action. She hands him an invitation and tells him to accompany Rebecca to the opera that evening. Carlyle looks bewildered, asking why such sudden plans, and Lady Adlite clarifies that she's asking him to take Rebecca on a public date. As he opens the envelope, she adds that if the two of them are regularly seen together, it will help squash the ongoing speculation. He nods slowly, agreeing that if it's for Rebecca's sake, he will comply. His mother beams, saying that it's wonderful because this is a significant moment for her. When Carlyle asks what makes it so crucial, she rises from her seat with a spark in her eye, declaring that Rebecca has finally grasped the true potential of alchemy. Now that she's reassessing past failures and identifying products that can be commercialized, she must stay focused. Slamming the table, she adds that Rebecca cannot be distracted by malicious gossip. She then firmly instructs her son not to inform Rebecca about any of this, predicting that the girl will only brush it off and claim she doesn't mind. Carlyle agrees, assuring her that he understands, and tells her he'll go see Rebecca immediately. Later, he arrives at her workshop, which is shrouded in smoke. He lets out a small laugh, commenting that this place never fails to surprise him, and calls out her name. From within, Rebecca answers, welcoming him in between coughs. He steps closer and asks if he's interrupting something. With her back turned, she waves him off, saying it's nothing serious and invites him inside. The window is ajar, letting the smoke ventilate the room as he takes a seat and asks if she's been busy lately. Rebecca responds that Madame Adlite asked her to think about her next project, so she's been sifting through her older inventions. He glances at something across the room, recalling his mother's words about how pivotal this period is for Rebecca. Suddenly, he tells her there's something on her face. When she struggles to find it, he offers to help and steps forward, asking if she's comfortable with that. Taking out his handkerchief, he gently wipes her cheek, grinning. She blushes and pulls away slightly. He remarks that his mother and sister both seem to have very high expectations of her. Rebecca responds sheepishly, saying she believes they're overestimating her abilities, but she genuinely wants to live up to their faith in her because they've both been nothing but kind. Carlyle tucks his handkerchief away, then smiles and says, in that case, she should allow him the chance to be kind to her as well. Rebecca looks surprised as he hands her the invitation, her heart thudding. Some moments later, Carlyle finds himself slightly uneasy, a pink hue spreading across his cheeks as he quietly realizes the butler is to blame for his current attire. He is clad in an undeniably striking ensemble. Suddenly, Rebecca appears before him, dressed in a radiant red gown that glimmers with every step, and she hurriedly apologizes for her delay. Her breathtaking appearance renders him speechless, yet he quickly recovers and offers her a warm smile, telling her she has arrived just in time before extending his hand and asking if they should be on their way. She accepts it, remarking that they certainly should, but as they begin moving, her heel catches unexpectedly, and she nearly stumbles. He swiftly steadies her and checks if she is all right. She admits with a flustered laugh that she rarely wears heels. Without hesitation, he kneels down to adjust them properly, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Once finished, he gazes up at her with a gentle expression and adds that if they prove too difficult to manage, she can simply lean on him for balance. As she slips her hand into his for support, she wonders why her heart is pounding so wildly, noting that the sensation feels oddly familiar, almost like the rush she experienced the first time she managed to carve into a raw mana stone. Upon arriving at the venue, Rebecca turns toward him with a puzzled expression, asking why they have come to an opera, since she didn't think he would be the type to enjoy such performances. Or does he, perhaps? He looks at her for a moment before admitting with a small smile that she knows him quite well. She is correct in assuming he doesn't particularly like these events, and truthfully, he can't even recall the last time he attended one. However, when his mother handed him the tickets, he figured she might enjoy the outing. Rebecca glances at him, touched by his thoughtfulness, and tells him gently that he doesn't need to force himself to do things he doesn't like just for her sake the next time. He grins at that. With a thoughtful pause, Rebecca suggests that next time they choose something both of them can truly enjoy for their next date. Whispers ripple throughout the crowd as people begin to murmur that Duke Rowenster has arrived with his fiancée to watch an opera, something they never imagined from someone as stoic as him. One woman even whispers that she once heard he was pressured into this engagement, but from the looks of him now, it certainly doesn't seem that way. As murmurs grow, Carlyle quietly reaches over, smoothing down a loose strand of Rebecca's hair and remarking softly that it had gotten a little tangled. Rebecca, noticing the attention, remarks that it must be exhausting having people observe his every movement like this. He exhales, telling her with amused relief that it feels nice having someone finally understand, especially after 28 years of constant scrutiny. Rebecca adds with a dry chuckle that it almost seems as if the audience is more interested in watching them than the actual opera, since nearly everyone has turned in their direction. Carlyle reassures her, saying not to fret. Once the performance begins, the crowd will focus on the stage instead. Suggesting they try the wine before the show starts, they gently clink their glasses together. She lifts the glass, bringing it to her nose and noting the aroma is a bit sharp for her taste, but still decides to take a sip. The initial bitterness hits her hard, and she lets out a soft bleh, clearly unimpressed. But after a moment, she notices a pleasant aftertaste lingering, prompting her to reconsider. Meanwhile, Carlyle quietly observes her reactions, clearly entertained by her expressions. The opera soon begins, telling a tale titled The Love of a Noble, which follows a young aristocrat who loses his memory in a tragic accident and is then cared for by kind-hearted villagers. Over time, he recovers both his past and his health, eventually falling in love with a humble girl from the countryside. The story unfolds as a heartfelt romance defying social hierarchy. Around them, the audience listens in silence, deeply moved. Rebecca, however, struggles to stay engaged, yawning repeatedly and wondering when it might end. Her thoughts drift, questioning whether such stories are meant to be enjoyable, when at last, to her relief, the performance concludes. The crowd erupts in applause, rising to their feet in admiration, while Rebecca finally stretches, hiding her boredom with a polite smile. Afterward, Carlyle turns to Rebecca and gently asks if she would like to step out for a bit of air, mentioning that they still have time before the second act begins. She nods in agreement, and together they exit the venue. As they stroll outside, the Duke casually inquires whether she truly didn't enjoy the opera, and she blinks in surprise, asking how he figured that out. He chuckles softly and admits that he found it rather dull as well. She questions if he's being serious, and he nods, smiling as he adds that he didn't exactly choose the performance himself. Rebecca recalls he had said earlier that his mother provided the tickets, and he confirms it, explaining that the Duchess is particularly fond of romantic operas. Though she might not seem like it now, she used to be incredibly passionate about love, especially when his father was still alive, as the two of them were considered the most affectionate couple across the continent. Rebecca giggles at the thought and remarks that, funnily enough, her own parents were just like that too. Her father had always adored her mother deeply. They both fall quiet for a moment, gazing at the scenery outside, when Carlyle eventually asks if they should simply head home since neither of them actually enjoyed the performance. Rebecca hesitates, pondering the situation, before pointing out that they're expected to maintain appearances for the other nobles, especially in public. Carlyle listens, then grins and agrees, his eyes warm as he watches her speak. After returning home, Rebecca steps into Carlyle's room, glancing around as she remarks that it is her first time there. He smiles, realizing that apart from his family, she is the only woman he has ever invited inside. Her eyes curve with amusement as she admits the sight is rather surprising. Curious, he asks how so, and she explains that she expected something larger and grander, considering his status as a duke. Passing her a wine glass, he replies that the official chambers of the duke are elsewhere, though he rarely uses them. He admits he has tried moving rooms several times, yet none felt as comfortable as this one. Rebecca chuckles softly, intrigued by the thought, and recalls Charlotte mentioning how women sometimes sneaked into her brother's room at night. The memory makes sense now, and she smirks knowingly. Carlyle lets out a smooth chuckle of his own, adding that after he made an example of one intruder, such incidents are far less frequent. Her smile fades slightly, realizing it must still happen on occasion, and she feels a twinge of sympathy for him. Suddenly, he lifts the wine bottle and asks if they should begin, startling her. Eyes sparkling, she eagerly requests the honor of opening it herself. Though hesitant, Carlyle grants her permission. She admits that while it is customary for a gentleman to open the bottle, she delights in doing it personally. He encourages her to go ahead. Rebecca clutches the bottle happily, murmuring in excitement, when Carlyle suddenly asks her not to mention it to his mother. Turning with surprise, she questions why, and he explains that he prefers not to hear her lament about failing to raise a proper gentleman. Rebecca laughs lightly, telling him to stop, insisting his mother raise the finest son she could. After all, he is a SwordMaster, a title few can claim. With that, she pops the cork, inhales the fragrance, and praises its sweetness. Enchanted by the taste, she tells Carlyle she has tried it once before when her father received a bottle as a gift. Since then, she has dreamed of opening a bottle herself, and now it feels like her wish has finally come true. Carlyle smiles, teasingly asking if she is really that happy, and she bursts out with joy, insisting that she is. Taking the bottle from her hands, he asks if she would at least grant him the honor of pouring her the first glass. She quickly agrees, saying of course he should. Pouring the golden wine, he hands her the glass, and as he notices her astonished expression, he asks if it looks beautiful. Filling one for himself, he admits that this is actually his first time tasting the famed dessert's dawn. Surprised, she questions him, and he explains that his father enjoyed it greatly, which is why his mother gathered as many bottles as she could after his passing. Rebecca stares at the glass, conflicted, admitting that she almost feels unworthy to drink it. Carlyle gently reassures her, saying his mother would never be upset. And in fact, if she knew Rebecca liked it, she might even hand her the entire cellar. Rebecca blushes deeply, fumbling over her words as she asks if she should offer him a toast. Raising his glass, he declares it is to them, and they both turn slightly, drinking together. The wine dazzles her senses, its flavor making her body almost dance with delight. She exclaims that she is happier than ever, and Carlyle, savoring his own glass, agrees that the wine truly deserves all the praise. At last, he understands why both she and his late father cherished it so much. Her eyes sparkle as she asks if he agrees, and together they fall into cheerful chatter, their laughter filling the quiet room. Suddenly, Carlyle calls her name, his tone shifting, and he brings up the second act of the opera. He recalls how she wore a serious expression then, one that didn't seem caused by the performance alone, and gently asks if something else has been on her mind. Rebecca tenses, her fingers tightening around the glass as she glares at the wine's surface, searching for words. At last, finding no way around it, she asks if he has ever liked someone before. She explains further, saying she knows he has endured much because of his overwhelming popularity among women. Her sudden line of questioning catches him off guard, and he coughs at her third question, quickly covering his face, while she calmly presses on, remarking that he must have been harassed by odd admirers, yet surely encountered a few decent ladies as well. Thinking for a while, Carlyle finally admits that he does not believe he has ever truly fallen for anyone, not yet at least. Rebecca beams with delight at his answer, confessing that she too has never liked anyone, never once fallen in love. With bright curiosity, she asks if he thinks that makes them the strange ones. He chuckles softly and tells her perhaps so, since he has wondered the same himself. Rising to his feet, he explains that for years he believed his inability to care for someone was because of the torment he endured, though part of him suspects he only used that excuse to avoid facing the truth. Rebecca slumps slightly, then speaks of the opera they watched, saying the male lead gave up everything for his love, but she cannot imagine abandoning her alchemy for anyone. Carlyle smiles knowingly, saying that sounds exactly like her, and she agrees, reminding him she only entered this agreement because she refused to let go of her passion. Yet, with flushed cheeks, she admits she sometimes wonders if she might one day give it all up for the right person. Carlyle remains silent for a long moment, himself uncertain, before finally telling her that perhaps she might, or perhaps not. But instead of worrying about someone who would force her to choose, he hopes she finds a person who can both love her and protect what she treasures most. Flustered, Rebecca remarks that his words are beautiful, to love someone who also safeguards what she loves. Carlyle gently confesses that he has always drunk alone, but it feels different, even comforting, to share a glass with her. He hints lightly at his thoughts, and she smiles, teasing if she gets too serious when drinking. He reassures her, saying not at all, because even if their relationship began as a contract, they can still share their truest thoughts as an engaged couple. Rebecca brightens and insists it is now his turn. Carlyle hesitates, shifting uneasily, before admitting there is something he has long wanted to ask. Encouraging him with a smile, she tells him to go ahead. He averts his gaze, embarrassed, but she assures him that she won't judge. After a pause, he finally admits that perhaps it is because he is so accustomed to women throwing themselves at him, but he finds it fascinating how she treats him simply as a normal man. Looking at her intently, he asks if she truly feels nothing for him at all. Rebecca's eyes widened in shock. Rebecca's face turns blank before she softly admits that she does find him very attractive, which makes him question if she truly means it, and she answers with certainty that she really does, prompting him to confess that whenever he is with her, he feels like just a normal man. Her lips curl into a chuckle as she teases him, asking if he is saying he usually isn't a normal man, but then she pauses, realizing he might be right, for he is a renowned swordmaster, tall, and undeniably handsome. Hearing her compliment, the Duke smiles warmly before suddenly asking about her ideal type, and the unexpected question leaves her stunned, for even she is unsure of the answer. He tries to give her a few options, yet she continues pondering, unable to decide, and when he asks if she has ever truly thought about it before, she still seems lost in thought, which makes his expression dim. He presses further, jolting as he questions whether she is even certain she finds him attractive, since she does not appear to know the difference between attractive and unattractive people, which sparks her anger as she declares that she does know, and under pressure, she suddenly blurts out that her standard is him. He stiffens as her finger points at him, and she stuns him even more by insisting that anyone who looks like him is attractive, while anyone who does not is simply unattractive. At this, he bursts into laughter, leaving her confused, for it is obvious she came up with that on the spot. Yet with stubborn determination, she insists it is true and that she indeed has a type. Curious, he presses her again, asking her to reveal it, and without hesitation, she blurts that it is someone who can protect her love for alchemy, before laughing nervously and asking if that answer counts, which leaves him speechless as he stares at her. She adds that she may not be the most sensible person in the world, but she is a quick learner, then stretches her arms with a yawn, saying she feels sleepy and should return to her room. Watching her, he offers to walk her back, and though she tells him it is unnecessary, he insists, opening the door with determined courtesy, saying he has to. They walk together until he halts a few steps before her room, where she opens the door, glances at him from the side with a soft smile, and bids him good night, to which he returns the same words with equal warmth, even adding that he hopes to share a drink together again someday. She promises she will come, sealing it with a smile before closing the door, and he lingers outside, gazing at the door with quiet satisfaction. The scene then shifts to the imperial palace, where a young gentleman bows deeply before Emperor Oberyn, sincerely thanking His Majesty for reaching out and embracing the Rovan kingdom, and the emperor responds with grace, remarking that it has been far too long, while addressing the man formally as Chancellor Kaliza. The Chancellor further remarks that he never expected to personally pay a visit himself, but the young man admits that although he wished to bring wine, he instead prepared a modest present, hoping it would meet His Majesty's favor. He introduces the gift as mana stones, recently unearthed in the western territory of Rovan. At once, the princess rises in astonishment, yet struggles to maintain composure. The prince observes with surprise, remarking that the king remains as lavish as ever, wondering aloud how he could so generously dispatch such precious stones. Chancellor Kaliza bows deeply, insisting that such treasures are insignificant when compared to the graciousness shown by His Majesty. The prince, smiling faintly, contemplates whether the offering of such colossal mana stones might signify their decision to trade them exclusively with the Empire. Gazing at the vast display, he realizes that the Chancellor has come in person, being none other than the king's younger sibling, and that the entire delegation radiates genuine friendliness. Optimism swells within him as he foresees the possibility of a prosperous treaty ahead. Carlyle, standing near the prince, fixes his eyes on the radiant stone, considering how the import of such superior quality mana stones would benefit countless alchemists crafting magical devices. He wonders silently how Rebecca will react once she learns of this. Later, within the grand banquet, nobles and dignitaries lift their goblets, cheering with laughter, while Kaliza and his retinue beam with contentment. The lively hall seems warm and harmonious, yet as the prince reclines in his chair, he leans toward Carlyle, whispering that everything is unfolding too seamlessly. No matter how he ponders it, the arrangement feels suspiciously effortless, especially when the Rovan kingdom clearly holds the advantage as the sole holders of such exceptional stones. All they seek, astonishingly, is a modest tariff reduction for exclusive export. The Duke calmly suggests that perhaps their desire stems from an earnest wish for a strong alliance, but the prince's instincts remain unsettled. With unease, he admits that something feels awry, though such an offer is far too valuable to dismiss. Not even the Empire's Intelligence Bureau holds information on Rovan's hidden agenda, leaving him restless. Abruptly, the prince's butler approaches, leaning close to whisper that Chancellor Kaliza eagerly awaits a private audience. The prince grins knowingly, convinced of his suspicion, and orders the butler to escort their guest to his office, requesting light wine and delicacies be prepared. Yet the butler hesitates, adding that the Chancellor specifically requested Duke Rowenster's attendance as well, leaving both men bewildered. Carlyle, startled, asks if the butler truly refers to him, and upon confirmation, he glances toward Kaliza, who responds with a polite, cryptic smile. Inside the office, the prince settles with composure, confessing that he expected matters to be too smooth, and he prompts Kaliza to reveal his genuine desire. The young chancellor smirks, asking if His Majesty does not fear being overly casual now that privacy surrounds them. The prince responds that their long-standing friendship permits such informality, urging him to speak plainly. Kaliza admits without hesitation that, indeed, he carries a request. Carlyle, his posture tightening, interjects anxiously, demanding whether the matter pertains to him. Kaliza replies that Carlyle is correct, clarifying with discomfort that the issue directly involves his fiancée. Carlyle reels back, aghast, stammering in disbelief and questioning if he refers to Lady Rebecca. The young chancellor wipes sweat nervously, confessing that it concerns her miraculous hair solution, which their kingdom desperately needs. Both men shout simultaneously in stunned outrage, the air thick with silence and awkward tension. The prince leans closer, narrowing his eyes, murmuring that he never thought such words would come from Kaliza's mouth, asking bluntly if he is intoxicated. Kaliza shakes his head firmly, declaring sobriety, and counters with a question. Does the prince truly not understand why they covet the hair remedy? The prince sighs knowingly, admitting that he does, while Carlyle, puzzled and uneasy, presses for an explanation. The prince, caught in discomfort, reveals with reluctance that confidential intelligence has disclosed a peculiar secret. The king of Rovan is going bald. Kaliza continues, explaining that what they are about to hear is not directly the tale of their king, but should instead be taken as the story of an ordinary man named Mainers, as they already know his brother. Mainers was not born as a crown prince. In fact, he always wished to live the life of a commander rather than a ruler. And Carlyle recalls that this is true, remembering how Mainers once said he despised politics because it gave him a constant headache. Kaliza then reminds them that their kingdom is guarded by the barrier of a divine relic, which allows them to exist without the terror of monster attacks. And this sacred relic is also the one that chooses the rightful successor to the throne. The prince nods, agreeing that it is correct, since the second prince had begun a war purely out of resentment toward the relic's judgment, a reckless act that ended with the deaths of both him and the crowned heir. And so the prince offers heartfelt condolences for such a loss during that conflict. Kaliza nods with restrained grief, acknowledging that the battle ended swiftly due to Astein's neutral stance, expressing gratitude to His Majesty for that, before adding that everything he has shared so far is nothing but what the world already knows. He then lowers his voice, revealing the hidden truth that his elder brother had fiercely rejected the throne even after being chosen by the relic, something which, as the prince admits, does indeed align with his well-known nature. With a heavy sigh, Kaliza confesses that although his brother finally ascended, he constantly threatened to abdicate whenever people tried to interfere with his private concerns, which puzzles the princess, who immediately asks what sort of concerns he means. Kaliza answers with unease that it concerns his queen, explaining that she initially had no desire to be crowned, but after entering the arranged marriage, his brother struggled yet managed to genuinely win her affection, and now they had even begun discussing the prospect of an heir. Still, both Carlyle and the prince remain puzzled, questioning what possible danger lies in that, when suddenly Kaliza erupts in frustration, shouting that this is exactly the problem because the timing is catastrophic. The prince's eyes narrow as the realization strikes him, and he mutters grimly that his brother, the king, is beginning to lose his hair. The young envoy nods firmly, admitting that it is true, the king's hair loss is advancing at an alarming pace, yet Duke Carlyle still fails to grasp the weight of the matter, which makes the prince furious as he snaps at him, demanding how he can speak so lightly. He shrieks in frustration, urging him to imagine the misery of finally winning the heart of one's beloved only to begin going bald, and asks if he could picture a more cruel tragedy. The Duke, still bewildered, questions whether the Queen of Rovan ever mentioned disliking bald men, which horrifies the prince, who explodes, roaring that no woman in the world actually adores baldness. He slams his hand on the table, insisting that even his own empress would despise him if he ever lost all his hair, and Kaliza, lowering his tone in support, adds that his brother is so distressed by this fear of rejection that he cannot even find rest at night, tormented by the thought that his queen may no longer love him. Carlyle exhales heavily, remarking that the king should still be more concerned about ruling his realm. But the prince, cheeks flushing red, insists that sovereigns are humans too, ordinary men who can fall hopelessly in love just like anyone else. Carlyle narrows his gaze at His Majesty, silently thinking he has become far too absorbed in personal matters, while Kaliza explains that because of this distraction, the matter of producing an heir has been endlessly delayed. At this pace, he warns, their bloodline could vanish, their kingdom fading with it, though the prince scoffs, doubting such an outcome. Kaliza, voice rising, declares that his brother has even threatened to abdicate if he cannot be supplied with that hair remedy, which makes Carlyle skeptical. Yet the prince counters, claiming he is certain Maynard's wishes to conceal his balding and therefore demands the medicine be delivered in secrecy, then asks Kaliza if he is correct. Kaliza admits that he is right and reveals that they wish to begin with 10 bottles, leaving the prince turning to Carlyle, pressing if it can be done, but Carlyle replies that he should consult his mother first. To this, Kaliza calmly informs them that Madame Adelheid has already been contacted, shocking the gentleman with his speed, but then admits she explained the solution is already booked for months, warning that exporting any now might spark riots among eager buyers. Bowing low, he pleads with them to help as companions from their days as crown princes. The prince leans close, whispering in Carlyle's ear, begging him to sway his aunt, yet the duke coldly replies that it lies beyond his authority. Kaliza, still desperate, drops to his knees before Carlyle, promising they would not ask without offering fair reward, then presents a box filled with shimmering stones, declaring they are rare mana crystals that any alchemist would covet. Both men exchange glances, realizing his desperation, while Carlyle's expression softens as he recalls exactly what Rebecca treasures most. Taking the box, he muses that this gift will surely delight her, then assures Kaliza he will present it to his family and see if a bargain can be arranged. Grateful, Kaliza bows in relief, thanking them deeply, and the prince chuckles beside Carlyle, remarking that the Saintess's prophecy has indeed proven accurate, teasing that she had once declared Rebecca's hair solution would become an unexpected blessing to the empire. The duke remains lost in thought, wondering if this supposed great boon is truly the one foretold, questioning whether it is already unfolding before his eyes, yet still uncertain. After a pause, he informs the prince that he intends to take his leave. Kaliza frowns, asking why, urging him to stay and share a drink before departing, but Carlyle politely declines, instead asking his grace to take care of himself. The prince presses him, questioning whether he truly plans to go now, but Carlyle nods, explaining that if he returns at once, he can deliver the mana stones to Rebecca straightaway, since she should be absorbed in her research within her workshop at this hour. The prince suddenly shifts his gaze toward Kaliza, who is too busy gulping wine to notice the tension, still bewildered by Carlyle's ability to recall such details. Watching the duke leave with a quiet grin, the prince begins to wonder if Kaliza might truly be the destined one after all. The scene transitions to Rebecca, who gasps in astonishment at the sight of the stones, declaring them extremely rare, priceless, and of exquisite quality as she studies them with awe. Standing proudly beside his mother, the duke smiles, relieved that she admires the gift. Madame Adelheid sighs softly, remarking that, given their value, they cannot possibly reject the offer, though Carlyle already knew she would be pleased. Suddenly Rosaline steps inside, announcing that a guest waits outside, and moments later an elderly man peeks through the doorway, politely asking to be excused. At once Rebecca's face lights up, and she rushes toward him in delight, grasping his hand and calling him Master Lloyd, exclaiming that it has been far too long, while the old man beams at her in equal happiness. Rosaline notices Madame Adelheid tense, quickly apologizing for not realizing Rebecca was present, and nervously asks if she should escort them to the parlor. The madam waves it off, saying it is fine, then turns to Rebecca and gently requests an introduction. Rebecca smiles, introducing the man as Master Lloyd, a renowned alchemist of the International Alchemist Association, who once worked in the Oakleyan workshop before retiring a few years ago. Adelheid bows deeply, expressing her honor in meeting him, and Lloyd returns the courtesy, insisting the honor is mutual. When asked what brings him such a long way, Lloyd admits that he has come to request a potion from Rebecca. She blinks in surprise, asking what kind of potion he means, and Lloyd, visibly hesitant, groans before confessing that he is unsure if he should reveal it here. After a moment's hesitation, he continues anyway, noting that since the head of the Romance company is present, it should be safe. Rushing to Rebecca's side, he grips her shoulders earnestly, explaining that he is here because his son and wife have been struggling to conceive a child, and begs her to recall the potion she once brewed. Rebecca looks flustered, asking what potion he speaks of, and Lloyd finally reveals it, the virility potion. Both Carlyle and Madame Adelheid jolt at his words, shouting in shock to confirm if they heard correctly. Carlyle turns to Rebecca, demanding to know what this is about, ordering her to explain everything, while she blushes crimson with embarrassment, unable to answer. Madame Adelheid raises her voice at Rebecca, demanding an explanation regarding the so-called new regulation. Rebecca exhales an embarrassed sigh, confessing that in the past she accidentally produced several strange potions and once asked Master Lloyd to examine one of them because it had an unusual effect. To everyone's shock, that potion turned out to be a virility draught. Stunned, Madame Adelheid slaps her son's arm in disbelief, then turns back to Rebecca, pressing her to confirm if this revelation is truly accurate. Rebecca chuckles nervously, admitting that she never verified it herself, and even the old alchemist agrees, stating that he personally tested it, and indeed, it worked, giving him a rather delightful experience with his wife. Suddenly, the man waves his hands, shouting that this is not the reason he has come, before turning toward Rebecca once more, pleading with her to recreate the potion. Rebecca smiles softly, replying that if it makes him that happy, she will consider doing it again. Meanwhile, Lady Adelheid insists that Carlyle accompany her, explaining that they must discuss and prepare a business strategy. Yet the Duke hesitates, unwilling to leave, for he still has many questions to ask Rebecca. His mother refuses to yield, however, firmly telling both the old master and Rebecca that they must excuse themselves now. Lloyd courteously reassures the madam, saying that it is perfectly fine and that the pleasure of their meeting has been his. Once the madam departs, Rebecca stands frozen in confusion, quietly questioning whether she may have done something wrong, since the lady looked so unsettled. Rosaline, however, is already convinced that the madam has likely devised an ambitious business plan. Even Lloyd seems restless, nervously asking Rebecca if she truly thinks he has not offended her. Rebecca gently reassures him, telling him not to worry, certain that everything will turn out well. As they step deeper into the workshop, Lloyd marvels at the enchanting space, remarking that when he heard about her engagement, he feared she had abandoned alchemy. Rebecca smiles, explaining that the Rominster household has been remarkably supportive toward her. Taking a seat, the old man recalls her invention of the hair growth tonic, praising her brilliance and declaring that her idea of combining a reversed magic circle with foxtail weed was nothing short of ingenious. Rebecca's eyes brighten with pride, and she thanks him earnestly, admitting that she finally feels like a true alchemist. Lloyd agrees wholeheartedly, reminding her that she had always longed to create something beneficial to others. With a warm smile, he then proposes that it is time for her to join the International Alchemist Association. Rebecca's eyes sparkle with wonder as she asks if he truly believes so. Lloyd nods, explaining that in the past her father's refusal prevented her, but circumstances have now changed, since he himself has become the head of the association. Rebecca stands stunned at the revelation. He adds that with his personal recommendation, her membership will be accepted in no time. Overjoyed, she expresses her eagerness, thanking him for the opportunity. He waves off her gratitude, saying the honor is his, before curiously asking about the riddle left behind by the legendary Oakleyan. Rebecca stiffens at the mention, taken aback. Lloyd continues, admitting that when he once read the letter, it puzzled him greatly, yet he was confident she would be the one to solve the enigma and escape marriage. Flustered, Rebecca blushes and admits that while she could have used it to avoid her engagement, it would only have created different complications, and such knowledge should not be wielded carelessly. Her words make him laugh, and he nods, agreeing with her cautious wisdom. Inwardly, he reflects bitterly, calling her late father a fool for failing to acknowledge her talent as an alchemist. Though Lloyd knows the man cherished his daughter deeply, he finds it unacceptable that such genius went unrecognized, and vows within himself that the father will one day bitterly regret his blindness. After the meeting ends, Madame Adlit, wearing a grave expression, approaches Rebecca and tells her she will get straight to the point. Rebecca calmly asks her to continue, and the madam points directly at her, raising her voice as she declares that they will be able to sell her vitality potion at any price they desire. Rebecca, surprisingly, agrees with her idea, happily remarking that they should indeed sell it, but her quick approval shocks the madam, who then asks Rebecca if she is absolutely certain, admitting she thought she would be more hesitant about such a matter, especially as a woman. Rebecca sighs softly and explains that while it is not considered proper or socially acceptable for a young lady of her standing to discuss such things openly, and she feels slightly uneasy in that regard, she has been thinking about it for quite some time and does not believe she will ever marry anyone. The madam is startled by her words and demands to know what she means, and Rebecca goes on to explain that when her engagement contract finally expires, she intends to write to her family about her decision, for she plans to live independently as a true alchemist. Smiling gently, she admits that she cannot imagine herself doing anything else, so she has resolved to give up on marriage altogether, convinced that no man would willingly wed a woman wholly consumed by alchemy. Madame Adlit is left astonished, and Rebecca continues, explaining that she must save a significant amount of money if she wishes to survive on her own, which is why she wants to earn as much as possible while the opportunity is within her grasp. The lady then asks if this essentially means she does not care what becomes of her reputation as a noblewoman, and Rebecca confidently assures her that she is correct. Yet for Madame Adlit, her heart quivers with worry because she knows her son would undoubtedly understand Rebecca's position, and just the mere thought of her makes the madam tremble, fretting over whether her son would ever encounter another woman as remarkable as Rebecca, one who is not only beautiful and from a distinguished family, but also full of charm, delightfully quirky at times, yet still refined with impeccable manners, and above all, extraordinarily gifted. She realizes, even with irritation, that Rebecca is far too good for her foolish son, who cannot recognize that she is already the ideal wife for him. Rebecca, noticing the strange and conflicted expression on Lady Adlate's face, calls out to her in confusion, snapping the woman back to reality. With a heavy sigh, the madam apologizes, admitting she became lost in her own thoughts for a moment, even telling herself to calm down because there is still plenty of time, and the path between a man and a woman is always unpredictable. Still, she firmly declares that she cannot allow Rebecca's name to be used for selling this product. Rebecca asks her once again if she is truly certain, and Lady Adlaide, regaining composure, replies that she has an even better idea, requesting that Rebecca provide her with some of the potion as well. After the meeting with Lady Adlaide, Rebecca returns to her workshop, where the familiar scent of herbs and potions lingers in the air. Rosaline quietly appears from behind, watching Rebecca immersed in her work, and asks if she is preparing both the hair growth solution and the virility solution at the same time. Rebecca nods, confirming that she is indeed making both, before quickly returning her focus to the bubbling cauldrons before her. Rosaline, worried by her pace, gently asks if she isn't overworking herself, but Rebecca reassures her with calm certainty, explaining that the virility potion is not especially complicated for her to make, and she alone is capable of producing the true version. Curious, Rosaline presses further, wondering why that is, and Rebecca explains that Master Lloyd once attempted to refine and improve the potion's formula, yet his results never matched hers. He eventually concluded that the true virility solution could only be created by a woman, for the alchemist's inner energy naturally flows into the potion they craft, shaping its magical effects. Rebecca admits that she never quite understood his reasoning, still confused by why her master reached such a conclusion, but Lloyd told her it was self-evident once one considered the fundamental difference between male and female energy. Rebecca frowns in puzzlement, muttering that she still cannot make sense of it, while Rosaline blushes softly, smiling and saying she will pray Rebecca comes to understand someday. Rebecca, baffled, raises her head and asks what kind of answer that even is, finding it completely unhelpful. Changing the subject, Rosaline glances at the rows of bottles and questions how many potions Rebecca intends to provide to the madam, since she has already brewed a considerable number. Rebecca explains that Madame Adlite instructed her to prepare plenty, so she plans to give 5 bottles to Master Lloyd, 7 to the madam, and the remaining 3 to the King of Roven. Rosaline stares at her in surprise, confused about the last recipient, and Rebecca groans, admitting that sending only the hair solution to a king felt insufficient, because this is no ordinary man, but the ruler himself. Rosaline, however, voices her worry, insisting that this might not be a wise idea, warning that the king could take offense, since men tend to be particularly sensitive about such matters. Rebecca blinks in disbelief, asking if that is really true and why it should be so. Rosaline simply turns her face away with a sigh of exasperation, marveling inwardly at how the creator of a virility potion can still be so naive and innocent. Rebecca, flustered, shouts after her in frustration, demanding that she come back and explain properly. But Rosaline only sighs again, remarking that there is no need for Rebecca to know just yet. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Duke Carlisle remains lost in heavy thoughts about Rebecca's potion, his distracted state becoming so noticeable that others around him begin whispering and gossiping about his strange behavior. While far away in the kingdom of Roven, the air suddenly trembles as the entire realm is shaken by a thunderous shout echoing across the land. Maynard Roven stands before the mirror, staring in disbelief, before suddenly bursting into shouts of joy, declaring that this is nothing short of amazing. Even Kaliza, who had heard of the potion's reputation, is left stunned, admitting that while he knew the solution was extraordinary, witnessing the result in person is truly astonishing. Maynard, still unable to fully grasp the situation, runs his fingers through his once thin hair, now thick and luxurious, and continues shouting with pure delight, praising it as the greatest solution ever created. His brother cautiously asks if he intends to meet Her Majesty right away, and Maynard quickly confirms, declaring he has been waiting for this very day. He then demands to know how long the effect will last, and Kaliza informs him it should hold for about 10 days. Maynard, still brimming with excitement, presses further, asking how many bottles they received this time. Kaliza replies that they currently have 10, while the remaining 5 will be delivered once completed. Then, with a small pause, Kaliza produces a delicate pink box, presenting it as a special gift from Lady Rebecca. Maynard, confused, narrows his eyes at the box, questioning what it could be. Kaliza calmly explains that Lady Rebecca prepared it especially for him, revealing that it contains virility potions. Maynard freezes in shock, jolting upright as his voice rises, demanding to know what such a gift means, and whether Kaliza believes he is lacking as a man. Bowing deeply, Kaliza quickly clarifies, reminding him that Rebecca had already received an overly generous mana stone in exchange for her hair solution, so he believes she harbored no ill intent, only sincerity. Maynard's expression softens slightly, and after staring at the potions, he mutters that while he certainly doesn't need them, it would be ungrateful to dismiss such earnestness, instructing Kaliza to forward his thanks. Kaliza sighs in relief, promising he will do so. But suddenly, the palace doors slam open as Maynard storms through, urgently shouting for Kaliza. Startled, Kaliza asks what has happened, noting that His Majesty skipped both the morning meeting and lunch. Instead of answering directly, Maynard grabs his brother's hand tightly, his eyes wide, and asks if there is any possible way to bring Lady Rebecca into the kingdom of Roven. Kaliza, startled, demands what he means. With his cheeks flushed a deep red, Maynard admits that the previous night, while spending time with his queen, he decided to test Rebecca's potion. At first, he assumed it would simply make him feel a little more energetic, but to his amazement, he and his queen remained together until dawn, watching the sunrise side by side. His face beams with unrestrained joy as he proclaims the potion's power real and unparalleled, something any man in the world would covet. Growing angry, he slams his fist against Kaliza's arm, demanding to know why such a remarkable genius like Lady Rebecca had to be born in Astine and not in Roven. Shaking Kaliza by the shoulders, he pleads desperately, asking if there is a way to appoint her as their royal alchemist, but Kaliza can only give a strained smile, shaking his head, reminding Mainers that it is utterly impossible. After all, the Empire would never allow such a treasure to be taken. And more importantly, has His Majesty forgotten who Lady Rebecca is already engaged to? Mainers freezes as Carlyle's name flashes in his mind, his face paling before he suddenly bursts with a desperate idea, declaring they should persuade Rebecca to open a company branch in Roven. Kaliza nods, assuring him he will try his best to arrange it, but Mainers clenches his fist, voice rising in determination as he shouts that Kaliza must do everything within his power, for their kingdom cannot afford to miss such a product. Meanwhile, at a tea party, a group of noblewomen whisper among themselves, one remarking that Lady Haley has been acting rather excessively of late. Another agrees, claiming she too has heard that Haley is recruiting young ladies and even lords at an alarming rate. A third leans forward, asking if they recall what Haley said during the Carcius family ball, causing Lady Adelaide, seated nearby, to freeze in shock as she listens intently. The woman repeats Haley's words, her voice low and steady. Their current lake is no more than a stagnant puddle, unfit for a swan, so the weeds must be plucked out, the stale waters drained, and soon the lake will be filled anew. Murmurs of confusion ripple across the table until Lady Adelaide finally speaks, explaining that the lake is a metaphor for high society itself, while the stale water clearly refers to noblewomen like them. She sips her tea calmly, her tone laced with quiet suspicion, remarking that Haley seems wary of them, and certainly wary of her in particular. With a groan, Adelaide ponders aloud that perhaps Haley has abandoned her attempts to gain acceptance from Charlotte and herself, realizing she cannot win Carlyle's heart through them, and instead now views them as obstacles. She sighs, reflecting further that Rebecca's good terms with them would surely displease Haley. One of the ladies, nervous, asks Adelaide what she intends to do. Adelaide answers coolly that if Haley truly wishes to exclude the older noblewomen, high society will fracture into two camps, sparking conflict that would inevitably spill into politics and even the imperial court. With a sharp edge to her voice, she muses that Haley cannot see how foolish she has become, blinded by her own emotions. Determined, Adelaide informs the others that she will soon make her decision. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, she smiles, saying she wishes to share a delightful treasure she recently obtained. The ladies perk up, curious, as she signals her maid to bring several small boxes. They lean forward eagerly, asking what the gift is. Adelaide opens one with a knowing smile, revealing the contents, and announces that it is none other than the famed virility potion. The women exchange startled glances, blushing and chuckling, but Adelaide waves off their embarrassment, telling them that at their age there is no need for shyness. Her words spark laughter, and she continues, assuring them this is no false miracle like the ones men boast about in private. Though she may be a widow, they are not, and she hopes the potion can enhance their time with their husbands. The ladies, still flustered, laugh even harder, covering their mouths in playful embarrassment, while Adelaide calmly sips her tea, her eyes gleaming with quiet calculation beneath her polite smile. The next day, late in the afternoon, Lady Adelaide arrives at another gathering where noble women chatter animatedly among themselves. With a graceful smile, she approaches and casually asks if they had a pleasant night, doubting they would make the effort to attend so soon. To her surprise, the ladies rush toward her in unison, their faces glowing with excitement as they exclaim that the potion she shared was nothing short of miraculous, their husbands rejuvenated as though young again. Some laugh nervously, their cheeks burning red, before confessing that their husbands even questioned them about something they called the night rose. Adelaide tilts her head in curiosity, unaware of this name, while the women explain shyly that they had decided on it themselves. For them, repeatedly referring to it as a virility solution felt too embarrassing, so they agreed on a softer, elegant term. Adelaide chuckles, her eyes lighting with approval, remarking that it is a splendid name, especially since she had been considering one herself. Their delighted cries echo through the room as they eagerly ask if the potion will be sold, insisting that even if it is not made public, they want the chance to place private orders. Adelaide's smile deepens, her thoughts turning shrewd. This response is far greater than she anticipated, and it cements her belief that the night rose must be positioned as a premium product. After all, human nature always covets that which is scarce and difficult to obtain, and by keeping its supply limited, they can preserve Rebecca's reputation while elevating the potion's value. As the ladies continue to beam with anticipation, Adlete sips her tea, inwardly satisfied that another wave of success is about to bloom, one that will not only strengthen Rebecca's name, but also reshape the whispers of high society in their favor. Lady Adlete calmly informs the ladies that the night rose will only be available through their circle, and without a personal invitation from one of them, no one else will have access. The women beam with delight, declaring how honored they feel, laughing among themselves that those who sided with House Carcius will be green with envy. As they prepare to leave, offering thanks once more, Marchioness Rimador suddenly steps forward, calling Lady Adlate's name. With a warm smile, she raises a small box, politely asking Adlete to deliver it to the creator of the Night Rose. Curious, Adlete accepts the package, inquiring what it is, but the Marchioness only smiles cryptically, assuring her that the recipient will be pleased. Later, back at her residence, Adlete passes the gift to Rebecca, whose eyes instantly brighten with joy as she recognizes it as the renowned Ramadeu Cafe's special cake. Rebecca's face glows with happiness, and Adlete chuckles, pleased by her delight, remarking that the Marchioness mentioned Rebecca would surely love it. Rebecca nods, recalling how she once met the Marchioness at the cafe, where her hair solution was praised so warmly, and now she has even sent a thoughtful gift. Turning to Adlete, she playfully suggests they invite Charlotte to join them so they may enjoy it together. Adlete agrees, lightly teasing whether Rebecca is not too busy, but Rebecca laughs, assuring her that though she has been tied up, she has wrapped up most of her tasks. With the mood cheerful, Adlete gently shifts the subject, expressing her wish for their company to release a new product and asking if Rebecca has any ideas in mind. Rebecca's eyes sparkle as she exclaims, "It is wonderful. Adlete brought it up, for she has already prepared a few options to showcase." As tea is served, she begins laying out potion after potion on the table, each carefully preserved. Charlotte gasps in shock at the sight of so many creations, while even Lady Adlete herself is unable to tear her eyes away. Rebecca smiles softly, explaining that though many of these were deemed failures in her eyes, she believes they may still hold great value to others, which is why she brought everything except the unstable, short-lived concoctions. For Lady Adlete, the sight is thrilling, like glimpsing the treasure chest of a genius mind, and she feels a spark of excitement at the endless possibilities that lie ahead. Rebecca first presents a delicate magic accessory, explaining that the bead on the earring will fall out when twisted, and if thrown at someone, it causes temporary paralysis. Charlotte examines it carefully, asking exactly how long the effect lasts. Rebecca replies that it holds for around 10 minutes, adding that it is not deadly enough to be considered a true weapon. Next, she unveils a necklace, pointing out that if the back part is rubbed, it emits a sudden glow. Charlotte, intrigued, asks what happens during the glow, to which Rebecca answers with a shy smile that it produces only light, though so blindingly bright that one cannot open their eyes for a while. One by one, Rebecca introduces her creations, each with unique properties, until finally, she lowers her gaze and admits with embarrassment that this is all she has. She adds softly that she knows they are not especially impressive, so perhaps she should focus on creating something entirely new. But before she can finish, Lady Adlete raises her hand, urging her to wait, then turns to Charlotte, asking for her opinion. Charlotte nods, saying she believes they are both thinking the same thing. With that, Lady Adlete spins back to Rebecca, nearly shouting with passion, insisting she must commercialize every single one of them. Rebecca gasps in shock, eyes wide, blurting out a startled cry and demanding what they mean. Lady Adlete leans forward, declaring firmly that all these magical items are perfect for self-defense. Rebecca still looks dazed when Charlotte quickly adds that just earlier, she heard troubling news that Miss Chloe, a well-known opera singer, has been stalked. Lady Adlete asks if Charlotte is certain, while Rebecca frowns in confusion, admitting she has no idea who Miss Chloe even is. Charlotte explains further telling her Miss Chloe is a rising star, beloved across the empire, who became famous after portraying the lead heroine in the celebrated play The Love of a Noble. Madame Adlite was enraged upon hearing that their dear Miss Chloe had to suffer from something so vile, her expression darkening as Charlotte further explained that the stalker might even be a noble. She added that since Miss Chloe was a commoner, it would be incredibly difficult for her to resist or take action against someone of higher standing. Madame strongly agreed, pointing out that commoners could never afford to have knights shadowing them everywhere they went for protection. Charlotte sighed, her voice heavy, as she remarked that self-defense was no simple matter, even for her own mother. She added that while the capital was considered relatively safe, it was impossible to prevent every single crime. Still, Charlotte admitted her household remained secure, thanks to her elder brother's presence. To Madame Adelaide, however, this situation revealed something more important. These items would not necessarily be sought after by nobles, but countless others across the empire could find them invaluable. She insisted that she was not only referring to women, but also children, the elderly, and the disabled, anyone in need of a means to defend themselves. Passion flaring, she shouted to Rebecca that she truly loved every single one of these items and pleaded with her to put them up for sale. Charlotte nodded in agreement, adding with conviction that these creations were nothing short of remarkable. Rebecca sat in silence, her mind blank as their words echoed in her ears, while Madame's thoughts turned toward practical matters of application and pricing. Rebecca gazed at them with awe, realizing how amazing it was that they could think of such possibilities. She herself, despite being the creator, had never once imagined her inventions serving a purpose like this. To her, they had been useless trinkets, yet now they had revealed their worth. Gathering courage, she finally declared she was all for the idea. Madame quickly focused on one item, the bracelet, saying it could easily be adapted into a portable restraining device. With a few modifications, they might even supply it to the Empire's knights, who still relied on mere ropes to bind criminals. Rebecca nodded eagerly, agreeing to attempt such improvements. Madame, now bubbling with energy, began discussing names for the products, suggesting they market them as Rebecca's self-defense accessory set. Charlotte chimed in that if they wanted to make them accessible to the general public, affordability was key. Otherwise, many would be left out. Madame examined the jewelry pieces, suggesting they replace the costly gold with silver and avoid real gemstones. Rebecca went further, pointing out they could make simpler versions that limited the number of uses, which would reduce both material and mana stone requirements. Charlotte's eyes lit up at the clever solution, calling it an incredible idea. Madame then turned to Rebecca, her gaze full of pride, telling her she was truly a gifted person, an extraordinary woman who would make the finest wife any man could wish for, and she still could not understand what her foolish son was thinking to overlook such brilliance. Returning to her workshop, Rebecca instructed Rosaline to prepare some light snacks to accompany wine, explaining with a bright smile that she was in the mood for a truly fine bottle tonight. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, she let out a soft groan, scolding herself for even considering drinking alone again. Rosaline, tilting her head, asked if she planned on enjoying it in her room, then teasingly suggested she invite Duke Rowenster to join her, since she had hardly seen him at all recently. Rebecca smiled faintly, confessing that she wanted to, but he always seemed so busy, endlessly buried in paperwork. Half joking, she even asked Rosaline if perhaps she was just raising her hopes for nothing. Rosaline shrugged lightly, curiosity sparkling in her eyes, and asked what exactly she meant. Rebecca chuckled, admitting she was referring to her and the Duke. But Rosaline leaned closer, whispering slyly that no one could ever predict matters between a man and a woman. Rebecca paused, then shook her head with a small laugh, saying that might be true for others, but not for them. Just as she was about to continue, a sudden thought of Carlyle came to her mind, leaving her briefly unsettled. Rosaline, undeterred, pressed further. What would she do if the Duke ever came to like her? Rebecca immediately flustered, raised her voice, insisting that such a thing could never happen. But Rosaline, calm as ever, simply said she was only asking what Rebecca would do if it truly happened. Flustered and unwilling to answer, Rebecca marched off toward the Duke's room, muttering that Rosaline was full of such silly ideas. She told herself she was merely going to ask him if he wished to share a drink, yet her steps slowed with unease, for she could not shake off the question, what if he truly liked her? The thought wrapped around her heart in a way that made her chest tighten. As she pondered, her hand still inches from the half door, it suddenly swung open. Carlyle stepped out, and the two froze, stunned at the sudden encounter. Rebecca's breath caught as she looked into his eyes, her mind echoing Rosaline's question. If he really does like her, she thought nervously, how on earth would she feel about it? Looking at her, Carlyle asked what brought her there. Rebecca smiled, explaining that she had planned to enjoy some wine and thought of him, then quickly drooped down, worrying she might be troubling him since he was always so busy. But Carlyle calmly told her he wouldn't mind sharing a glass or two. Tilting her face up, she stared at him while he smiled, leaving her dazed by his handsome features, until she suddenly whirled around, blurting that he shouldn't force himself. If he was busy, they could always drink together another time. She didn't want him overexerting himself just because of her. He looked shocked by her sudden outburst, but she continued, reminding him that he already seemed to have his hands full managing the nights. Carlyle, still puzzled, assured her that he wasn't overexerting himself. She blinked at him, asking if he wasn't busy anymore, and he admitted he was, a little, but he could still make time for her. Rebecca frowned, convinced he was conflicted, certain he was forcing himself for her sake, which only made her upset. But Carlyle's smile remained, and he softly told her not to worry. He truly did have time to drink with her. Besides, there was something he wanted to ask. Rebecca tilted her head in confusion. Sitting together beneath the full moon, Rebecca gazed upward and remarked that the night was so bright they didn't even need magical lamps. The estate garden glowed under its silver light, looking just as beautiful at night as in the day. Carlyle mentioned he was glad she liked it. Rebecca, with a soft smile, added that a moon this bright was perfect for gathering moonflowers, since they only bloomed under moonlight and carried mana. Carlyle lifted the bottle, saying he would open it this time. She laughed, realizing she had only acted awkward earlier because of nerves, but now she could speak with him naturally again. He poured their drinks and raised his glass, announcing he wanted to make a toast to her. Rebecca blinked, confused, and asked why. Carlyle smiled and said his mother was absolutely delighted. Her eyes widened, and she asked if he had already heard about their latest project. He nodded, saying yes, and added that he thought the magic items were truly excellent. They clinked their glasses, toasting to Rebecca's success. Lifting her drink, Rebecca inhaled the fragrance, murmuring that perhaps it was the moonlight, but the wine tasted better than usual tonight. Suddenly, Carlyle called her name. She looked at him in confusion as he hesitated, then abruptly sprang up, blurting out a question. How had she come to create that virility potion? Had she given it to anyone else besides her master? He tried to cover himself, insisting he meant for other reasons, but the embarrassment was written across his face. Rebecca tilted her head, puzzled yet amused, her eyes twinkling as she gently asked what exactly he wanted to know. But Carlyle froze, growing too flustered, and in the end decided to say nothing. Instead, he shifted the subject, telling her that he had recently read the biography of Oakleon, and thanks to her, he had begun taking an interest in alchemy. Rebecca lit up, excitedly asking if he truly meant it, since that would give them more to talk about. Carlyle chuckled, admitting he wasn't very knowledgeable yet and would need to study more, but Rebecca smiled, saying they could still enjoy discussing it even without professional expertise. For example, they could talk about her ancestors. He laughed, agreeing that it would be fascinating to hear about the legendary Oakleon directly from his descendant. Rebecca grew quiet for a moment before confessing that the biography was a tale of light, but the one she knew was of darkness. Carlyle's brows twitched, confusion flickering across his face, as she explained further that where there is light, there is always darkness, and for her, this was especially true of the books. The biography, she said, failed to capture the misery and pain Oakleon had truly endured. Carlyle was stunned by her perspective, while she studied him with concern, asking why he looked so dazed. Then, half teasing, she asked if the moonlight had stolen his heart. His eyes widened at her unexpected words before he laughed softly, admitting perhaps that was the case. Then, leaning closer, he asked her gently, "What is the story of darkness?" Rebecca's eyes sparkled with excitement as she began, telling him it was about the Philosopher's Stone, Oakleen's greatest and most famous achievement. Everyone knew of it, the stone that could turn any metal into gold, and when melted and consumed, grant immortality. Countless people believe that after creating the legendary stone, Oakleen had gone on to enjoy a life of endless wealth and eternal youth. But in truth, Rebecca revealed, he never received such a happy ending. The Duke leaned closer, curiosity filling his voice as he asked what really happened. Rebecca explained softly that Oakleen had never even planned to create the stone. His only goal was to save his son, Leon, who suffered from a terrible terminal illness. In his desperate search for a cure, he accidentally gave birth to the Philosopher's Stone. Though it did heal Leon's sickness, it also brought great danger upon his family, as people everywhere sought the stone for their own greed and power. To protect them, Oakleen took his family into hiding, wandering from place to place for years to escape those who hunted them. But eventually, their pursuers caught up. In the chaos, he lost his beloved wife, Elizabeth. The grief drove him into despair so deep it nearly consumed him. Yet, tragedy did not end there. When his only son's life was once again threatened, Oakleen faced an agonizing choice. With no other way, he sought help from Artel. However, the price of that protection was steep. Artel agreed to save Leon on one condition, that Oakleen must swear never to create the Philosopher's Stone again, for Artel believed the stone would bring only chaos and ruin to the world if it continued to exist. The Duke, listening intently, finally spoke. He admitted that there was one part of the story that had always stirred his curiosity. According to the book, Oakleen had left behind the recipe for the Philosopher's Stone, hidden within a riddle. Was that truly the case? Rebecca nodded, confirming it was. Carlyle frowned, his thoughts racing, then questioned aloud, if the riddle was real and another stone had never appeared, then surely that meant no one had yet solved it. Rebecca parted her lips as if to answer, but at the last moment her words fell away. She lowered her gaze, stopping herself before she could tell him the full truth. Rebecca softly reveals that the riddle is, in truth, a song, leaving the Duke puzzled as he leans closer and asks if that is really true. She smiles playfully, asking if he wants to hear it. His lips curve as he questions if she would actually sing it for him, and she laughs, admitting she is no great singer, but she can try. Clearing her throat, she begins to sing, her voice carrying gently under the night sky. Carlyle listens with quiet admiration, a smile lingering on his lips, while she loses herself in the melody. When the final note fades, Rebecca lets out a small laugh and takes out a scarf, confessing that she had not sung it in so long she feared forgetting the lyrics. Carlyle's gaze stays fixed on her, his eyes full of awe as he tells her it was beautiful. Beaming, she thanks him warmly, and his smile deepens. She continues with the song, and when the part about disappearance comes, he stares at her with a sudden ache, wondering what he would ever do if she were to vanish from his side. Meanwhile, inside Rebecca's store, the manager gathers the employees and announces that with the weather turning colder, it is the perfect moment to promote their thermos bottles and containers. He orders them to focus on advertising those two products, and the staff responds with determination, shouting their agreement. The manager then strides to the entrance, pulling open the great gates with a bang. With a polite bow, he apologizes for the wait and thanks the customers, declaring proudly that the Rowanster store is now open for business. Elsewhere, within a lavish boutique in the Empire, a woman with brown hair lets out a groan as her eyes linger on an elegant dress. She thinks bitterly of how she can no longer spend freely with a child on the way. Grinding her teeth, she curses William's failures, wishing he had succeeded in developing his so-called new magic weapon. Instead, he wastes fortunes on rare materials, while their family is forced to sell precious artworks and villas just to survive. Stepping outside for air, she feels no relief. Once, she would have bought the dress without hesitation, but now every coin must be considered. Her frustration deepens until suddenly, a group of noble ladies approach from behind. She turns, masking her turmoil as they greet her cheerfully, remarking how strange it is that they have not seen her in so long. Judith steps forward to greet the women, thinking to herself that they are merely low-ranking nobles whose husbands happen to succeed in investments. With a polite smile, she tells them it has been a while, but one of the younger ladies remarks slyly that Judith has not been attending any gatherings lately. Then, with a laugh, she adds that she heard rumors of the Oaklane family's financial troubles, asking if they are true. Another woman, dressed in green, giggles and says if that is really the case, she would be happy to help. After all, what are friends for? The group chimes in, boasting they have plenty to spare, their words dripping with mockery. Judith feels her face flush with anger, wondering how dare they ridicule her so openly. Forcing herself to remain calm, she explains there must be some misunderstanding, claiming she has simply stayed home because she is pregnant and her doctor advised her to be very careful. At once, the noble ladies congratulate her, though their voices carry little sincerity. They tease her further, asking if she came to buy maternity clothes, remarking that this shop is quite expensive, so perhaps the Oakline family is still doing well after all. With sharp smiles, they even offer to help her choose, asking whether she needs 10 dresses. Judith gasps inwardly, thinking she cannot possibly afford so many, but if she refuses, it will be as good as admitting her lack of money. Just then, a familiar voice calls from behind. All the ladies turn in surprise as Charlotte approaches with a warm smile. She greets Judith as if they are old friends, asking if this is truly their first time meeting since the engagement ceremony. Relief floods Judith, and she quickly hurries to Charlotte's side, laughing lightly as she says she did not realize how much time had passed and asks how she has been. To Judith, Charlotte feels like a savior, and she clings to the chance to change the subject. Charlotte answers that she has been well, then notices Judith's belly with wide eyes, exclaiming in shock that she is pregnant. Judith admits she is, and Charlotte congratulates her sincerely, asking if Rebecca has heard the news yet. When Judith replies she has not had the chance to tell her, Charlotte beams happily, saying she will deliver the good news on her behalf. Then, with a bright smile, Charlotte offers to give Judith a small gift to celebrate her new baby. Judith is caught off guard as Charlotte announces she will pay for all the maternity clothes Judith chooses today. Judith grasps her hand quickly, insisting it is unnecessary as she hates being a burden, but Charlotte presses her gently, asking her to please accept. Turning toward her butler, Charlotte orders him to purchase the maternity dresses on display. Judith stands frozen in shock, her mouth falling open before she bows deeply, thanking her with trembling gratitude. Charlotte congratulates her again with genuine warmth, while behind them the group of noblewomen seethe with envy at the sudden turn of fortune. Judith, still overwhelmed, tells Charlotte she hopes she is not taking up too much of her time, but Charlotte reassures her kindly. She explains that she was here anyway to collect the dresses and accessories she ordered for Ravika, pointing to the towering stack of gifts waiting at the back. Judith stares in disbelief, stunned at the sheer number of items, and realizes they are all for Rebecca. A sharp pang of jealousy twists inside her, though she hides it behind a smile. Trying to mask her feelings, she comments that Charlotte must have been busy lately. Charlotte nods, cheerfully mentioning that she has indeed been occupied developing new products. Judith asks curiously, what kind of products? And Charlotte replies with pride that she is working on new magic items for her family's company. Charlotte explains with a smile that the new magic items were flying off the shelves the moment they were released, so helping Judith with a few dresses was the least she could do. Judith nods, forcing a polite smile, but inside her mind races. An idea sparks. If Rebecca holds such influence, perhaps she can use it to her advantage. Maybe Rebecca could help her restore the wealthy life she once enjoyed. A few days later, Rebecca dresses elegantly, her expression bright with excitement. She turns to Rosaline and asks if she has gathered all the presents. Rosaline answers with a respectful nod, assuring her that everything is ready. Rebecca clasps her hands together with a happy smile, urging her to hurry, when Rosaline suddenly pauses. With a small bow, she informs Rebecca that Lady Judith has arrived. Rebecca blinks in surprise, her brows drawing together. She tilts her head slightly, puzzled by the visit. "Judith?" she murmurs, admitting aloud that she had actually been planning to visit her soon, but she cannot imagine why Judith would come to her first. Meanwhile, Judith steps inside, her eyes widening at the sight of Rebecca's residence. Everywhere she looks, sparkling treasures and luxurious ornaments catch her gaze, each more dazzling than the last. She gulps softly, steadying herself, and a dangerous thought crosses her mind. If she plays her cards carefully, Lady Rebecca just might be the key to letting her live a rich and comfortable life once again. As soon as Rebecca appears and gracefully sits down, Judith quickly lifts her teacup, remarking that it has been a while. Rebecca offers a polite smile and apologizes, explaining that she was actually planning to visit soon, but admits she has not been keeping in touch lately. She hopes Judith will understand, as she has simply been overwhelmed with work and responsibilities. Judith, however, cannot stop staring at her, silently marveling at her striking beauty. She thinks Rebecca has become so radiant, almost like a completely new person, surely receiving immense care and attention here. Even her elegant dress looks far more expensive than her own, adding to the envy burning in her chest. Rebecca gently slides a small box across the table, mentioning that she heard of Judith's pregnancy and wishing to congratulate her. She explains that it is not much, but she wanted her to have it. Judith curiously opens the box, only for her eyes to widen in shock. It is a pair of luxurious white gloves, delicately embroidered and decorated with tiny diamonds. Rebecca adds softly that she remembered Judith once mentioning her desire for these gloves, so she thought it fitting. Judith's lips twitch as she mutters under her breath that she now understands. Rebecca has become someone who can casually afford such extravagance. But Rebecca does not hear her quiet words, only offering a warm smile as Judith thanks her for the gift, insisting she will treasure and use them well. Trying to steer the conversation, Judith mentions that she visited Rebecca's shop yesterday, causing Rebecca to stiffen slightly. But before Rebecca can reply, Judith quickly assures her not to worry, explaining that she has changed her mind. Rebecca tilts her head, puzzled, asking if that means Judith now approves of her practicing alchemy, since she had always hated it before. Judith lets out a nervous laugh, admitting that back then she never realized Rebecca's creations would become so commercially successful. Still, unlike her brother remains displeased about it. She then adds slyly that she will defend Rebecca against him, but in return, she hopes Rebecca can help her out. Rebecca, confused, narrows her eyes and asks how exactly she could possibly help her. Judith exhales slowly, deciding to be frank, and smirks as she admits their household has been facing very difficult times. Leaning closer, she questions if Rebecca has not earned plenty of wealth from her magical items, suggesting that if she would simply share some of it, her brother would no longer oppose Rebecca's aspirations. Though embarrassed to confess such desperation, Judith convinces herself that Rebecca will most likely help since they are still family after all. Rebecca's expression hardens as she speaks, admitting she had heard whispers about the situation, but had thought their family had already sold nearly all of their assets. Should that not have been enough to pay off their debts? Judith sighs and, resting a hand on her tummy, explains that while the debts were cleared, they can no longer maintain their grand lifestyle. Rebecca's anger flares at the remark, her voice rising as she demands to know what that is supposed to mean. Judith bristles in return, her own tone sharp, asking if she really has to spell it out, pressing that Rebecca should just think of it as giving back to her family. Rebecca stares coldly at her, her words laced with fury, asking if Judith truly meant for her to finance nothing more than her extravagances. Judith begins to heat up as Rebecca points out that she had thought about it for some time, yet the truth remains that Judith really does overspend, making her flush with anger and shame. Rebecca continues, stating that even her mother, when she was the Countess, never treated herself with such indulgence, a remark that cuts sharply. Judith snaps back, insisting her mother was simply overly humble, declaring she does not even spend that much compared to others, and questioning whether Rebecca truly thinks she is doing this for herself. She raises her voice, shouting that she is now the lady of House Oaklean, with a reputation to uphold for the family, and she is not asking for much, only half of her earnings. Rebecca listens coldly, her expression unyielding, before speaking with biting clarity, asking if Judith has no sense of shame, words that leave Judith confused and unsettled. Rebecca continues with rising anger, reminding her that she has always looked down on her, yet now she is lowering herself, practically begging for money, shouting again to ask if she is not ashamed. Judith, puzzled and defensive, wonders what she means by begging, but Rebecca makes it brutally clear, stating that she is indeed begging for money simply to keep wearing expensive dresses like everyone else. Judith is left stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief, unable to understand how Rebecca could say something so cutting and cruel. Rebecca winces, staring silently at Judith's face, memories flooding back of every time she had been taunted and scolded for no reason, of being belittled, of being told she had no friends because of her alchemy, and of Judith hoping she would leave them after marriage because it would help them more. She speaks up, her voice steady but sharp, telling her sister-in-law that she remembers everything Judith said to her, and wonders if Judith would have ever taken the time to confront her like this had she not been successful and made a fortune. Her words make Judith flinch when she suddenly springs up, shouting that Rebecca cannot treat her like this, and questioning how she thinks she got engaged to the Duke in the first place. Rebecca, eyebrow raised, asks if she means Judith is the one who arranged her engagement, to which Judith responds that she worked tirelessly to preserve Rebecca's reputation. Rebecca presses, asking if she means forcing her to attend all the parties, and Judith admits it, claiming she did it because Rebecca does not deserve to enjoy all these luxuries alone. Rebecca's patience snaps, and she turns sharply, telling Judith to leave. Judith protests, demanding to know if Rebecca will help them, but Rebecca, glaring with fury, firmly says no, instructing her butler to show her the way out. Later that night, at the Oaklean Manor, Judith is crying in William's arms, her sobs shaking him with worry. He asks why she is crying so bitterly, insisting it cannot be for the baby. She swings up at him, her voice sharp with accusation, blaming him entirely, lamenting that if he had not squandered the family fortune and had generated even a little wealth, she never would have had to humiliate herself in front of Rebecca. She cries that all she asked for was a little help, and William, confused, questions who she means, asking if she requested money from Rebecca. Judith shouts, affirming it, insisting that at this rate, William will never provide enough for her, yet she did not deserve to be insulted so cruelly. William's anger flares, mocking her indignation with frustration. After that, William storms into the Duke's manor, shouting for Rebecca, his voice echoing through the halls. A butler approaches him cautiously, asking him to calm down and offering to guide him to the drawing room first, but William ignores him, continuing to demand that Rebecca be brought out immediately. His shouting intensifies until Rebecca suddenly appears, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern, asking him what was going on and why he had arrived so abruptly. William, red-faced and fuming, shouts that he thought he had made himself perfectly clear. She was to quit practicing alchemy. Rebecca, startled but defiant, shouts back, questioning why she should ever give up her work. William bellows, incredulous, asking if she dared to frame that as a question, reminding her that she is the fiancée of Duke Rowenster and must behave properly if she wishes to marry. Rebecca's eyes blaze with determination as she shouts that she is an alchemist and that will never change, no matter what anyone says. William scoffs furiously, accusing her of creating nothing but useless garbage and questioning if she even dares call herself an alchemist. Rebecca, gritting her teeth, fires back, telling him not to insult her work, emphasizing that even the greatest minds have praised her creations and that her inventions are in high demand. William snarls, warning her not to get cocky and questioning if she thinks she is superior to him now. Rebecca smiles faintly, calmly asserting that he is the one acting arrogantly, as he has yet to create even a single thing of value. William grinds his teeth in frustration, realizing that if she truly unleashed her full potential as a genius alchemist, he would stand no chance, and he can barely manage to hold her back. Rebecca continues, her voice rising, declaring that she is creating items that genuinely help people and is carrying on the Oaklean legacy, using alchemy to benefit the lives of others. She shouts at him to stop interfering and to focus on his own career. William's fury reaches a boiling point, and he grabs her by the neck, shouting that she must give up alchemy immediately. Rosaline calls out in alarm, her voice trembling, but William continues to grip her tightly, insisting that his command as the head of the family must be obeyed. Even her necklace breaks under the pressure, the pearls scattering across the floor, mirroring her feelings of betrayal toward her brother. Rebecca glares at him, then reassures Rosaline that she is fine, even as William continues his tirade, ordering her to obey. Rebecca, unflinching, shouts back that she will not follow his order. With a burst of strength and defiance, she pushes him away, chastising him for always telling her to mind her manners and conduct, and demanding that he now examine his own behavior. She bends down to collect the fallen pearls, thinking of Charlotte, and sternly scolds her brother, questioning how he could come to her at such a late hour, displaying such rudeness, especially given that they were not even at the Oaklean Manor. Informing him that he is at the residence of the Rowansters, Rebecca further questions whether he is upset about Judith's visit. His hands tremble as she explains that Judith came to her because of his ineptitude. He shouts at her, demanding how she dares to act in such a manner. She retorts, questioning if she is wrong, and further interrogates how long he plans to squander their family fortune. Suddenly, he slaps her across the face, startling Rosaline. He declares that this is her punishment for insulting him and humiliating his wife, adding that if she does not cease practicing alchemy immediately, he will annul her engagement to the Duke and cast her out into the streets. He turns away, but Rebecca shouts at him, hurling her rope and binding him firmly. He panics, demanding to know what this is. She strides toward him, asking if the restraint feels uncomfortably tight, and mentions that it is still a work in progress, questioning how he managed to sleep. He shouts again, ordering her to release him at once. She smiles, declaring that this is his punishment for slapping and insulting her, and firmly asserts that she will never abandon alchemy, vowing to become a far greater alchemist than he could ever imagine. She turns away as he continues to bellow. Suddenly, Locke bursts in, sprinting toward his brother, shouting for him. He glances at Rosaline, asking if William is present. Hesitant, she confirms he is, and Locke's expression shifts to shock when he sees William bound on the floor. Back at the Oaklean Manor, the household buzzes with astonishment, staring at the magical item that restrained their lord, marveling that it can only be released with a significant infusion of mana. The bracelet impresses them with its ability to stretch and shrink effortlessly, its intricate mechanics complemented by the magic circle used to craft it. Suddenly, Rebecca's father appears, questioning the commotion so late at night. Locke turns to him, and his father gazes at the floor, bewildered, recalling what he had witnessed. Reflecting on his son, he inquires if he is interested in Rebecca's creations. Though still confused, he recalls seeing her inventions on her desk and remembers an older man chastising him, insisting that they could no longer ignore Rebecca's talent and urging him to acknowledge her as a fellow alchemist. He recalls Lloyd's words, pondering if he had been mistaken all this time, as he examines one of the bracelets and thinks of Rebecca. Meanwhile, Rosaline applies cream to Rebecca's face, while her father silently agrees, acknowledging that she is undeniably a prodigious genius. As soon as the ladies of the Rowanster estate learn of the situation, they become furious. Charlotte gnaws her lip, asking her mother how anyone could act so cruelly. Her mother responds that she had heard Rebecca's family disapproved of her pursuing alchemy, but she never imagined it would be this severe. Charlotte exclaims, insisting that she believed her family merely opposed the idea, but anyone who witnesses Rebecca's inventions would recognize her as an extraordinary alchemist, having crafted such remarkable creations, so why would they treat her this way? Her mother sighs, remarking that it is impossible to truly comprehend the mindset of some alchemists, but Charlotte continues, shouting that she cannot believe he even struck her, and she cannot fathom that the head of her family could behave in such a manner, thinking that Rebecca must be deeply distressed. She glances toward Rosaline, inquiring if they may enter, but Rosaline informs them that Rebecca requested to be alone and asked to be left in peace. The lady nods, instructing Charlotte to leave her for now so she can regain her composure, and Charlotte agrees, suggesting they buy the tarts Rebecca favors in the morning. Suddenly, Carlyle appears, walking toward them, and they are taken aback by his unexpected presence. He looks at them in mild bewilderment, asking why they are still awake so late. His mother shouts at him for returning home at such a late hour, while he questions if something has occurred. Charlotte explains that something dreadful has happened. Sometime later, he approaches Rebecca's door, knocking and calling her name. When she does not respond, he announces he will enter, but as he tries the doorknob, he finds it locked from the inside. Straining to open it, he finally manages to gain entry and freezes, horrified to see Rebecca with a glass of wine near her head. He shouts, asking if she is all right, and she awakens, her face lighting up with delight upon seeing him. He glances at the empty bottle, incredulous, questioning if she drank it all alone. She responds cheerfully that she can pour more while calling his name with a wide, radiant smile. He exhales with a small smile, asking if she is intoxicated, and she assures him she is not. He takes a seat beside her, suggesting they drink together, which delights her. She lifts her cup happily, but realizes there is no second glass. He reassures her, telling her not to worry, and proposes to drink from her cup. She begins sipping the wine as he lifts the glass, asking him what about her, and then takes a careful sip. Suddenly, he pats her head, leaving her puzzled, and asks softly if she had been feeling so sad. She shakes her head, saying no, and he studies her cheeks, noticing a slight redness, questioning if her brother had caused it. His gaze locks onto hers, leaving her dazed, and then she passes him the chess cube. He does the same, rubbing it between his fingers. She asks him if he realizes she is an alchemist, and suddenly exclaims that she is truly an exceptional one. He pats her head again, affirming that she is indeed remarkable, no matter what anyone else says. She grows silent for a moment, then suddenly asks if he knows why she is so extraordinary. He inquires why, and she leans closer, whispering that she wants to share a secret. He assures her that his lips are sealed and he will tell no one. She murmurs something into his ear, causing his eyes to widen in shock. He questions if it is true, and she laughs, confirming that it is. He asks if she has revealed it to anyone else, and she shakes her head, picking up the bottle. He stands, stating that this is all he needs to know. She asks for one more sip, and he lifts her into his arms, carrying her toward the bed. Confused, she looks at him, protesting that she cannot rest because the sun has not yet set, but he assures her that it has, and everything will be better in the morning. She questions him, asking if he is telling the truth, and he confirms, insisting that she sleep now. Suddenly, she shyly requests that he sleep beside her. They stand, her cheeks flushed from wine, his from shyness, and she closes her eyes. Later, he bows to his mother, informing her he must go somewhere. His sister asks where, and he reveals he is heading to the Oaklean Manor, instructing the butler to bring as much gold as possible. The butler nods, and his sister warns him not to cause trouble since they are still connected to Rebecca's family. He agrees, simmering with restrained anger. Early the next morning at the Oaklean estate, William sits silently before Carlyle, the room heavy with tension and an uneasy quiet. William breaks the stillness with a smile, noting that it is his first time visiting the estate so early, and asks if Carlyle has had breakfast. If not, they were just about to begin. Carlyle responds that he has come to offer an apology. Puzzled, William asks what he means. Carlyle clarifies, stating that he is referring to the incident in which William assaulted his fiancée. William bursts into laughter, exclaiming that he has no reason to apologize and that Rebecca is the one who should be apologizing to him. He grits his teeth, questioning if Carlyle understands what she did to him. Carlyle glares at him in anger, sending a chill down William's spine, and continues, stating that what she did to him is irrelevant. The only matter that concerns him is what she did to her own future husband. William refuses to relent, shouting that she deserved to be slapped for insulting him and his wife, insisting that she earned the punishment. He sprints in place, further accusing Carlyle of being at fault for allowing her to become such an ungrateful brat, yelling that he cannot fathom why Carlyle permits her to practice alchemy. Carlyle calmly points out that she only pursued what she wanted, questioning why that should concern William. William counters, insisting that she is still an Oakleen, and therefore it is his duty to correct her if she misbehaves. The Duke interrupts, stating firmly that William has no authority, reminding him that she is no longer merely his sister but his fiancée, and the only person who could oppose his decision is the Emperor himself. He emphasizes that the young woman William assaulted may be his sister, but above all, she is the fiancée of Duke Rowanster, and William must understand the gravity of that position. Before William can react further, Locke rises and stops his brother, asking the Duke to forgive them and allowing him to apologize on William's behalf, promising to ensure such behavior does not repeat, while attempting to restrain William. Observing Locke, Carlyle understands why Rebecca has always called him her favorite brother. Standing tall, the Duke turns to William with a stern warning. If he ever raises a hand against Rebecca again, it will be considered a declaration of enmity toward the Rowanster family. He exits the room, instructing his butler to hand over a bag, which is thrown onto the table. Carlyle further mentions that he is aware of William's family financial difficulties and that the funds can be used to maintain appearances. William trembles with anger, while Locke struggles to calm him, and William insists that the Oaklane family is perfectly capable and does not require Carlyle's money. The Duke's gaze hardens as he clarifies that this is not charity, but an order meant to prevent his wife from troubling his fiancée. He steps forward, reminding William not to forget this warning and to remember that he is not a man known for generosity. On the previous night at the Carseus estate, Haley's maid quietly whispers some news to her, revealing that she is from the Oakleen family and has brought the latest updates from the Oakleen estate. Haley thanks her promptly and tosses a gold coin to her as a reward. She then turns sharply toward the window, shutting it with a decisive click, muttering that this was exactly why she had planted a mole there. Her thoughts drift to her father's words, who once remarked that Lord Oakline was foolish but still surprisingly useful, and she chuckles to herself, acknowledging the truth in that. Haley laughs softly, contemplating her next move, wondering whether she should begin by crushing that arrogant alchemist. She draws the curtain from the wall, frustrated that Carlyle has not yet realized her worth. She gazes at his enormous portrait, thinking that she is the only woman deserving of him, and wondering what steps she must take, what obstacles she must destroy, to make him understand her value and feel the deepest despair. Her laughter and low chuckles echo hauntingly through the opulent room. Back at the Rowanster estate, Rebecca lies cocooned beneath a heavy blanket, her eyes hidden in shadow, still recovering from a day of feeling unwell, perhaps drinking a bit too much, and she calls softly for Rosaline to enter. Yet, as the door opens, it is Carlyle who steps in, wearing a radiant smile, asking if she has rested and slept well. She gasps in surprise, startled by his sudden appearance. He walks toward her with a composed yet gentle demeanor, hoping she hasn't been feeling too down and reassuring her that she need not worry about the Oakleen family anymore, claiming that he has already taken care of them. Shocked, she asks what he means by taking care of them, and he smiles reassuringly, insisting that her family will no longer trouble her. Flustered, she demands to know what has transpired. He then reminds her of their conversation 2 days prior, though she struggles to recall it, flinching as he calls her name again and sternly orders that she is not permitted to drink with anyone else but him, asking if she understands. She stares at him in bewilderment, still processing his words, while he, confident and slightly amused, decides to take her silence as agreement. She remains puzzled, calling out his name in disbelief, shouting in exasperation, asking what in the world she has done to merit such control. Early in the morning, Lady Adlate entered Rebecca's room, noticing that she had not come down for breakfast and had remained in bed all day yesterday, completely buried in her blankets. Seeing her now, Lady Adlate realized that Rebecca was simply suffering from a hangover. Rebecca, still cocooned in her covers, apologized quietly, and Lady Adlate reassured her, saying she understood how she felt while also urging her to consider her health. Rebecca nodded, her voice trembling in agreement. Charlotte, standing silently behind her mother, thought skeptically if that was all she had to say. Lady Adlate continued, informing Rebecca that the Duke had visited her family early that morning, and she herself could not simply overlook what had transpired, especially what Lord Oaklane had said. Sitting up, Rebecca anxiously asked what he had said. Lady Adlet explained that she had heard he had threatened to break off the engagement. Worry flashed across Rebecca's face at the mention of William, but Lady Adlet calmly reassured her that no one could end an engagement with them so easily. It was crucial to teach him the meaning of keeping a promise to their family, no matter its nature. Still concerned, Rebecca asked what they would do if William truly attempted to break the engagement. Lady Adlet smiled slightly, saying that while they could not stop him if he was determined to face the consequences, she had already devised a plan. Rebecca's eyes widened as she asked what that plan might be, and Lady Adlet revealed that she intended to adopt her as her daughter, which startled both noble ladies. Charlotte, immediately worried, called out to her mother, but Lady Adlet reassured her, saying she would always remain her favorite daughter. Charlotte protested, insisting that this was not the issue she was concerned about. Rebecca, realizing the deeper implication, also felt shocked, and Lady Adlet agreed, noting that her father would likely not object either and might even prefer seeing his precious daughter become part of a duke's household rather than be left destitute on the streets. Charlotte, however, vehemently shouted that adopting her was out of the question and suggested alternative solutions, such as welcoming Rebecca as a daughter-in-law instead. Rebecca cried out at Charlotte in surprise, but Lady Adlet acknowledged that Charlotte had a point and agreed. When Rebecca implored her not to joke, Lady Adlet reassured her she was serious, saying it did not matter whether she was a stepdaughter or a daughter-in-law, for she had promised to care for her until the very end. Touched beyond words, Rebecca leapt forward and embraced Lady Adlet tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude and emotion. Lady Adlet gently pats Rebecca, telling her she knows it must have been incredibly difficult for her, and even Charlotte lets out a soft sigh, remarking that if she had a choice, she would rather have Rebecca as her sister-in-law than as a stepsister. After a moment, Lady Adlet turns to Rebecca and mentions that she will give her something to help with her hangover, calling over her maid. She explains that it is a magical item created by the desert nation, a small marvel they refer to as a type of motor. Rebecca, astonished that such intricate motors could exist on so small a scale, accepts the gift with a bright, delighted expression. Meanwhile, Charlotte nudges her mother, noting that it is time for them to leave, and Rebecca overhears them stepping out. Charlotte comments happily that she is glad Rebecca has recovered far more quickly than they had expected, and Lady Adlet agrees with a smile. Curious, Charlotte then asks if her mother had been serious about the adoption proposal earlier, and Lady Adlet confirms that she was indeed sincere, though she admits it will not be an easy process. Charlotte questions whether her hesitation is due to Rebecca's family, and Lady Adlet, lost in thought, insists that it is not the case. She recalls the conversation she had the previous night with the Duke when she had proposed the idea and how he had insisted it would never happen. Now, reflecting on it, she feels a sense of quiet optimism about the plan. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a beautiful woman sings passionately on stage, her voice drawing applause from the background audience. A lady nearby praises Chloe for her breathtaking performance, declaring that she is undoubtedly the finest leading lady for the love of a noble and that no one can sing with such enchanting elegance. Her eyes then catch the necklace adorning Chloe's neck, and she asks with curiosity where she had acquired such a stunning piece. The necklace sparkles brilliantly as Chloe explains that she received it as a gift from her master, recalling the night it was handed to her. Her master had mentioned that they had heard troubling news, that Lord Moodle's second son had been harassing her. Chloe nods solemnly, admitting that she is terrified every day because of him. Her master reassures her that it is Rebecca's self-defense necklace and instructs her to keep it with her at all times to prevent any harm from coming her way. Chloe admits that she had actually been thinking of purchasing one herself, and her master firmly tells her to hold on to it constantly. Looking into the mirror in the present, she recalls repeatedly asking her master who sent it, but her master refuses to reveal the sender. Chloe wants to believe it was Lady Adlet and thinks she should head home now. Suddenly, a man appears, and she turns sharply, startled, calling out Lord Gerard. He remarks that she always leaves so early and asks if she realizes how much it pains him. Chloe shouts at him to stop, insisting that she does not want him near her, but before she can retreat, he lunges forward, teasing that even her angry fits are adorable and reminding her of the passion in her eyes when she professed her love. Chloe panics, realizing that for the lyrics of the song alone, this confrontation has led her to a dead end. She notices the gate is locked and fears she must alarm the guards, thinking it should not be secured at this hour and suspecting that he may have done it. As he rushes toward her, she yells for him to stop, warning that if he takes another step, she will use the self-defense necklace. He smirks, questioning if she truly believes it will work, yet Chloe insists she will use it to protect herself. Her eyes widen as he scoffs, asking if a mere commoner dares to attack a noble like him. She recalls her master's instructions, quickly rubbing the necklace with her thumb and closing her eyes. A brilliant, blinding light erupts from the necklace, illuminating the entire room. Suddenly, blood bursts from him, splattering across Chloe and dripping everywhere, painting the room in a shocking crimson display. Feeling the darkness around her, Chloe realizes that the brilliant light from the necklace has vanished. She contemplates opening her eyes but pauses, detecting the sharp metallic scent of blood. Gasping, she takes in the horrifying scene before her and screams in terror. The scene then shifts to the Duke's guest room, where Rebecca carefully holds the necklace, asking Chloe if the item had been given to her. Chloe confirms, explaining that she believed it came from Lady Adlet. The madam attempts to soothe her, gently mentioning that she trusts it is indeed her necklace. Observing the necklace, Rebecca's heartbeat quickens, and the madam reassures her not to worry, holding Chloe securely and promising to handle the situation. Rebecca, however, insists, addressing Lady Adlet, suggesting that she examine Chloe's necklace as it appears to be an illegal imitation. Both women are stunned, while Rebecca explains that she had anticipated this might occur. Illegal knockoffs of magic items are often made to sabotage alchemists, recalling that her father was once wrongly blamed for an accident caused by a counterfeit of his weapon, though he eventually proved his innocence. Lady Adlet disagrees, warning that examining the necklace could prompt officials to investigate the incident, and they might question her for tampering with evidence. Rebecca rises, acknowledging the concern, and says she will seek Master Lloyd's assistance instead. Lady Adlet asks if she means the alchemist from before, and Ravika confirms, explaining that he has become an official member of the International Alchemist Association, so he can provide help, though she suspects this will become a long, arduous matter. The incident has even been reported in the newspaper, and the family faces public scrutiny. Seated together, the Duke remarks that he suspects this is not the end of the troubles, citing two similar cases. One occurred around noon yesterday when a horseman used Rebecca's self-defense ring on Marcus Cuthwood, causing the Marcus to suffocate and collapse, still unconscious. Charlotte is horrified, realizing the man suffocated, and even Rebecca struggles to understand, knowing the ring is designed only to induce sneezing and watery eyes. The Duke continues, noting the second incident happened last night when Lord Thahad followed a cafe employee to her residence, where her son used Rebecca's stun earrings. According to the physician, the Baron will likely never regain full use of his right hand. Rebecca, alarmed, asks about Lord Moodle's son, learning that he has completely lost his eyesight, causing her to panic, her heartbeat racing. The Duke tries to calm her, emphasizing that all these men deserved their fate, as Gerard had stalked Chloe and coerced her to reciprocate his love, and the Marquess had often mistreated his horsemen. Charlotte agrees, noting that the son acted to protect his mother, and Lady Adlet concurs, affirming that they received the justice they deserved. The room is filled with a tense whiteness when the Duke adds that the confiscated ring and earrings bore black stains, suggesting, according to Lady Adlet, that they were likely produced using the same malicious method. The Duke informs her further, explaining that the users of these dangerous items were all commoners, who had received the items from an anonymous noble, making it evident that this was the malicious work of a single individual. Rebecca sinks into deep thought, troubled, realizing that her creations, so much like her own children, were now being used to frame her falsely. She knows she must prove her innocence. Turning to Carlyle, she asks what will happen next. Carlyle explains that the three affected noble families have submitted a petition to the emperor, demanding that the commoners be executed for harming a noble and requesting a ban on all of Rebecca's products. Charlotte erupts in anger. The madam immediately realizes that this is likely the true goal of the perpetrator, as the nobles could also sue Rebecca for damages, escalating the threat further. Carlyle emphasizes that the incident has not only drawn the attention of the nobles, but also of the imperial family, heightening the tension and resulting in a scheduled hearing in a few days, which shocks Rebecca deeply. Rebecca, panicked, remarks that someone is attempting to remove her from high society. The madam snaps, reassuring her that such a thing will never happen and that they will reveal the complete truth in the hearing. Charlotte also agrees, urging Rebecca not to yield to the perpetrator's demands, and Rebecca nods, promising she will do everything in her power. Lady Adlet rises, instructing Rebecca to visit the company immediately to prepare for the upcoming hearing, asking her daughter to manage the estate in her absence, and telling Charlotte to assist and take responsibility as well. She further states that she will make her own preparations while away, telling Rebecca not to worry because everything will be handled perfectly. Now only Carlyle and Rebecca remain. Calling her name with a mixture of sadness and resolve, he asks how she plans to proceed, knowing the gravity of the situation. She admits that she did not expect this matter to escalate into a full hearing. He reassures her that he will protect her, but tears begin streaming down her face as she worries that the hearing could endanger their contract. Carlyle comforts her, asserting that if such a risk existed, he would never have offered the contract in the first place, yet she still frets, understanding the implications of a noble hearing. Holding her shoulders firmly, he tells her she cannot give up because he will not allow anything to happen to her. Her tears continue, but she whispers that she is not surrendering, only considering the worst-case scenario. He suddenly embraces her tightly, urging her not to overthink, promising that he will keep her safe at all costs. Meanwhile, in the Cartius household, Haley is smiling while diligently kneading dough when someone suddenly approaches her, questioning if she is responsible. She turns with a playful smile, replying that she has no idea what he means, hiding the secret with quiet amusement. Lord Cartius, determined, demands the truth from Haley, and she grins, admitting that she is indeed responsible. He shouts at her, asking what she was thinking, and she calmly explains that she had warned him if he could not find a solution, she would take matters into her own hands, using any means necessary. Her father warns her that no secret can remain hidden forever, questioning if she realizes the consequences once people discover she was behind it all. Haley walks toward the window, confidently stating that it does not matter because he will handle it, asking him if he will not. He questions why she is so obsessed with the Duke, and she shouts back that he is the only one capable of protecting her, unlike her father. Cartius, shocked, asks who she enlisted to carry out her plan, and she reveals that she instructed the vice-master of the Mages Guild. Cartius exclaims in disbelief, "How could you?" But she reassures him not to worry, explaining that no one will find out. All she did was inform the vice-master that Rebecca was planning to sell even more powerful self-defense items. She reasons that the Mages Guild is often hired to act as bodyguards, so if more effective self-defense products hit the market, people would no longer need mages to protect them. Cartius, in awe, remarks that if only she had been born a son, she would have been incredibly clever, and he presses further, asking who delivered the items to the commoners. Haley assures him not to worry, noting that the recipients were sworn to silence, yet Cartius insists on meeting them. She grins, replying that the dead cannot speak, questioning her father if she is correct. As night falls, lying on her bed, Haley reflects on her father's words, wondering why she is so fixated on the Duke, and realizing it may be because of her father's influence. She recalls the abduction of the Cartius daughter, which all began when Johann Carsius brutally wiped out a group of criminal mages, inadvertently harming innocent mages caught in the crossfire. This atrocity prompted vengeful mages to abduct Haley. Firmly believing that her father would rescue her, she recalls that her mother died giving birth and that her father was her only protector. Yet, hearing the criminals claim that the Duke had no intention to pay ransom and attended a ball without concern, she fears he does not truly care. Deeply saddened, she struggles to understand why her father cannot save her, feeling hopeless until Carlyle suddenly arrives. He enters, rescuing her under Duke Carsius's orders, apologizing for the delay. Haley removes the tape from her mouth, relieved, as Carlyle reassures her not to worry because he is there. From that day, she realizes that he is the only one who can protect her and lies awake, pondering whether his love for her is the reason he saved her. But either way, it does not matter to her because she knows he will make it clear just how deeply he loves her in the upcoming days during the hearing. Rebecca feels intensely tense, her heart pounding as the judge calls the court to order, announcing the commencement of the hearing and noting that the victims are currently undergoing medical treatment and are represented by their respective families who will present their statements. Lord Moodle rises, identifying himself as the father of Gerard, one of the victims in this case, his voice trembling as he cries, expressing that the incident has left his son permanently blind and that it breaks his heart to consider the hardships his son must endure for the rest of his life. He demands that the person responsible for this atrocity be executed and that all dangerous and violent magical items be banned, as he wishes to prevent any more victims suffering the same fate as his son. Furthermore, he insists that the creator of these perilous items, Lady Rebecca, must be held fully accountable for her actions. Following him, another man steps forward, introducing himself as the father of Lord Thahad, and then the wife of Marquess Cuthwood takes her turn to speak, her voice shaking as she recounts the impact of the events on her family. Rebecca scans the room, her gaze sharp as she absorbs the harsh criticisms directed at her, feeling both frustration and disbelief, especially at the absurd demand that innocent commoners be executed for actions they did not willingly commit. The judge then calls on her to make her statement, and she steps forward with measured composure, noting that before she can defend her work, she must clarify one critical point. She speaks firmly, emphasizing that she is addressing the crimes of all victims in the case, which immediately angers some of the family members present. One man shouts that defaming his son will not reduce her responsibility. The judge forcefully demands silence, warning that anyone speaking without permission will be removed from the hearing. Rebecca defends the commoners passionately, insisting that they were merely trying to protect themselves and appealing to the Majesty to view the situation with impartiality. The prince, perplexed, asks why she is defending the accused commoners before defending her own creations, and Rebecca explains that while they are technically the accused, they are equally victims, yet barred from attending the hearing due to their low social standing, forced to wait outside for the verdict. She then addresses the magic items responsible for the incident, recounting that when she first developed her self-defense products, they were intended as minor protective tools. They were ineffective and considered failures, making it impossible for them to fatally injure anyone. She concludes that her creations must have been illegally counterfeited and formally requests a disclosure of the evidence. Upon receiving permission, she produces her necklace, pointing out the black impurity visible on it, explaining that such a mark appears only when an item has been tampered with illegally. The judge asks if she can prove this, and her lawyer confirms that they can, requesting that Master Lloyd from the International Alchemist Association be called as a witness. Lloyd introduces himself as the association's representative, explaining that the original magic circle was forcibly altered, which confirms that the item was illegally modified, likely by a mage. Lord Carsius, in a panic, questions how Lloyd can be so certain, and Lloyd responds that the traces of mana left behind reveal the tampering. If an alchemist had modified it normally, no such residual mana would exist, as the mana tracking spell, developed jointly by the International Alchemist Association and the magic tower, would have identified the culprit in less than a day, asking Duke Karsus if he concurs with this expert testimony. The prince turns to Master Lloyd, asking if he is absolutely certain that he can identify the culprit, and Lloyd responds confidently that yes, with the association's advanced mana tracking spell, the perpetrator can be found in less than a day. The prince then glances at Lord Carsius, seeking his opinion, and Carsius cautiously acknowledges that while theoretically possible, every individual's unique mana signature does make it plausible. Lloyd elaborates that the International Alchemist Association strictly prohibits the creation, distribution, or alteration of counterfeit magic items, marking this incident as a clear violation of international policy. Consequently, the association has emphasized that the case must be treated with the utmost seriousness. Whispers ripple through the audience as Rebecca's eyes meet Lloyd's, and he quietly reassures her not to worry. Her lawyer also supports her position, asserting that her self-defense products were illegally modified with malicious intent, yet in their original form, the items are entirely safe. Therefore, he formally requests that all damage claims and lawsuits against Lady Rebecca be immediately withdrawn, emphasizing that the true culprits are the mages who performed the modifications and the noble who conspired with them, both of whom should face accountability. The prince, still processing this information, looks puzzled, and Rebecca patiently explains that none of the commoners involved purchased the items themselves. Each testified that an anonymous noble had sent the modified products as a gift. Shocked, the prince asks for confirmation, and the judge affirms that all three statements are consistent, proving the noble's interference beyond doubt. Relieved, Rebecca beams at her lawyer, thankful for the validation, then turns her gaze toward the audience, catching the Duke smiling warmly at her. Suddenly, a man named Lesta rises from the crowd, requesting permission to speak, insisting that the self-defense products should still be banned and that the commoners should face punishment. Rebecca, stunned, turns to him, her mind racing as she questions his identity. Calmly, she addresses him, asserting that her creations had been illegally modified and exploited with ill intentions, and she emphasizes that her items, as originally designed, are entirely safe. Lesta, however, smirks and acknowledges her point, but argues that self-defense magic items remain inherently dangerous for other reasons, claiming that her products pose a threat not only to personal safety, but also to the established hierarchy and order of their elite, highly stratified society, suggesting that their widespread use could destabilize social norms and privileges. The audience murmurs in mixed agreement and confusion, adding tension to the already charged courtroom atmosphere. Rebecca freezes in shock, her voice rising as she shouts, while the audience murmurs and whispers anxiously among themselves. Suddenly, the judge interrupts, directing his words sharply at Marquess Lesta, instructing him that this is not the proper forum to voice political opinions. Yet the Marquess argues vehemently, claiming that nothing could have a greater impact on the stability of the empire than the current situation. Even Madame Adlite exhales softly in concern, and Charlotte leans forward, asking in confusion what he is referring to. Marquess Lesta speaks, explaining that nobles maintain their status and exist as an elite class because they rely upon the stability of the imperial court and the labor of the commoners. He continues, emphasizing that the stipends and privileges provided by the imperial court ultimately originate from commoner taxes, the very foundation that sustains both the nobility and the empire itself. Raising his voice, he asserts that Lady Rebecca's magical creations risk destabilizing this balance because they encourage commoners to question their societal role and independence. Rebecca, bewildered, interjects, asking what her self-defense items have to do with any of this, and he replies firmly that she seems not to comprehend the danger. Empowering commoners to protect themselves undermines the need for noble oversight. He reminds her that her items, initially failed attempts at small weapons, if widely distributed, could grant the masses capabilities that threaten noble authority. Members of the audience nod and shout in agreement, warning that commoners must not be allowed to challenge their rulers or think themselves equal. The prince groans in frustration, and the judge calls for order, instructing everyone not to speak without permission. Marquess Lesta turns back to Rebecca, claiming that she should understand his position, being a noble herself, and Rebecca calmly acknowledges this, though she then presses a critical question. Why punish the innocent commoners who were manipulated? He admits that while the commoners themselves committed no wrongdoing and were indeed exploited, their actions caused irreparable harm to three nobles, and excusing them would set a dangerous precedent. Rebecca counters, asking if he truly believes that potential disadvantage to the nobles in the future justifies punishing the innocent, and he confirms, insisting that releasing them without consequences would embolden commoners to disrespect nobles. Madame Adelaide intervenes quietly, noting that Rebecca is being used as a scapegoat, further pointing out that this effort aims to weaken the imperial family, since the authority of the nobility is intrinsically tied to the strength of the imperial power, and any erosion at the top threatens the entire hierarchical structure. Certainly, a woman rises from the audience, requesting permission to speak, and once granted, she introduces herself as Marchioness Tatiana. She begins firmly, stating that this entire incident only happened because the nobles themselves committed crimes and neglected their fundamental duties to protect the citizens of the empire. It is utterly ridiculous, she argues, to spare the criminal nobles merely because they were critically injured while punishing innocent commoners who had no part in the wrongdoing. A man in the audience interrupts her, claiming he never said the nobles did not commit a crime, but doesn't she think they have already paid for their sins, having been crippled for the rest of their lives? Tatiana sharply disagrees, insisting that commoners require a way to defend themselves because the nobles cannot possibly protect every citizen at all times. The man objects, telling her that this is not her place to speak, but she snaps back, asserting that this is her hearing and shouting at him, questioning who he is to dismiss her right to address the court, even further implying that perhaps he was involved in the crime himself, since he is presenting the argument in such a suspicious way. She continues, emphasizing that while it is certainly the nobles' duty to protect the empire's citizens as best as they can, it is practically impossible to prevent all crime. Otherwise, all offenses would have ceased to exist entirely. Raising her voice, she points out that crimes such as burglary, fraud, assault, theft, and other abuses are still occurring even at this very moment, and if the nobles cannot fully safeguard their citizens, they must at least empower them to protect themselves effectively. The man still disagrees, addressing the prince and claiming that she is speaking nonsense, asserting that commoners who become victims because they fail to obey curfew rules are entirely to blame for their misfortune. Tatiana responds, pointing out that he is repeating that same absurd argument again and demanding when he will start speaking with actual sense. She insists that the curfew cannot be used as an excuse because criminals would never respect such rules anyway. Ravika watches in alarm, completely bewildered as the two argue fiercely in front of everyone, unsure how to process the chaos unfolding. The man remains stubborn, insisting that they must prevent people from engaging in nighttime activities in order to reduce crime rates. Tatiana counters passionately, noting that such measures disproportionately affect those most vulnerable, particularly women, children, and other defenseless citizens. Suddenly, the man claims that the problem arises because women are granted too much freedom in society, which shocks and frightens both Tatiana and Rebecca. He continues his reasoning, pointing to all the robbery cases, emphasizing that many victims were women who dared to venture out at night. The princess is growing visibly frustrated and overwhelmed by his audacity, and at that moment, Tatiana stands up, her voice ringing with authority, shouting that it is enough and no longer acceptable to continue such ridiculous claims. Rebecca gasps, staring at her in awe, while even the prince recoils, intimidated and fearful of the Empress's commanding presence. We've reached the end of this video. Please like and subscribe to show